A girl approaches a police patrol with a request because she thought another girl was in danger in a neighboring alley. The policeman, adjusting his cap, replies that he has received the information and will be there soon. He watches from his car as the girl who reported the danger walks away from them. After listening to the information, he tells his partner that the workday is over. Such police officers can be described as a social parasite, and this is the most accurate description. The partner notices men picking on a girl in an alley and points, asking her colleague if these were the men in question, adding that they should hurry to help. The policeman does not understand whether it is worth taking on this task when the working day is already over. He was frightened by the main man and their numbers, and he asks his partner what the two of them would do against them. The girl wanted to call for reinforcements, but her colleague told her that they would just play with her, although this man with the cigarette did not inspire confidence. He continued to sit in the car, emphasizing that this was not the first time and that it was not worth creating unnecessary problems. But the girl heard a shout from behind the car. "Let her go!" Suddenly, a man in a police uniform appears, whom no one had noticed. He stepped into the middle of the crowd, legs wide apart, hands in his pockets. He was illuminated by the flashing lights of a police car, with a frightened policeman inside. This attracted the attention of the main criminal, who was holding the girl. The policeman calmly ordered the criminal to let the girl go. The perpetrator, hearing this, lets her go and approaches the policeman. Taking the cigarette out of his mouth, the criminal blows the smoke directly into the policeman's face and asks, "What if I don't want to?" The policeman does not answer with words, but delivers a powerful blow to the chin, which knocks out all the teeth. The blow is so strong that the criminal's face is twisted and blood splashes from his mouth. He can no longer hold the cigarette in his hands. The criminal falls down with the cigarette. Everyone who saw it, including the police and the thieves, was stunned. The girl could not believe that she was saved. However, this policeman did not stop, saying that if the criminal did not want to cooperate, he would have to suffer, while adjusting his hand after being hit. The whole gang stood behind the criminal, starting to ask the policeman who he was. They didn't stop there, calling him a son of a bitch, and attacked him with their fists. This was a big mistake on their part, because the policeman struck again, this time with his fist. It seems that the criminal had forgotten how expensive dental services are. The police officers in the car did not even get out to help their colleague. The criminal and his henchmen were scattered on the ground, collecting their teeth, which was not an easy task. Then the criminal reached into the inside pocket of his red jacket. He pulled out a knife and started threatening the policeman, calling him a piece of feces and promising to kill him. The policeman calmly asked him, "Are you going to kill me? Have you ever killed anyone?" The criminal replied that he had, and promised that the policeman would be next. However, the cop came closer, took his hand with the knife and said, "Quiet. You've never killed anyone, because your eyes don't look like a killer's." This made the criminal even angrier, and he said he had enough strength to kill. "Then go ahead and kill me," the policeman said calmly. The policeman grabbed the criminal's hand with the knife and brought it right up to his heart. The criminal could only strike, but his emotions began to change. The policeman pulled the knife closer and closer to his body, almost bringing it to his neck. The only thing you could see in the criminal's eyes was extreme fear. If the criminal wasn't ready to kill the cop would kill him. Those were the rules. Hearing about these rules, the criminal opened his eyes wide. There was a ringing sound as the knife fell out of his hands and hit the ground. The criminal was very frightened, jumped to his feet and asked the policeman who he was. "What do you mean, who?" the policeman asked, putting his hand on the criminal's shoulder. "I'm the one who catches scum like you," the policeman replied and squeezed the criminal's shoulder hard. The policemen in the car were watching. They saw the thief screaming loudly and the cop looking him straight in the eye with an iron gaze. A week ago, in the port of Incheon, a shadow fell on a container that was transporting goods by sea. Hands gripped 2 iron beams to open the container. The man opened the container and inside were people wiping knife blades and some holding axes. A killer nicknamed Bright December opened the door and asked everyone if they were all there. The killer, nicknamed October, who was sitting and sharpening a knife, asked why they had come so late. He went on to ask December if he was on board because this was his last mission. October also wanted to know what the case was. All the scoundrels turned to him and began to look at him very carefully. Their faces were full of murder and treachery. They sat there smiling, and a man appeared behind Bright December and threw a chain around his neck. He swung at the chain, but as soon as it touched his neck, his hand was intercepted and the chain broke. This caused the man behind him who had thrown the chain to lose his balance. As he lost his balance, he fell to the floor, and Bright December had no choice but to finish him off by pulling on the jangling chain. Turning his head to the others in the container, he asked, "What is this? Why are they putting a chain on me?" "It's work," the most disgusting of them replied. "A job, namely an elimination mission. he added, and began to smile. The mission to eliminate the legendary killer of Bright December had begun, and everyone rushed to him. He stood on the edge of the container, looking like he was about to be demolished by the crowd, because every criminal had a weapon. All Bright December had was a chain to fend off these scum. Bright December pulled one of the attackers closer with the chain and kneed him in the head, knocking the knife out of his hand. The next attacker, armed with an axe, was already at Yaskravyi Grudnyan's head. Knowing the techniques of kickboxing and Muay Thai, Grudny delivered a high kick that sent the killer flying backwards so that his ear rang. The attacker flew to his fellow soldier, who was already on the floor, and Bright December continued to destroy the attackers. He threw the chain around one of them again and pulled sharply. Once behind him, December tightened the chain so that it was impossible to escape. He pulled so hard that the veins in the back of the man's head popped out from the high blood pressure and lack of blood flow. Then Gruden pulled even harder, and the chain broke. The attacker with the white hair was the smartest and did not rush at Grudnya with the others, but stayed back, waiting. He watched as Bright December dealt with each attacker. Finally, it was his turn. December killed them all, and they lay on the floor like a bunch of fools. But the white-haired man had a different plan, and with a smile he reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. From the pocket he pulled out a pistol, even though he had always said he didn't have much respect for them. Keeping the muzzle pointed at Bright December, he explained that it was an order from his boss. He had to get rid of the unnecessary ones. He added that he uses the gun when he doesn't want to bother cleaning. Bright December was only surprised by one thing, that it was an order from his boss. After all, he had been told before that this would be his last mission, after which it would all be over. October told him that he could ask him that in hell. He was confident he would be able to take the shot. Bright December jumped at him, almost grabbing the muzzle of the gun with his hand to deflect it aside. Then a shot rang out, and blood flew across the walls of the container, staining everything red. Japanese themes have always impressed me with their beauty. A monk is engaged in religious rites, praying in front of a Buddha statue. Near his fingers, which are burning and blowing smoke into the air, there is a card with a picture of a man with an umbrella and a frog next to him. While praying, the monk heard the phone ring. He took it out to see who was calling. He saw that it was October calling and immediately asked if everything was ready. The answer was, yes, everything is done. But the voice was wrong, and the monk took the phone away from his ear, noticing something strange. Bright December had dealt with October and managed to intercept his gun, ending the life of his opponent. He took his phone and called the monk, calling him a piece of dirt. The monk did not expect to hear the voice of Bright December. He explained that he was about to light incense and asked how December had learned about this ancient rite. He realized that the monk was in the temple. That's where I have to be, the monk explained. But will Bright December be able to get through all the guards standing outside the temple? The monk heard words on the phone. Open up, I'm right outside the door. Bright December stood right in front of a whole group of ruthless killers and thugs, confident that he would pass through them in a moment. He threw the phone on the floor and said quietly to himself, "If you don't come, I'll open it." All of the attackers stood with sharp knives, ready to attack, despite the fact that they knew Bright December. He approached the largest of them, the chief guard, who informed him that the bodhisattva was preparing for the ceremony. But December only wanted to send this bodhisattva away. He steals children and turns them into killers. How can someone who makes a living from murder be called a deity? The guard had no answer to these words of Grudnya, but he was ready to serve his boss, so he gripped his axe tighter and swung at Bright December. The axe flew right over December's head, but he skillfully dodged, and with his right hand pierced the guard's liver so that there was probably nothing left. Grudny showed real rage, because he had been trained to kill since childhood. He had given up everything for revenge and was now ready to destroy everyone in his path. Abandoning himself, he ruthlessly killed everyone who stood in his way to become a monk. He gave up the usual life of an ordinary person. He even renounced his family. Fighting with everyone, he felt a knife in his back, turned his head and saw that it was a woman who stabbed him. But the rage did not leave him. He ignored the pain from the knife, clutched his knife and continued to kill. Now the monk wanted to take his life, despite everything he had given up for him. The monk held the muzzle of the gun to his head and heard the words, "You promised that you would let me live an ordinary life." He knelt down and told the monk that after this mission, I would be able to live like a normal person. "You gave me a promise," he shouted, hitting his head against the barrel of the gun, showing all his emotions. The monk replied in a calm voice that he was living a normal life now. Leaning closer, the monk explained to Bright December that sooner or later, every ordinary person meets death face to face. These are the laws of life. There will be no other way. Bright December did not understand what the monk was talking about. and just kept looking at the barrel of the gun. Namu Amitabha, the monk said, which meant, returning to the Buddha after death. And Bright December was sure that he would have the opportunity to take revenge. Even from the depths of hell, he was ready to climb out to take revenge. "Hey, wake up, wake up!" He heard the words and opened one eye. 3 policemen were standing in front of him, watching him lying in a hospital bed. When he saw them, he screamed loudly, "Cops!" They did not understand what was wrong with him, because the doctor said he might have temporary memory loss. The girl came closer and asked him, "Kim Kyung-soo, come to your senses quickly." But he didn't even know who Kim Kyung-soo was. She was shocked and explained to him that it was him. The second policeman handed him his ID and asked him to look in the mirror. They were at the Ilsan police station. On the wall among all the officers was his photo with the caption, "Kim Kyung-soo." Kim Kyung-soo. Reading carefully and looking at the photo, he could not believe it. The legendary killer Bright December. It used to be written under his photo. And now he is a police officer. A long and interesting adventure about his life. How he was reborn and became a policeman awaits. He woke up after death, and he became a police officer. Even he can't believe it. He holds his license and a mirror in his hands, looking back and forth, and realizes that it's true. The legendary killer Bright December, after being betrayed by his organization, he was reborn in the body of a policeman, instead of taking revenge. Instead of taking revenge, he received a slap so hard that his cheek began to bleed. "Asshole Kim Yu-sung," his partner called him after slapping him. The situation unfolds. The 2 partners are standing, and next to them, on their knees, a girl with her face pressed to the ground is in severe pain. And it just so happens that this idiot is now him. He looks in the mirror and can't believe that this has actually happened. He also can't believe that he tried to kill himself. He heard it from his colleagues, and just sat on the bed in a stupor, while they stood by and explained to him that he shouldn't do that. It was good that at least the rope broke. The girl was the most angry about it and called Kim a fool. She also asked him if he could have changed something by writing down the names of these bastards. Kim did not understand what she was talking about and asked her about it. She told him about the suicide note. In the suicide note, he left the names of his superiors and wrote, "I suffered as a police officer. The worst was from Hwang Jong-min and Hwang Jong-chang, these assholes," followed by an ellipsis. Senior Patrolman Hwang Jong-min and Senior Patrolman Hwang Jong-chan stood in his room and couldn't understand what was wrong with this rookie. An argument broke out between them. One of them was arguing to Kim Kyung-soo that his parents were criminals who committed suicide after the crime. His appeal was aimed at whether Kim decided to follow the same path. The son of criminals became a police officer. The policeman then added that if Kim was going to say goodbye to his life, he should have done it in silence. "Why did you even write that note? Why did you write our names?" he asked, standing in front of Kim, waving his hand. The policeman was very surprised by what happened next. Kim intercepted the hand that was about to deliver another slap, squeezing it tightly. He believed that as a superior officer, Kim had no right to contradict him and should simply take the blow. He turned to the kneeling girl. "Do you see this?" She answered, "Yes, sir." He asked her if she could confirm the attempted assault on the senior officer, but she turned her head away and said she could not see anything. Coming closer, he squatted in front of her, taking her red hair in his hand, and said he would help her up. His face was full of cunning and insidiousness. He mocked his co-workers as he looked at Kim, who called him a jerk. Kim then asked, "What kind of a mess did you make?" The policeman got up, ran over, and tried to hit him again, but his hand was in Kim's again. Kim squeezed it so hard that the veins in the attacker's arm bulged with pain. The attacker started screaming in pain, his body filled with pain. Other colleagues could not believe that a senior officer was being humiliated right before their eyes. With loud shouts of, "Let me go!" he tried in vain to get free of Kim. Kim, with his fist clenched, holds out his index and middle fingers, ready to pierce the carotid artery. He punches the policeman, and he instantly stares up and then returns to normal. The punch was so fast that the policeman's cap fell off. Now the policeman is very afraid of Kim and addresses him as brother, asking, "What's the matter?" Kim steps forward, and the sole of his shoe is right in front of the cunning policeman's face. All he has to do is step on it, and he will feel the pain. All the colleagues crawled closer to see where Kim would step. His foot steps on the policeman's most painful spot, right on the bells, and presses down hard. Tears come out of the policeman's eyes from the pain, and saliva comes out of his mouth. The pain is so intense that he can only scream loudly. Even the policemen he used to humiliate look at him with pity. The picture becomes clear. The mean policemen are lying on the floor, and the good ones are being protected by Kim. The girl points at Kim with her finger and says only one word after seeing what she has seen. She calls Kim a murderer, and he looks at her and doesn't understand why, because he was trying to protect her. Senior Officer Choi Chin-Chin-ha is very angry and cannot contain his emotions, ordering everyone to disperse. He has gathered all the police officers together, wanting to find out why Kim raised his hand to his colleague and even hit the senior officer. The latter is now standing in front of the officer, holding his stomach and trembling. The officer reprimands Kim and asks him again, "Did you think an officer couldn't be fired?" Kim hears the officer promise to personally take care of his release. After that, Kim sits on a bench outside and quietly discusses all of his colleagues, calling them a bunch of shit. The situation turned out to be very unclear, where he should have remained a hero. But injustice reigns in this world, especially in the police. After the conversation, they were walking down the corridor, and a girl asked him if he was crazy when he started beating the older man, even though it was just self-defense on his part. The other partner asked if he had forgotten that they were being covered by a senior general, which interested Kim. He repeated his partner's words with a question. "A senior general?" He continued, "Yes, the senior general. And the senior general has a whole mugunhwa flower." However, all of his colleagues were already on his side and wishing him safe travels home, saying that everyone would miss him, waving. Now Kim understood why the police could not catch their group when he was a gangster. They are rotten from the inside. Their boss has a whole mugunhwa. He even thought that he would rather be reborn in the body of a pig than someone of higher rank. A little girl and her mother were walking in the park and noticed a policeman. It was very impressive for her because she was small and didn't see them that often, but Kim did not even pay attention to them. He took off his hat and looked at the police badge, trying to find some advantages in it, and began to remember himself as a little boy, who he was then and how he became a gangster. His little body, this little defenseless boy, was standing in the rain. It was raining heavily, and a man approached him. "Hey, child," and he stretched out his hand to him. It was a giant monk who invited him to come with him. He saw the giant figure of the man in front of him and froze, while the rain ran down his face. Several decades passed, and this little defenseless boy turned into a serious killer of Bright December, who was a member of one of the top murder gangs. "Bikvan," came a word behind him. He turned his head back. The reflection of his eyes showed something. This something was the muzzle of a gun pointed directly at him. The monk was ready to fire, pulling the trigger with his finger and saying the words, "Namu Amitabul." His hand did not flinch, and a bullet flew out of the muzzle of the gun. A noose made of rope can take a life only if you put your head in it. It is the finish line in the lives of those who want to stop going on. Kim could not believe that he tried to do this, holding in his hands in the office a piece of the rope he wanted to end his life with, and was only saved by the fact that it broke. On the desk was a book called Introduction to the Police Service. Next to it was a photo from his childhood, of the boy who was abandoned by his parents. He was experiencing betrayal by the team and trying to take his own life. He looked at the photo very carefully, holding it in front of his eyes for about 5 minutes. However, life must go on, and this is a chance to start a new life. We see the Genjido Western Police Station in front of us. 2 big stars are right on the shoulder straps, indicating the highest rank. Hong Jun has the rank of Senior General, and he is sitting and reading carefully. He read that Hwaguksa Temple was closed and heard words behind him. "It's been a long time." "How have you been?" came the next question from the man. The man, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and a face mask, approached the general from behind. "What's wrong?" the general asked, starting to turn his head quickly. But he shouldn't have made any sudden movements because the pen was right next to his carotid artery. The man said he needed to talk. "Who are you?" the general asked, sitting with the pen at his neck. "Bright December," the man said, and he could hear the light breathing from under his mask. Now the 2 of them are in the office, and the general has no choice but to talk. Hearing this from the boy, the general called his words a lie, which was understandable. "Are you Bright December? And you want to tell me that you were killed and reborn in the body of an officer?" The general asked again when he heard the boy's story, adding that no one would believe this absurdity. But the boy didn't ask to be believed, and he told the general so. He only added that it was a threat. The general listened attentively and looked him straight in the eye. "But we need to make a deal," the guy said, addressing the general by name. Then he continued that he could help the police get rid of the Hwaguksa Temple. This interested the general, and he looked surprised. But he continued and asked Bright December, "Who are you?" He replied that he had already introduced himself. The general was holding a tape recorder that recorded their entire conversation. The general continued, saying that he did not think it was worth discussing the Hwaguksa Temple here, with his finger on the recorder. But his plan failed, as loud noises began to emanate from under the table where the recorder was, and it was hard not to hear them. The guy heard these sounds from the recorder and turned to the senior general. What's going on here? After that, Kim repeated what he had already emphasized. I'm not asking for a favor, he said to the general's face. The policemen who had been on the way to the general's door were now lying against the wall, some on the floor. They were all scattered and unconscious after Kim had passed them. Confirming his words that he was not asking for a favor, but threatening. The general reached out to him to tell him that it was time to stop this nonsense, but his words were cut off by Kim's. 3 years ago, he continued. 3 years ago, you promised me. They looked at each other intently, recalling the past. 3 years ago, the general, then police chief Hong Ji-jun, was sitting under a wall in the rain. A person with an umbrella appeared, recognized him, and addressed him. It was a man wearing a mask and a beautiful tuxedo who introduced himself as Bright December. The general immediately realized that this man was from Hwaguksa Temple. Bright December told him that he had heard that the general had been chasing the monk for a long time and was the first to get this close. Bright December was loyal to the monk, and it was through him that the monk conveyed greetings to the general. He said that the monk was not interested in an old man like the general. Bright December pulled out a penknife, pushed a button, and the blade came out, ending up near the general's neck. This knife was hidden at the end of the umbrella that Bright December was holding. The general asked to wait. Then he started crying and did not hold back his emotions because he did not want to die. Bright December took off his mask. He leaned closer to the general and asked him to promise him something. If you fulfill this, I will save your life, he promised the general. It was then that Bright December asked the general to put the slippery bastard in jail and give him 3 life sentences, because he had to pay back. The general didn't understand what was going on, because they were from the same clan, and he asked questions to which he received only one answer. Do you, general, like monks? Bright December put his face mask back on and said he hated them. After that, he called the monks fools. And now, sitting at the table, he took off his hood and reminded the general that he had promised that night. But it seems he hadn't kept his word. Kim looked at the general's shoulders. He noticed 2 stars there and realized that he must have been promoted in 3 years, suggesting that the general was more interested in his own promotion than in keeping his promise. This was not good, and Kim reached for his pen again, holding it at the general's neck. The words rang out in the general's office. Die. And Kim, who was Bright December at heart, looked at the general coldly. It's not that I didn't want to, I just couldn't, the general said, and jumped back on the couch, putting his hand out in front of Kim. The general added that he had raised his rank so that it would be easier to gather information at the top. He continued to justify himself to Kim, saying that it would be easier with this information. The case is being reviewed by generals, and it concerns a clan of killers. One civil servant was holding a folder with the case, carefully reading what was written there. They raised the issue of Monk Yu-hwa, considering him as the head of the murderer's clan. His picture hangs on the wall, and the general points to it with a pointer saying, he looks exactly like this. But all the other representatives just laughed back and said that Hwaguksa Temple was a national cultural treasure. The officer tried his best to prove that their department had investigated and found a lot of evidence. However, he was constantly interrupted by his superiors. Each one asked him to stop, and the officer could not object to the generals. The most important one addressed him with a warning. He warned him that if he did not stop talking about it, he would simply be fired. The officer stood in a stupor near the project board and could not answer anything. The general said in a calm tone that he should not get involved in religion. After that, the investigation was stopped. The general explained to Kim how it happened when he was an officer, and added that the investigation was stopped not by him, but by the leadership. He took out 2 notebooks, put them on the table, and asked Kim to look at them. This was the work of his team, who had been working tirelessly. Kim took the notebooks and began to read the documents carefully, turning page after page. After that, he threw the folders on the table and said that it was no wonder this messy investigation was stopped. But he added that there was still valuable information here. So be it. I will keep you alive, Kim added. Then he leaned closer to the general and asked, Why did you exhale? I said goodbye, he continued, his gaze piercing the general's eyes. Then he leaned back on the couch, acting as if he were at home because he could afford it. And with a smile he said that he would help the general not to die by his own hands. He saluted and said hopefully, I hope we get along. The general just looked into Kim's eyes and was afraid to hear anything else from him. Meanwhile, the weather was nice outside, and a bird was sitting on a sprig of pine needles, singing its songs. Not far away was the Ilsan police station. Inside was a red-haired policewoman and her colleague next to her. They were sitting at their computers and working. There was a loud crash and the door flew open with a kick. The colleagues jumped up, not realizing what had happened and who had burst into the police station like that. No one else but Kim could have done this. He raised his hand and greeted them. Good morning, he said. "What the fuck?" his colleagues asked, jumping up to ask him, very surprised that he hadn't been fired. Another policeman jumped out of his office, opened the door, and asked again, "What's the noise?" When he saw who it was, he was even more surprised and asked, "Who is that?" "Kim Yu-sung," he said in surprise, looking directly at him, unable to believe that he was here. He called him an asshole and said he wasn't here anymore, but Kim asked where the senior officers were. The man said they were on sick leave, and then gritted his teeth and asked him to get out of here. Kim stood there silently and continued to stare at him, not answering. Then a very important person appeared behind them and silenced everyone. The leader's lower jaw dropped. He was looking at the stars on this person's shoulder straps. It was a lieutenant colonel whom no one expected to see, but he had come to do some business. Everyone began to salute him, wishing him well and raising their hands to the visors. "What brings you here?" the officer asked curiously. The lieutenant colonel put his hand on Kim's shoulder and said that he had come to see where their Kyung-soo was working. The officer was even more surprised and asked how the lieutenant colonel knew Officer Kim Kyung-soo. Everyone was eagerly waiting for his answer. The lieutenant colonel stroked Kim's head, where he was wearing a cap, pointed at him and said to everyone, "You can say that this is my savior." After that, he asked everyone to take care of him. There are trash cans near each branch, where everyone goes for a smoke break to smoke a cigarette and drink coffee. Kim went out with this man and they were having a smoke break. Kim asked him, "It must be nice to have a high rank, right?" The man smoked a cigarette and asked Kim if he was no longer needed here. But Kim raised his hand and asked him for a favor. It was already night outside and it was getting dark. Against the backdrop of the full moon, every bat that was sleeping wrapped itself in its wings and hung upside down on the branches. The monk continued to pray in front of the card. As he was saying the words of prayer, he heard someone appear from the side. He turned his head back and asked, "Who is it?" And behind him in the doorway, he could only see the shadow of a man. "I am the one who does not forgive offenses," he heard in response. The monk saw this man start to come out of the shadow of the door. It was bright December. "A departed soul," he told the monk, introducing himself. The smoke stick that had been burning during his prayer began to fly at speed toward bright December as the monk grabbed it and threw it. They flew like arrows toward the boy and were already near his head. The mask on his face almost collided with these three sharp sticks that were flying at the speed of light. But the speed of light is the reaction of bright December, and he dodged them. They got stuck behind his back. They got stuck and started to slowly release smoke, spreading the aroma throughout the room. A monk should not forgive a Buddha. That was bright December's position, and he wanted to tell the monk that. "Mask, who are you?" the monk asked. In response, he heard, "I told you, I am a departed soul." Then he snapped his fingers, signaling danger. Men in tuxedos began to come out from behind the walls and every dark corner in the room, and it became immediately clear that they were the killers. The monk wished him a happy journey to paradise when 5 healthy murderers were standing in front of him. The man prays that his men will kill Kim. Nadezhda watches, believing that the boy's life will be over. But as soon as the first attacker rushed in with a knife, Kim reacted instantly. His movements became lightning fast. He dodges and strikes 4 quick blows. The knife falls out of the attacker's hands and falls right into Kim's hands. To defeat everyone, you need to be stronger than everyone else. Kim stands in a fighting stance, demonstrating his incredible speed. When an enemy with an axe comes to fight, Kim puts his hand under the blow and swings the knife, trusting the sharpness of the blade. After the fight with the axe murderer, Kim rushes past 3 armed opponents, leaves a note for each of them, and then gives them a ticket to hell. They fail to meet the requirements of life, and only 2 men remain who do not look confident. The monk can now only hope for a miracle that these 2 will save him. But it doesn't happen, and Kim, overcome with emotion and a thirst for revenge, continues on his way. He sees right through the monk, not looking away from his eyes, which are blazing red with anger and rage. The monk shouts, "Stop!" loudly, trying to stop Kim. For a moment there was silence. They looked at each other. Kim began to realize that everything was happening exactly as he had planned. He can't record anything because of the plug that Mai has installed right in his mask. Standing with 1 foot on the unconscious killer and holding a knife painted red in his hand, Kim asked what they would do next. It seems to him that many more souls are waiting for peace. The monk just listens and thinks, what if it goes wrong? Kim explains that if it goes wrong, they will all turn into ghosts, just like him. After that, the monk raises his hand, ordering those who are left to stand. The monk doesn't know who sent him, but he thinks that this person is dealing with evil spirits, and the mask is giving him no peace. He asks Kim to come closer. Kim approaches, and the monk wants to look at his face. Behind him, the Buddha statue begins to gain energy. Kim tells him not to worry, he just came to say hello. He adds that the monk will soon find out who he is and advises him to prepare his head for execution. Kim forgot to tell the monk something else important. The monk still has a lot of training to do. At that moment, the monk quickly pushes off the ground and flies towards Kim with his hand outstretched. His hand is already on the mask on Kim's face. All the mercenaries who were nearby were blinded by the explosion that occurred inside the room where the monk and Kim were standing. The smoke that came out was like tear gas, and everyone started to cry. The mercenaries immediately started asking their master if he was okay. The smoke cleared, and his silhouette appeared with Kim's mask in his hand, covering his nose with his other hand. He told his men that everything was fine, but Kim had already disappeared, leaving only the door open. The muscles in his arms began to squeeze the mask harder out of anger at Kim's escape. In a moment, the mask cracked and broke into small pieces. He turned back to the room where the unconscious or dead bodies stood, contemplating what had just happened. Behind him, another stick was smoking, and there was a monument to Buddha. He looked closely at what he saw, especially to the card he was praying on and the smoking stick that was soothing with its smoke. The streets of the park are crowded with people enjoying the beautiful weather and the beautiful day. On a bench sits a man with disheveled hair and a tired look, indicating a sleepless night. Kim approached him and noted that they hadn't seen each other for only a day. But the man looked much older. The man explained that it was because of Kim, and added that he had a lot of problems now. He began to talk about the attack on the police, the noise and the missing tear gas, which caused him many difficulties. The man began to accuse Kim of not even realizing how difficult it would be to hide it all. But Kim defended himself by saying that if they had caught the perpetrator earlier, none of this would have happened. The man explained that they now had evidence and planned to team up with the prosecutor's office, but Kim interrupted him, saying that they just needed to catch the criminal and all the difficulties would disappear. They continued to talk, unable to contain their emotions. Kim said, "I didn't just kill people. I only killed those who were supposed to die within a year." He clenched his fist in front of the man and said, "The proof of this is your life," alluding to the time he gave him life. "Listen, Bright December," the man said. He added that no one has the right to decide who is destined to die and who deserves to live. Everyone should be judged by the laws of society. In response, Kim suggested that this idiot would be given a suspended sentence. "Even if we can't catch 10 criminals, we can't allow any miscarriage of justice," he said. "You can conclude from this that we need solid evidence." "Ah, damn evidence," Kim said and held his left hand to his head. It was very hard for him to hear this from his superior, and he thought to himself, maybe it's time to create my own department? "You're an officer, but technically you're not a real officer yet," the man explained. "What kind of department can we talk about?" But Kim was the strongest of them all, and that was the only reason he could do whatever he wanted. However, the man explained that this was not possible. There was a certain hierarchy in the police system. Kim had a question about how high he needed to go to create his own team. The man explained that you need to get a small mugungwa. Then you need to work harder and get down to business faster to get promoted as soon as possible, Kim concluded. However, the man reassured Kim, calling him a fool and asking him not to create problems for himself. When he said that, he folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that Kim was no longer there. Where did he go? He thought. Meanwhile, at the police station, Ilsan, she heard a question next to her. What do you have to do to get promoted? Before she could answer, however, the criminal who had been there first shouted, "Bring a beer!" The redhead thought Kim had regained his memory, but he didn't even realize it. She explained to him that he had to take a test, and the drunken girl, who they wanted to detain for a day, clung to Kim. "Exams or whatever. I want a drink." That's the only way she spoke when she was drunk. Kim had heard that he had to serve a whole year to pass the test. She began to yell even louder at the police, saying that they had poor service, apparently because they didn't give her a drink. Ken-hee wondered why Kim was questioning her like that, and she had a question for him. "Do you want to get a star faster?" Kim didn't lie and answered, "That would be great." She tried to calm him down and asked him to pull himself together, because an ordinary officer needs to work for at least 10 years to get a mugungwa. The next question was from Kim. "Even if you are a senior lieutenant colonel?" The girl explained that testing for promotion is only formal. "Is there another way?" he asked, impatiently waiting for an answer. She told him about a special promotion, and this topic became super interesting to him. He wanted to know more about it. "If you can catch serious criminals and show good results, you can get a special promotion," she continued. They didn't have that much time for that, so they just did what they were told, dealing with simple complaints. Even while they were talking, Her partner approached her and asked her to check something. She quickly turned, said, "Okay," and continued talking to Kim. She thought for a moment, imagining that someday they would be able to catch a special criminal. There were 3 criminals in their department right now. One was lying on the floor drunk, asking for a drink, and 2 were arguing with a police officer, and Kim was blown away like a wind. On the streets of China, the girl holds an older man's hand who is able to pay for a wonderful evening. A little further away, under the same club, a few guys are pressuring a man and fighting over some issues. Behind them, a person appears to whom everyone is paying attention. It is a police officer who had only one question. Why should a police officer prepare for some tests when his job is to catch criminals? He realized that he had to make an effort to achieve this. That's why he ended up on the street, where theft and many other crimes happen with impunity. His goal now was to get a special promotion. He was going to do it soon. All people in the world can be divided into 3 types. One of them is former fraudsters who hide a lot of secrets behind them. There are also people who have broken the law in a minor way, for example, running a red light or riding a scooter through a red light. Well, some trivial things. But in any case, there seems to be only one thing. There are not many of them, those who break the law. Among all these people, Kim is looking for only one thing. He is not interested in petty offenses or call girls who drive up to drunk people. He's not interested in petty crimes. He wants real criminal cases, or even something much more serious, so that he can be promoted immediately. He looks around the club, trying to spot something suspicious. His eyes fall on a hand holding out a card to a red-headed girl. He notices that there is something very interesting on this card. It's a sticker that can be hung around the neck or another part of the body, and it catches his attention. Kim notices a man offering this card to a girl and realizes that the prey is at hand. The club, as always, is full of drugs, alcohol, and girls, and music, which adds life to the whole picture. But when the music stops, everyone turns to the person who turned it off, and the DJ addresses the crowd. "Dear brothers and sisters, what do you want?" he continued to ask, and added another question. "Are you still alive after yesterday?" The only shouts from the crowd were "Shampusik," and everyone waved at the DJ. The girl explained that 1 bottle of champagne would make them all rock out. The DJ saw the fire in their eyes and was pleased with how he was able to create this atmosphere with the help of music. He was controlling the hearts of the girls and everyone else who gathered to party, their pulse and mood. The girls were very hungry for drinks, and he lined them up, asking them to open their mouths wider, calling them beauties. Then the DJ turned to all the men, asking if their hips were sore and why they hadn't given the girls a painkiller yet. He threw the patches right into the crowd, and everyone happily caught them. He took 2 bottles of champagne and began to splash it on everyone. Now he offered to give everyone a hot night, but a voice interrupted him asking, "A hot night? You're a comedian." The champagne no longer splashes on everyone in the crowd, and the DJ looks intently at the hooded man who said that. Kim held a painkiller in his hand and offered the DJ to wait for the hot prison porridge. "What's the matter, bro? Chains bothering you?" the bartender asked, offering him a cool thing, not knowing he was an officer. He brought the card closer to his face and was ready to explain to everyone what the cards were. Kim called them simple drugs. Everyone started to look at him in surprise and couldn't believe that they had been slipped drugs so easily. The DJ laughed when he heard this. The DJ asked Kim, "Who do you think you are and why are you talking nonsense like it's your business?" However, Kim started to unbutton the jacket he was wearing. Under the jacket was a police uniform. Kim took it off and said, "I'm a police officer." DJ asked the security guard how a police mutt got in, but the guard did not have time to answer because in 2 seconds a bottle of alcohol flew into his face, breaking his nose. Kim has strong arms and throws well. The guard and the DJ continued to talk quietly, and Kim suggested that they look for him behind bars. But this story did not scare the DJ. He just got angry and called Kim a bastard. Then he and the security guard started running off the stage. Kim broke through the crowd, trying to catch up with them. DJ was running and yelling to his bodyguards and others that there was a police dog. He ran into a corridor where there was a trolley with painkillers, or rather drugs. A man in a tuxedo, a DJ, ordered him to hide everything and run away. He kept running, and the body of one of the guards fell out of the door. It seems that Kim quickly broke through the crowd and is already dealing with everyone who stands in his way, kicking them like New Year's gifts. Anyone who gets in his way stays down. The guard's hand pulls the door handle, trying to open it. DJ panics, shouting loudly at him to open it quickly, because Kim will soon appear behind him. But on the other side of the door, a chair is propping up the door lock, so the door cannot be opened. Near the chair are the bodies of the guards who were unable to deal with someone. And now Kim appears behind them and addresses them, attracting their attention. They all turn and start looking at him closely. Kim asked them if they had decided to go out in superhero costumes or what was going on. DJ was very surprised that Kim came alone. Although Kim didn't care, DJ probably thought that if there were more of them, they were stronger. He couldn't put on his pants because of some lone mongrel, which is what he thought Kim was, and ran away thinking that a whole pack was chasing him. He calmed down a bit and turned to his guards, who were standing behind him, looking really strong. Kim noticed that one of the guards was doing something interesting. He pulled out a painkiller patch from his jacket that was painted red. I wonder why this card is red. The guards stick the patches on their necks and close their eyes while doing so. Near the cards, giant veins begin to appear on the guards' necks, and then make their way to their faces. Their bodies gained great strength, which surprised even Kim himself. He saw what was happening to them as if they were possessed by a demon. DJ was sure that his men would make minced meat out of the policemen, but a powerful left punch to the face of one of the guards made his brain shake so much that even his tuxedo didn't help. The guard flew right behind his partner. The blow was so hard that no one could stay on their feet after that. Kim warned them that it was better to keep their mouths shut at such moments. But this security guard won't be able to do that, because now he has no teeth because of the blow. Or maybe he has some left, but he'll have to pick them up on the floor after it's over, if he survives. DJ hears Kim's words. You shouldn't keep the pain inside. And he sees the guard's blood flying in all directions, leaving a splatter next to him. In fear, he falls to the back and sits still. He doesn't know what to say, nor does he know what to do now. Like the last miserable dog that no one is afraid of, he addresses the officer as his father. DJ offers to talk like civilized people, asking if he can help in any way and promising to give everything. But Kim asks if this is true, if he can really give him everything he wants. DJ offers different options: girls, money, drugs. He adds that he can give him as much as he wants, but that's not what Kim wants, and he loudly declares that he wants a special promotion. I only want a special promotion, he says, coming closer and reaching out with cold eyes to the DJ's face. After that, a girl is seen on the news saying that drug lords were arrested last night in one of Ilson's clubs. The reporter continues. People in the country are concerned about the availability of drugs. A high-ranking civil servant, having watched the news report, tells Kim that he has done a good job. He calls Kim Corporal Kim Kyung-soo, and he is already standing in his new uniform. He then asks Kim if an officer should quit his job and do whatever he wants. Well, actually, I'm already a corporal, Kim explains. He continues the conversation, which he doesn't understand, and asks the man to look at this, placing something wrapped in several layers of leaves on the table. It is a leaf wrapped in several layers, a leaf from a tree. But these are drugs from the crime scene. The criminals probably hid them in a safe, Kim explains. Unfolding the leaf, there were blue crystals, and there were a lot of them. Kim asked the older man if it reminded him of anything. And this red band-aid that you put on your skin? Yes, it's the goddess Phoenix, the body of a muscled large man wearing a cock mask holding the sticker. The sticker is glued to the chest, and the whole body is covered with veins. If you put 2 of these stickers on, it hurts a lot for the person who is holding it. The pain permeates every cell of the body. Ilson is under police control. They were about to put another sticker on the body of a man who is suffering, but this man came to them and asked, "Why are you standing up? Why are you looking? Don't look. Put another one on," he suggested, and one of the guards picked up the sticker to stick it on. The man was already in so much pain that he just couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, "Goddess Phoenix, have mercy on me, it's enough." The pressure from the veins in his face and body was beyond the limits of acceptable. She sat on the expensive sofa and just watched as everything exploded. He could no longer live. His veins could not take it. She was enjoying this spectacle. Her whole body was covered with these adhesive plasters. She was sure that Kim was dead and October was punished. She was someone who did not like to do things. She didn't like to give orders. She had the mask of this very group on her face. On her phone, she had an open photo of Kim. She was looking at it, realizing that she would have to deal with the damn police. Corporal Kim explains that November Phoenix, better known as Brightwash, is a dirty, addicted bitch. Training in a new body can be both good and bad, but he liked it because he was in good shape. He was even able to stand on his hands, and eventually on one hand, upside down. His body was pumped up, all his muscles looked very good. Strength, flexibility, and endurance. He kept a balance in everything. He could even go beyond the limit of what was possible and stand on 2 fingers. But to get rid of the Bodhisattva and his gang, to wipe them off the face of the earth, you need to work, you need to train. To train without a break. To constantly look at a photo of himself, where he was in the past, weak, and to train even more, so that he could fall on his back and barely breathe from the weight. He did it every night to be strong, to dominate, to look cool. And every time he laid down after a workout, he felt like it wasn't enough. "Do you have a minute to spare?" the guys would ask him, calling him Senior Patrolman Kim Kyung-soo. He looked at them with a stony face, as if they were making fun of him, and did not understand what was going on. They sat on the smoking area and continued to talk. To stop their joking, he asked, "Do you want a promotion too?" Their faces lit up with hope, and they answered, "Yes." But why were they talking to him, he asked himself. "Well, because you're the boss," he said. But it came from the girl. The man tried to correct the situation and said, No, you were just recently promoted. If Kim needs help, he can contact us anytime," they offered, assuring him that they would do their best. In his eyes, they looked like children, laughing. Only Kyung-hee remained stony-faced. But he asked them a counter-question. "Why do I need your help?" They began to explain that they had always been on his side. But Kim explained that he couldn't remember anything due to memory loss. The girl decided to remind him that they had endured punishment together, visited him in the hospital, and did everything for him. Another man came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. "Aren't we your comrades?" he asked. It was raining heavily. The drops fell on the Chinese architecture, surprising with their beauty. He stood holding a black umbrella, wearing a black tuxedo and polished black shoes. "Are you Bright December?" someone asked behind him. "Are you the killer who chooses his own victims?" The person who appeared behind him continued to ask. His body was covered with tattoos and he was impressive with his muscles. "Why are you even considered the best among us?" The two killers, who were members of the group, asked him. They didn't want to see Bright December and told him so directly. Listening to every drop of rain falling to the ground, he turned in their direction and began to look at them carefully. "Bodhisattva," came the words in front of him. It was she, Yarka Pomoyka, who addressed him, characterizing him as someone who loves only his brother December. She admitted that she was choking on envy and reached for the mask on her face, gradually taking it off. He watched silently and waited. She took off her mask, and her face was veined with the drugs she had used. Then she asked, "Why don't they just get rid of him?" The girl and her colleagues listened to Kim's address. "My comrades, my dear comrades." He even calls them children, and they rejoice like real children, looking at him with hope in their eyes. He was angry with them because they called him a comrade. This was unacceptable to him, and he was sure that they should be promoted immediately and then address him as such. Where do you see ordinary patrol officers calling a corporal with 2 stars their comrade? The girl was so outraged that she started throwing herself at him, and another policeman pulled her away. She called him a selfish jerk and even offered to fight him, despite his position. Their negotiations and conflict were interrupted by a voice nearby asking what they were doing here. They all turned their heads as one and did not expect to see him here. It was their boss, asking why they were hanging around. They wished him well with their hands to the visor. But Kim just sat on the bench and said it with the utmost ease, as if he didn't care at all. He asked them if they were done with their work. He heard them say that they were taking a short break. "I still don't like you, you inferior assholes," he said to them. Then he took a few steps toward Kim, who was sitting on a bench. He patted him on the shoulder and said that everyone else was like that, but he didn't think Kim was. He started to smile and said, "Oh my God," calling Kim the real star of their department, the lucky one. He asked him if he was hurt, and Kim replied that his shoulder hurt a little. The man began to stroke his shoulder, massaging it. A corrupt idiot, Kim thought. Thanks to Kyung-soo, he was hanged. So he bent over, he added to himself. This picture was very interesting to the girl, especially when the senior officer climbed down and kissed the corporal, massaging his shoulder. What are these bastards doing now? She thought. Damn this Kensu, the man thought, and walked next to the policeman. The policeman led him and explained that it would hurt more if he was angry. After you get out of the hospital, it's better not to exert yourself too much, he advised. He was very angry when he thought about Kim and the fact that he had the rank of senior corporal. It even sounded like nonsense to this man, and he thought it was all on purpose. The policeman explained to him that in recent days, everything in the department has been revolving around this idiot. However, he refused to believe it until he saw it for himself. Behind them, a girl in black tights asked if they could show her the way. Hyun, amused by her presence, replied that they didn't know anything themselves and asked her to look it up on her phone. However, his colleague tapped him on the shoulder, asking him to turn around. They both froze when they saw the girl in front of them. She explained that her phone was dead. She looked like a princess, so beautiful. Her skirt gently hugged her waist and hips, and her shirt added to her cuteness. Her white hair and beautiful eyes left a strong impression. The girl repeated once again that her battery was dead, and she couldn't look at her phone because they hadn't answered her the first time. Hyun looked agitated and turned all red. He shouldn't have been so worried. She asked again if they could help her. The guys just kept blushing. Then they both started to fuss, said they could certainly help, and asked her where she was going. She explained that she was looking for the way to Ilsun's ward. They were happy to hear this, because they were also heading there and offered to walk together. The girl was pleased, and she agreed to go with them. Then she asked, "Do you know Kim Kyung-soo?" Their eyes began to twitch with anger. Now they didn't know what to say, but they decided that they needed to see her through and explained that they knew Kim, who was replacing them. Then they asked what she needed from him. The girl explained that she needed to give him something, and if she lost it, he would be angry. The policeman told her that they were already afraid and thought she was dating Kim, and almost changed their minds about helping her. As a thank you, she reached into the paper bag she was holding and started taking out some goodies. They were very tasty buns that she gave them. She said they could have them when they got hungry on the road. November, nicknamed Phoenix. According to data collected by Bright December, she is responsible for all financial crimes in China. They trade drugs that are made with very powerful effects. Because of this, they are called Buddha's tears. The name came from the effect itself. The criminals are afraid of the Bodhisattva's punishment. The drugs are used by the top of the Hwaguksa clan. Meanwhile, at the police station, Kim is getting a massage and hot coffee brought right to his chair by the computer. Their attention is drawn to a girl chewing on a bun with very interesting contents inside in the form of small blue crystals. The two policemen who had shown her the way are now lying unconscious on the asphalt, and next to them are the half-bitten buns she had given them. But she wasn't afraid to eat them herself, and right in front of Kim in the police station she threw one of them at him. She attracted a lot of attention with her appearance, and stood there looking at them. The room fell silent. She came closer to Kim and said out loud, "Oh, I found Corporal Opp," and reached out with her index finger to touch the tip of his nose. She walked in and stood right in front of him, holding a paper bag of gingerbread in her hands. The boys immediately thought she had lost something and offered to help her, but she replied with a suspicious tone, "Pavlonia leaves." The girl did not understand this at first and asked again. She continued to talk about Pavlonia flowers wrapped in leaves, and her face was very suspicious. The police listened to her and wondered if they had received similar reports. They started to check, but the girl interrupted them and said, "No." She asked them not to check anything, pointed her finger at Kim, and said that this officer had them. She continued to keep her finger pointed at him. Other police officers asked what she was talking about, but Kim thought she hadn't changed at all. He didn't know what she meant and wanted to call the lieutenant colonel, but the calls wouldn't go through the jammers. The surveillance cameras were not working either, and the situation was becoming more and more of a problem. "Let me tell you how it all started," she said. Kim was holding a stick that looked like a training sword. This girl was fighting against him, and she was flying at him like crazy with this stick. She was swinging, putting all her strength into it, and the blow was about to hit Kim in the neck. In the downpour, drops were flying in the air from the stick's flight, and it was already close to his neck. However, Kim had a frantic reaction, and he managed to dodge, striking back with his own stick. The blow was so strong to her spleen that it was bent in half. The stick fell out of her hands and hit the floor lightly. Kim showed her who was in charge. As she lay on the floor, drooling in pain, her body trembled, and he held the stick above her head. A monk who appeared on the side of the room watched and asked what Biquan thought about it. He went on to ask if he had found someone worthwhile. Kim listened intently, but didn't know what to say right away. After a pause, he replied that no, there was no one who could fight and wield a sword with dignity. This girl was not the first to fight him. Many men and other candidates for the group had fought before, but no one had passed. The monk did not expect more. He already thought that no one would pass. He snapped his fingers, and two mercenaries in black tuxedos appeared. The girl heard the monk order the mercenaries, "Send them all to heaven. Send them there to see the Buddha," the monk continued, addressing his men with guns. Something had to be done, and it was impossible to stop at this situation. Kim suggested, or rather asked, what would happen if they were all taught, and he added that they could learn, everything would work out. There was no need to kill them. The monk took Kim, who was then called Biquan, by the shoulders and reminded him that he had often told him to suppress his feelings of regret. Kim could not answer the elder, just looked and listened. Then he turned his head to the side and saw that those who were fighting could not be saved. He could only close his eyes and let all this pain pass through his patience. He felt this pain in his heart when he heard the words of the Lord Buddha. "Sir." He saw a stick stuck in the ground. She was holding it, proving that she could still fight, and asked him not to kill her. She added that she would train hard and be useful in any case. He looked down at her and could not believe that she would be useful. But then he told her that she should die and come back to him in a new life. The girl begged, cried, screamed, tears were in her eyes. Unfortunately, there was no mercy. The men only poured syrup into her mouth, which they used to poison people with. They held her cheeks to open her mouth wider, which was difficult because of the tears on her cheeks, but the liquid from the bowl flowed into her mouth. After that, the monk ordered to clean up the place and get rid of all the bodies. Get rid of those who did not pass the test. One of the guards approached the girl, heard that she was still breathing, and told the monk about it. He was surprised because no one survives after such drugs, even the strongest men. He saw her eyes opening and realized that she had survived. That's how she got a chance to live. She was taken to a room where there were many bowls with different pills on the table and forced to eat them all in a month. Only on this condition could she become his assistant. She began to tolerate everything and did everything he told her. When she grew up and went through all the suffering and trials of this man, then he named her Neue Berze, nicknamed Phoenix, and held in his hands a mask intended for her. She took the mask in her hands. It was an initiation. She was grateful to him for this school of life, for what he had given her, and she was also loyal to the Buddha. That's how it all happened, and it was then that she became the drug-addicted maid who is now standing in the police station holding a bag of drugs. She took a few steps toward Kim. When she got close, she asked him, "Where's my shit?" She leaned over the table, started stroking his shoulder and urged him to answer quickly. Kim had just started to say something when she interrupted him, noting that he had finally spoken. He continued and told her that all of her stuff was at his house. Then he leaned closer to her and asked her something to lure her outside and kill her. That was his plan. He asked her if she wanted to be his guest. After that, he asked her to go with him, although all his friends said that it was not a good idea. His colleagues called him strange because he climbed over the table and started to get closer to the girl. She called him a liar and said that her brother would never hide drugs in his house. The police heard the word drugs and were even more surprised. She realized it was a trap from Kim and said she would not fall for his tricks. She reached into the bag for the drug stickers, but only these papers were reflected in her eye, and she did not see Kim approaching her. Kim was approaching to strike her, but he didn't have time because she reacted faster and threw 3 drug stickers at him that could have killed him. He dodged, but the stickers hit the police officers behind him, sticking directly to their faces. One for each of them, and the arteries in their faces began to swell, and unbearable pain gripped their bodies. He saw all the policemen fall on the table as one, and she continued to address him as a brother. Already in the department, every officer had a sticker on them, and everyone who had received it was lying unconscious on their chairs. The girl only mockingly asked Kim if he would let them all die, because if he didn't help, they would all die soon. She promised to help if her brother told her where her drugs were. She saw his hand coming closer to her face. Kim wanted to hit her and quickly started to strike, but she managed to dodge. He only hit her shirt, tearing off a piece, and saw that there was a drug patch under the shirt on her chest. After hitting her, he turned his back on her and stood silently. But his main goal was not to hit her, but to tear the plug off her clothes, which he did by tearing off a piece of her shirt.
Then, using his index finger and thumb, he crushed the plug.
It was soaked in drugs, and the rage she felt was getting even stronger. She was getting very annoyed by everything. What made her even more irritated was that Kim showed her the phone where help had already been called. Help was called, but there was no one around. Picking up the baton, he told her that now was the perfect time and conditions for the murder. It was not difficult to understand what Kim was saying, but she was so frightened that she asked him again what he was talking about. However, she had a chance to understand when he beat the crap out of her by tapping her arm with a telescope and motioned for her to start, hoping she would remember the good old days. His baton began to clench more and more tightly in his hand, but the girl just started to laugh. She had known him for a long time, and when she heard him say rude words, it only made her laugh, because he had never dared to raise his hand to a girl before. She picked up her torn shirt and pointed out that he had torn her clothes. "Do you really like cruelty?" she added, looking directly at him. But the whistle of the baton came out and it flew right over her head, and she was lucky to duck. She managed to avoid the truncheon, but not the knee, which was flying at her head. However, she managed to put her hand up and direct the knee to the side, which saved her life. Kim was very irritated by what she was doing and knew that she had to finish her off. She flew backwards, holding her head. It seems the knee hit it a little bit. There was blood on her hands after she took her hand away from her head. The blow left an abrasion on her head. She got very angry and asked him if he wanted to die, and he just told her that she was as ugly as ever when anger takes over. For her, it was like a compliment, and she just smiled. She said that he surprised her a lot and asked if he was not just a policeman, and he suggested that she should not keep her anger inside. She then asked where he was from, assuming he was from some special unit. "Who knows? What do you think?" he replied. She reached into her shirt for another drug sticker. "I guess my previous job wasn't as boring as this one," she said, starting to stick the sticker on her body. He looked on in disgust. The sticker was already on her neck and the veins were getting bigger and bigger. Her face turned blue, but she was gaining more strength, believing that Kim would find a suitable place in hell. He couldn't predict the effect the sticker would have on her and watched calmly. Suddenly, she pushed off the ground so that stones flew in all directions and ran straight at him with her hand outstretched. Thinking that one band-aid was enough was a fatal mistake. She was hit directly on the head with a baton. This blow made her tremble and fall to her knees. After the blow, he told her that she needed at least 10 patches to have a chance to resist him. "If you want to at least try to resist me," he continued, delivering new blows with the baton. Punch after blow flew across her face, covered in bandages. But somewhere inside she found the strength to swing her arm and try to throw the baton away. She could not believe that Kim dared to fight against her. He noticed that she hadn't changed at all. She still relies on drugs and doesn't pay proper attention to training. And now he can only thank her for that. She responds to all his reasonable words only by screaming that he thinks he is somebody. But who knows who he thinks he is, crouching down on his knee and swinging his baton at her feet. She had to spread her legs not of her own free will, but because of the baton. Her body twisted in the air and she fell backwards to the floor. After that, all she saw was the baton hovering right above her head. Being on the verge of death from the injuries, one could guess who the policeman was, although he realized that she was already brainwashed by the drugs. With his baton, he struck a strong blow right on the sticker on her neck. He kept pressing harder and harder, demanding that she remember who he was. Clenching her teeth as hard as she could, she asked him to let go. But the words came back, "Die," and he became more and more angry, seized with rage. You could see the loss of all hope in her eyes. The baton was getting closer and closer to her death, pressing into her throat with such force that it was impossible to bear. She was screaming very loudly, begging for help. But at one point something happened. He noticed the truncheon was broken. The girl took the opportunity and hit him on the cheek. Miraculously, she managed to survive, and she was sitting on her knees, barely breathing. This whole situation happened because officers are given this crap instead of normal batons. Now it's clear why officers look like suckers. The girl does not wait for him to look at the baton. She starts attacking and punching with all her strength, and she has strength. Kim covers himself with his hands, putting up a block. From under it, he notices something very interesting. This patch on her body looks very strange. He has never seen such a band-aid before, but it is covered with it, and her eyes are red. Is this some kind of new band-aid? Kim thought to himself. And when he looked down, he saw that his hands were covered with this disgusting stuff. Their veins were under high blood pressure. This could not be possible. Did it come from touching her clothes? He looked at her even more irritated, assessing the situation. He was fighting against a girl who was high on drugs and out of control. She doesn't seem to be getting any better at all. She started acting strange, just asking questions. "Why? Why do you remind me so much of someone?" she said. But before she could finish her sentence, a drugged man wearing a cock mask ran in from the door and addressed her. He told her that Master Orchid had contacted them and said that help was on the way. Kim waved at the girl and told her to get out of here, giving her a chance. He promised that he would take pity on her tonight, but said that they would see each other again. Obviously, the police would not chase her. The girl turned to her boyfriend and said it was time to go. They asked what happened to her face and if she was okay, but she was busy wondering why this cop reminded her of someone. Why does he remind her of Bi-Kwan? After a while, many police cars and ambulances arrived at the same police station. Everyone was helping the victims, taking them out and searching the building for evidence. "You drop them!" the lieutenant colonel shouted. The lieutenant colonel was hit in the face with a baton that had broken in the battle. Kim explained that this would not have happened if he had been given a normal weapon. "Is it normal for a baton to break at the slightest pressure?" he asked. But the lieutenant colonel explained that they didn't have to be strong because they were used differently. After this conversation about the batons, Kim raised his hands and asked to see them, saying that he could not feel them. The senior general called for doctors, and everything seemed unpredictable. It was good that Phoenix was scared. This patch works through contact with clothing, or maybe they increased the dose, but it also worked on Kim. This girl will soon become a walking drug herself. He expected everything to go smoothly, but it seems it won't be that easy. Kim asked a senior general for a favor. Several hours passed, and it was already dark outside. The corridor ended in a dead end, with doors on the left and right sides. A man's shadow fell on one of the doors. With a creak, the door began to open, letting rays of light into the dark room. In this room were 2 pumped-up thugs wearing rooster masks. Boom! And everything in the room filled with smoke. They had used a drug that causes hallucinations and death. Miss Phoenix asked to increase the dose to the maximum. Maybe this man will see more than hallucinations. Perhaps he would die of an overdose, however, he needed some equipment. He didn't need the cheapest equipment. He didn't need batons that break. He needed the best equipment available. When he entered this room, he expected someone to be there. He walked in and told these roosters. She was even afraid to come in person. But he didn't care, and he was getting ready to use his new weapon. His assault rifle was pointed at the two roosters. His eye was looking through the sights, and he was thinking about which one to shoot first. They were surprised to see a weapon in his hands, because they did not expect it. One of them said, "What do we do? He has a gun in his hands." The other asked him not to worry, because he was sure it was not a real weapon. It was only when the other one said, "It's not loaded," the shots rang out, and the bullets flew to all corners of the room. They were left lying there like two idiots, not realizing what was happening, and then they suffered from it. Their bodies were still spasming, lying next to each other, the rooster beaks on their heads touching each other. This gun was not so bad after all. Two policemen were dealing with the teenagers, who did not understand what was going on, and the policemen simply asked them to go home. They left because they heard gunshots that rang out in the room and were heard all along the corridor. But they were only rubber bullets that left severe bruises on the bodies of the roosters. The lieutenant colonel asked Kim how many times he had fired, and he explained that they got what they deserved. They might wake up during transportation. "We need to get rid of the pills under their tongues," Kim explained. The lieutenant colonel addressed him, calling him Bi Kwan. The young man had doubts because the lieutenant colonel had been doubting him all this time. But he still gave him the equipment. However, the lieutenant colonel had no other choice. He did not understand how anyone could remain sane after seeing all this. After the drug incident in Phoenix, after all that, the lieutenant colonel told him that he was 99% sure that he was Bi Kwan. But the guy said in response, "Why not 100%? He reduced the 1% for one reason only. If Kim was really Bi Kwan, why didn't he kill Monk Yunhua?" Kim didn't understand why the lieutenant colonel said he needed proof, and how a police officer could say that. It was correct from the police officer's point of view, but Kim was different. Monk Yunhua is considered to be the rebirth of Buddha. The whole country thinks so. People perceive him as a saint. If this bastard dies, what will the public say? Kim asked the lieutenant colonel. He explained that killing him would not solve the problem, as these back alleys are much bigger than the lieutenant colonel realized. The lieutenant colonel exclaimed loudly, asking Kim if there were other organizations besides the Hwaguksa clan. But the boy said he didn't care about the others. He wanted only one thing. He wanted to destroy that scumbag by any means necessary and finish all his business. Kim wanted to be sure that no one else would fall into his hands, and that's what he told the lieutenant colonel. He heard only wisdom in his words and was ready to help him. The lieutenant colonel offered to work together to put this asshole behind bars. The lieutenant colonel held out his hand to Kim, offering his help, and asked for his assistance. Kim took his hand and asked what it meant to help him, if he was already helping him not to die by his own hands. He told the lieutenant colonel, "If you don't want to die, you need to listen carefully." He explained that it wasn't that he wasn't trying to kill him. Kim said he just couldn't do it. He asked the lieutenant colonel who he thought had taught him everything he knew now. "A monk showed me everything. He taught each of his subordinates," Kim said. "Just like this girl, whom I am holding by the neck now in resentment and anger because she did nothing to the policeman. She was very miserable and screaming, and he was squeezing her throat. She was begging for mercy, begging him to let her go. He had never been able to control his emotions, and this time he slammed her back against the wall, throwing his weight on her. He called her a dirty rag, and asked her if she was brainwashed by drugs. He was furious that she had all the goods and had broken into the police station. She was choking on her tears and begging for forgiveness. The tears flowed like a river, and the monk turned to her. He called her name and said, 'It looks like it's time for you to learn a lesson,' standing right over her. She rolled over on her stomach and began to crawl away from him, begging for mercy, calling him Lord Buddha. She was completely repentant, admitted her mistake, and said she would not do it again. Something made them turn their heads to the right. 'Tattooed body,' she said. 'My gods, an innocent child is crying. You've fallen even lower, you drug-addicted scum.' The two jocks asked her not to cry from stress because she was burning muscle mass. With sarcasm, they said that without it she was completely defenseless. They were the Lespedez brothers. She said their name while sitting on her knees, and a monk stood behind her. She screamed at the top of her voice, 'What are these idiots doing here?' 'Sister Phoenix,' a girl addressed her, holding a fan painted with flowers. This girl looked impressive. Her appearance spoke for itself that she was from Japan, because her mask was painted with flowers, and her appearance was full of Japanese atmosphere. She asked the girl if she thought that these brothers were called by Lord Buddha. The girl's name was Blossoming Cherry, and Phoenix was surprised to see her. One of the brothers called her a mutt. The Phoenix did not understand, so she went back to the Buddha, because only he could explain something to her. He said, 'Everyone is here.' He explained that the matter of eliminating November. Everyone listened attentively, looking at him, and he continued. This case has been declared open. She begged him not to do anything cruel to her, a plea sounding in her every word. Crawling on her knees, she promised to return everything she had taken, if only he would have mercy. But he opened the box and coldly said that he had already returned everything himself. In the box were rolled up sheets of drugs, a whole scroll filled with dangerous potions. What do you think? He asked the other members of the group. The first one answered, April's Black Lespedeza. The second added, July Lespedeza. The third said, March Cherry Blossom. The brothers unanimously decided that it was necessary to get rid of this drug addict who uses drugs to become stronger. They had no idea what could be more repulsive. Phoenix, the girl said, addressing her, coming closer. She said that over the years they had become very close. But to survive in this cold and cruel world, you have to be better than everyone else. Buddha announced that the majority had already voted and everyone had decided what to do next. She crawled on her knees, crying and sobbing, calling them all cruel. She started to panic and shouted that everyone wanted to get rid of her from the very beginning. She accused the monk of having brought these bastards to turn against her on purpose. However, another girl ran to the Buddha to tell him something important. And Phoenix continued to cry, wiping snot from her drug-soaked face. The girl held up a gun, bending down right in front of the monk, holding the weapon with both hands. The monk took the gun in his hands, finally deciding what to do. He pointed the muzzle at the girl and said that he did not need useless workers. She looked directly into the muzzle of the gun, her eyes filled with fear. The monk was ready to pull the trigger, and in his head, he started counting down to her death. His hand was about to pull the trigger, and suddenly she screamed that she had invented a new drug, which stopped the monk before he fired. She said that the drug was 5 times stronger than the previous ones. She said that she had developed it herself, so there was a minimal chance that they would be caught. Drugs again, one of the brothers said. How much? Asked the monk. She answered, about 10 kilograms. But that was not all he was interested in. He asked about the delivery and how things were going with that. She told him that she had considered and combined all the red light districts and streets of Korea, Japan, China, and other South Asian countries. In tears, she begged for one thing, to give her 6 months, promising to be useful. He explained to her that he had lost a lot because of her tricks and asked her to prove that she deserved to live by giving her only 3 months to do so. Hope appeared in her eyes, and she was grateful to Master Buddha for giving her a chance to live. Meanwhile, Kyung-hee was lying in a hospital bed. She sat up, her mouth watering and her eyes looking in different directions. Kim came to visit them. He wondered what had happened to her. Her friends explained that she was still under the influence of drugs. She continued to mumble incomprehensible words. Kim wondered what she was saying and asked her about it. The friend explained that she wanted him to wipe her saliva away. "You! That's disgusting!" Kim immediately went to wipe her saliva away, and his friends asked if they were all colleagues and said they were surprised to see him. "What colleagues?" Kim replied, explaining that he had only come because they had visited him when he was in the hospital. His other partner asked if it was true that he was getting a promotion, although Kim did not know about it himself. He asked everyone not to be jealous, but to pull themselves together. They watched him leave and noticed that he had changed a lot. Everyone else had not yet recovered from the effects of the drugs and looked very funny. Meanwhile, in another department, the commander says that there is a parasite in their department. He explains to Kim that he wanted to check the drugs he brought and sent them for examination. The drugs were missing. Someone had managed to steal them, and the commander asked Kim if he had any idea who it was. Kim explained that he did not know, because he could not know everything about the police system. The drugs were their main evidence, and Kim wanted to gain more cover as soon as he caught this traitor. The commander asked him to deal with internal issues on his own and get information from Phoenix's suppliers. Kim then brought up the topic the commander was talking about and asked when a special team would be brought in to investigate the Woguksa clan. The commander said that in fact they were all dead and no one was left. For a few seconds, Kim just sat there in silence, not believing what he was hearing. Then, shouting, "How can you lie to me?" he jumped up and swung his fist at the commander. After being hit on the cheek, the commander explained that he did not fully trust Kim at the time, so he did not tell the whole truth. He then asked why Kim shouldn't start a new unit. Kim thought about it, but the commander said that he needed at least one Manhwa to start his own team. The commander explained that he had 2 stars and no one would mind creating a new squad. But Kim said the following. He said that he himself would be against it because he likes to work alone. He only mentioned the team because the commander had made a mistake. The commander pulled Kim's hand away from his tie and explained that the police is a very complex organization, and Kim would only be able to work alone for so long. With a team, he would get more funding and be more accountable. The lieutenant colonel then added that this was his order, and asked Kim to form a team himself. He can't do it on his own because he is being watched very closely, and it involves a lot of risk. An order? Kim asked in surprise. He then asked the lieutenant colonel to ask him politely for it, and said that only on this condition would he follow the order. The commander said, "Please form a team." Later, his comrades listened to him talk about his intention to form a team. When they asked how a corporal could form his own unit, they were told that he had been ordered to do so. The girl continued to speak incomprehensible words, and her friend explained that she was asking who would be part of the team. Kim replied, "Of course you will be part of the team." He then asked the boys if there was anyone in the department more suitable than the three of them. One of the guys, overjoyed, took him by the shoulders and started laughing with happiness. They all thanked him and promised to serve faithfully. They were afraid for their lives, thinking that they might die while performing the task. One of them said that it was very good to have colleagues. "Colleagues?" Kim asked in surprise. "What do you mean, colleagues? They have forgotten where they belong." He then explained to them that he needed assistants, obedient masses who would follow his orders. They all opened their mouths, listening intently, and asked again, "You mean we are not your colleagues?" "No," he replied. "You are all my slaves, people who die when I command them and live as long as I let them." "Slaves?" They repeated his words, changing their expression from joyful to worried. He added that if they understood, they could call him master. Based on the report that Hongjun gave us, his name is Hwang Hee-jung. He looks quite young, 25 years old. He practices boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, and other martial arts. According to the available information, he is a good candidate. However, he failed the written exam 4 times and barely got in. He was used to his roles, and even now he wondered what chief meant. Is it possible to call someone who does not even have one small mugungwa? But his comrades corrected him, as Kim said to call him master, not boss. Now about the serious guy next to him. His name is Lee Seong-hyun. He is also 25 years old. He's good at martial arts that include hand-to-hand combat and floor fighting, jiu-jitsu and judo. His past is not so bad either. But there is one but about the day of the interview. On the day of the interview, he cried like a little kid. Even now it's hard for him because he didn't quite understand what master meant. This word sounded terrible to him because he considered everyone to be a colleague. And finally, let's start talking about the girl. Jo Gyun-hee. She is also 25 years old. All 3 of them are 25 years old. She has no experience in sports. She came in last place in the sports test. She is the weakest officer in the entire department. But there is one but. She was the first to finish the written exam. She took first place in the interview, which shows her great intelligence. This all indicates that she is very smart. Now she is looking at Kim. Calling him master, she promises to do whatever he says. She really wanted to be taken to the pen, especially in such beautiful weather outside. All 3 of them in their tracksuits went to training, carefully watching what was happening in front of them. In front of them, Kim is warming up, stretching her calf muscles. "Hey, Nyung-soo," said one of them. The girl interrupted him and he corrected himself, calling Kim as he should, master. He asked why they were gathered here on their day off and was told, "Why are you standing up? We're starting to warm up." "You're police officers," they continued, and a finger was pointed at them. "And I am a dangerous killer. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Try to defeat me altogether," Kim suggested. They were very surprised that the rules were unequal, 3 against 1. The second one also asked him if he would get hurt. "The damn minute has already passed. It starts in exactly 4 minutes, their host continued. "We'll call him that from now on." They turned around, sat down, and began whispering so that Kim wouldn't hear their plan. They talked among themselves, thinking that this fool Kyung-soo had completely lost his mind. They were skeptical about calling him master among themselves. "I can hear everything," Kim said. The girl was the first to answer. "Yes, master, everything is fine." They had to decide what to do next, because they had agreed to obey his orders. The girl, as the intellectual of the 3 of them, asked Hee-jung to pretend that he was going to attack, and ordered Seong-hyun to pin him to the ground. He was very scared and said he was afraid to do so. The guy asked her if he should just run at him. The girl called him an idiot and explained that since he was a boxer, he needed to use his skills. And then, the shirt flew off Kim's body. Now he is standing without a shirt. His 6-pack abs and pumped-up body are visible. They were all surprised when they looked at him and turned their heads back. Time was running out, and they had to attack. "Come on, Hwang Hee!" The girl ordered him, pointing her finger at the enemy and asking him to cheat. He took 2 steps forward, said the word deceive twice out loud, and seemed to freeze. "Cheat," he repeated the same word again. Then he started dancing in place, doing footwork, and put his hands near his beard. What the fuck is this? What kind of tap dance? Kim thought as he saw this in front of him. His partners also had questions. What is this nonsense? They thought he was a complete idiot because he needed to get closer. They even rolled their eyes in shock at what they were seeing. And suddenly, when no one was going to stop the jokes, Kim's mouth started bleeding. Kim was ready to fight them in all seriousness, and he had just set an example. He turned to them and asked if they were joking, or what kind of stupidity was this. The girl asked Lee Sung-hyun to act, but judging by his expression, he was clearly not ready for it. After his next action, one could conclude that he was not ready at all. He turned around, started screaming and running away in the other direction. "I can't!" he shouted, tears streaming from his eyes. The stress was so great that his hair even started to fall out of fear. "You shouldn't show your back," someone said behind him. And now Kim was running next to him, quickly catching up to him. "You shouldn't show your back to a murderer," Kim said as he caught up with him. After calling him an empty-headed idiot, Kim punched him right in the nose with the back of his fist. "That's it," Kim said as he fell to the ground from the blow, and the girl watched the two idiots on her team. They themselves were exposed to Kim, who now turned his head towards the girl and looked at her. She was his next target, but as he got closer, she asked him to stop. She asked for 1 minute and addressed him, calling him master. After that, she asked, "Master, you are not going to put your hand on a girl, are you?" He took her cheeks with both hands. It was very gentle and beautiful, and he continued. "And women." And then he continued his sentence. "And women are not police officers?" And then he kneed her in the chin. She bled, screamed, and fell to her knees. It seemed to Kim that they were completely in their own world. How were they going to catch the criminals? He gave them 10 minutes to rest. After that, they would repeat the training 3 more times. If they don't want to get hit in the face, they need to show what they can do. He looked at this miserable picture before his eyes and asked them to answer quickly. "Yes, sir, yes, sir," they all answered as one. The commander chewed on a chocolate bar while sitting in a comfortable chair in his office and asked how the unit was doing. Kim explained that everything was very bad. They are just some kind of scum. He wondered how they ever passed the exams and became officers. The commander asked him not to be so strict, but Kim quickly explained to him who they were hunting and how serious their criminals were. He hit the table with his fist and asked the commander when this stupid trial would end. Why hadn't there been any progress during this long time? He didn't know what to say and said he wanted to wait for the confession. Kim went on to explain that this is the drug business. They are everywhere, and you can't count on anything. And then he lowered his head and admitted that he was to blame for letting these criminals go. "I took responsibility for the interrogations. The commander only asked him to be less harsh with them." Kim agreed and said that the country was serious about rules and people. And here are these 2 criminals sitting in an interrogation cell. Kim had an idea for them, and so he opened the door and started to walk in on them. They were sure that they would not tell him anything, and they said so as soon as he entered the cell. And Kim asked, "How is Cho Sang-mook?" "Yes, yes," continued one in blue floral-printed clothes, the right hand of the phoenix. "Is he left-handed by any chance? Right or left-handed?" Kim continued to ask. "That mutt, whatever her name is, she hangs around Phoenix too." And after these words, they became curious about who it was that came to them. They asked him about it. When they came out of the shadows, they saw who was in front of them and heard from him. It's been a long time. He stood in front of them, leaned on the table with one hand and introduced himself. "I am Bi Kwan." Then he offered to talk to them when they heard his real name. They were very surprised when they saw their host. One of them interrupted his friend and said, "What are you talking about? Master Bi Kwan is long dead." But Kim looked very similar to his master, and they finally met. After that, Kim told him that he recognized a scar on his body. He explained that this scar appeared after he was beaten by Phoenix for smuggling drugs. This was strong evidence for them to believe that Mr. B was not dead. After they believed, Kim told them that Master Buddha had given him a special secret mission. Specifically, that he was to fake his own death and infiltrate the police system to track all the moves of the top brass. He also told them that he had heard that Phoenix had lost her drugs and invaded a police station, but that it was all to no avail. "A November Polonia," he added of Phoenix. He stood over them and asked what he was most interested in, where she was now. He explained that he had jammed the communication with orchid plugs so they could talk in peace. Phoenix's fate depends on their answers. "If she's just lying in bed right now, sleeping sweetly after making all this mess," Kim explained. "By the order of the Buddha Master, I will be forced to end her life," he added. They unanimously shouted to Master B that he shouldn't worry about Miss Phoenix and told him that she was developing a new kind of drug. He was very curious to hear the rest of the story. "Really?" he said with a very interested smile and great interest, suggesting that they discuss the details. After a while, the commander was waiting for their report and could not believe what it said. The drug was 5 times stronger. They realized that the group planned to distribute it on the streets in 6 months. When they looked at the report, it listed all the club outlets under Phoenix's control and the gangsters distributing her drugs. The commander asked Kim if he could find out where Ms. Phoenix lived. He explained that if that bald idiot didn't know where she was, then probably only her assistants knew. The commander said that then they should bring them in and shake all the information out of them. Kim did not object, adding that we should break into the headquarters and catch these bastards. But it's unlikely to be easy to get any information, especially from a group that has everything so tightly wrapped up. Ms. Phoenix is sitting on the couch, drugged out, enjoying the visit. Someone comes into her room. He came in and asked her if 3 months was too long. It was Cho-san, the sales manager. He told her a saying, "The slower you go, the farther you will go." Next to him stood his assistant, sucking on a chupa-chupa. As far as he knew, 2 of their men had already been captured by the police. One was Kim Dong-chul, the production manager. It was too risky for them to rush, so they suggested that she ask Master Buddha for a little more time. She asked them if they could take responsibility if she was punished again. They unanimously replied, "Of course, Ms. Phoenix." A girl named San Pai appeared behind them and said she could take full responsibility. She explained to them that the fear had overcome them together and asked what happened when she was not there. Miss Phoenix explained that she had ordered everything to be done in 3 months. "So you have to do everything in 3 months," she continued and asked again. "Is that clear?" She ordered Cho-san to handle the distribution and move the date. He agreed, and she told the other man to prepare everything necessary. She gave Sang-pi a different task. First, she asked her to come closer. They began to inhale the smell of the drugs that were on the table, enjoying it. Sang-pi came over and hugged Ms. Phoenix, sitting right next to her on the red bed. She asked her not to be afraid, even though she was crying and shaking on her shoulder. Sang-pi explained that she would always be there for her. She promised to take care of everything, taking responsibility. Meanwhile, Kim and his team trained non-stop, not letting their lungs rest. Kim explained to them that after a 10-minute rest, they had to get up and try again. The girl was very angry with him and could not stand it, asking him if he thought it was too much. But he explained to them that they had said they were ready for anything, even if it seemed like torture now. They continued to explain to him that they had joined the squad to catch criminals, not to fight him. "Do you really want to catch criminals?" he asked. They answered with one voice, "Of course!" Then he offered to follow him and turned around and started walking in the other direction. They came to 3 large hangars. He began to open the door of one of them. The boys went inside and were very surprised at what they saw in front of them. They saw a group of people with scars on their faces, with a lot of murders behind them, and they were holding drugs. "We're here," Kim told them. But their boss asked, "What the fuck is this? I don't understand what's going on here. Why the hell did these people come in here?" The guys stood in front of Kim and said his name in one voice. But he asked them, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to be happy?" He explained to them that the criminals were right in front of them. They didn't start acting, and Kim couldn't stand it, giving them a good kick in the ass to get them to attack them. This only pushed them forward, but did not make them attack the criminals. The group of ruthless killers did not wait, and their leader ordered them to get rid of the police. Kim gave them a good chance to prove themselves, left them alone in the hangar, and started to walk out. "Oh shit," the girl said, as she looked at the criminals who began to advance and get closer and closer to her. And now they have to answer for their words, seeing a group of people who are not afraid of anything. They began to talk among themselves about what they should do now, since they had only fought one-on-one and had never fought against a crowd, and they really wanted to go home. Only the girl shouted at them, "Calm down quickly!" She did not want to hear her colleagues crying. To raise their spirits, she said that they would not die here, even if Kim was a complete bastard, but she was sure that he would not leave them here to die. She looked at him through the glass and suggested that her colleagues show him that they were real police officers. Kim realized that she was smart enough to understand that in a situation like this, you need to stay calm. She pointed her finger at the criminals and told her colleagues to act quickly and attack them. He watched her and realized that her actions were useless. Useless because the one she asked to attack was asking her what to do and how to attack. She threw it at the bandit and asked him to hit first. He moved quickly in zigzags, but because of his lack of character, he could not strike first. His opponent swung first and hit him clearly in the face. Only the girl wanted to tell him that he should not put his head under a flying fist, but he did not have time. He did not have time, and it was clear from the way the blows hit him one after another. After the blows to his cheeks, the enemy hit him several more times directly in the head. However, he said it didn't hurt at all. Compared to Kim's blows, this opponent fought like a child. He turned his head to his friends and told them this while he was being beaten by the thief. It didn't hurt him at all. He thought he was already used to Kim's fists and decided to try to fight against this opponent. He hit him with a powerful hook to the solar plexus. His eyes were filled with excitement. He asked them to come to him quickly because he wanted to fight. His friend behind him was just watching his excitement, but another criminal appeared behind him with a stick in his hand, and now he swung at him, standing behind him. Baldy clenched his teeth, and he had to step over himself to help his friend. He pushed off the ground with all the strength he had in his legs and jumped at this enemy. He jumped and shouted with all his might. Kim watched this picture and saw that they had potential. These two could be useful if they were trained more. And the girl was just screaming, "Yes, come on," and supported the boys as much as she could. The head of the drug trade treated his mercenaries as useless assholes. He started unbuttoning his shirt, accusing them of letting two cops kick their asses. It was a real disgrace. He took off his shirt to show who was boss. Under the shirt were tattoos on the shoulders of both arms up to the elbow, depicting dragons. His physique promised that the fight would be fun. Kim could see that his guys had let fear overcome their minds. He looked really scary, standing over them and shouting that he would kill them. And if you let fear into your mind, it's a fatal mistake. Then you can miss such a powerful blow from the enemy, which might not actually be that strong, but because fear has taken over your head, you can't control it. And so the bald man misses such a punch that he flies backwards from the power that was inherent in it. Sung-hyun lies down, wiping his face, and the pain only gets worse. And now it's the turn of another policeman to get hit by this big guy. Looking at his face, one can immediately realize that they still have a lot to learn. The big guy approached the girl and was ready to hit her. She fell to her knees in front of him and started screaming that she was giving up. She was even ready to tell him everything she knew, only asking him not to hit her. Kim watched this scene through the window and thought she was just stupid. He watched and could not believe what he was seeing. The big guy walked his dirty shoes right up to her face, and she pulled out a stun gun from her pocket. And now she stabs him in the leg so that the big man starts screaming like a child in pain. She keeps the stun gun on his leg and shouts, "Die, you idiot!" His body is locked in a taser. His teeth are clenched so tightly that they are cracking. "Dirty rag," he called her as he pulled her leg out of the stun gun. Then he punched her right in the cheek. But then Kim flies in and hits a front kick with a side kick right into the big guy's solar plexus. So his big carcass flies backwards away from the girl. He now has to pay for kicking the officer in the cheek. Pay the price of receiving heavy blows from Kim. Strikes that are not commonly taught in ancient schools of techniques. She just watched as this bastard who had started to hurt her was now responsible for his actions. After that, he was left lying unconscious right on the table with the drugs. Kim turned to the boys and asked them if they understood what it was like. He asked them further if they realized how useless they were. However, there was no time to wait. He asked them to move forward because they had to get the drugs of these crooks. They could leave it alone because someone else would take care of them. They didn't need any more trouble, and Kim had 3 pains in the ass right now, and they needed to move forward to someone who communicates well with roosters. Yeah, needless to say, roosters are part of his team, ha ha ha. And here's the guy sitting in front of him who had just received from Kim. He was telling the whole situation, telling about the cops, not even noticing how fingers began to stretch his mouth. This man just decided to look into his soul, choosing this way. The rooster, standing behind him, asked yesterday, "What is it?" Because he heard a sound behind him. They looked at the table and saw a very strange card. This card was stuck right in the table in the wood. It seemed to be the card that the monk was praying on. The manager turned his head and began to look at it very carefully, saying the name B. Kwan to himself. There was a whole box of drug stickers on the table. You would have thought they were drug lords now. The commander now realized that it was all true, and they could now stick to the original plan. The ambush plan had already been approved. Picking up his radio, he said that he would introduce them to one officer who was going to take part in the ambush. She was one of the few he trusted himself. He said into the radio, "Come." A door opened behind Kim, and they both turned their heads. It was Superintendent Kim Ah-hyun-a, to put it simply, a very beautiful girl. The lieutenant colonel introduced her to Kim, introducing him as a senior police officer. Just a senior officer sitting in the office of a senior superintendent as if he were at home? "You're not yourself at all," she said, coming closer and taking him by the chin. He coughed gently and explained that his legs hurt. The lieutenant colonel said that everything was fine and suggested that we proceed with the plan. She objected and said she did not agree. She demanded that the senior officer stand up, saying that she did not like rude children, and stepped on his thigh with her foot. "I said stand up," she said, and Kim replied, "Yes, make me." She pretended not to understand what he said. But he repeated himself and explained to her that he did not want to get up. He suggested that she try to make him get up. Kim also explained to her that the words superintendent and senior officer both begin with S, so he didn't see much difference between them, and asked her to stop playing the role of someone who doesn't know who they are. The girl radiated confidence, and a spark immediately appeared between them. The commander noticed that something was going wrong and asked them not to get involved in a conflict with each other. Kim suddenly felt a blow on his leg and looked away. The girl made a distraction and took advantage of it. She swung her leg, trying to hit Kim directly in the head. However, Kim jumped away in time because he realized her style. He was amazed when the girl started using Brazilian kicks against him. Although she wasn't Hwang Hee-jung, and their skill level was different, she was flailing her legs impressively. She was easily angered and started calling Kim names, calling him a jerk. What made her even angrier was that he had the nerve to dodge her punches. Confident in her abilities, she rushed at him like a hungry cat at prey. Kim noticed how quickly she changed her grip. Her feet were incredibly fast. Clutching the chocolate, Kim realized that she could be useful to his plan. He closed his fist with 2 fingers and uppercut her in the neck. She started to lose consciousness. She fell lightly on his feet, her mouth near his belly button. Kim began to mock her, noting that she had laid down on her own, even though she had promised to make him get up. This angered her even more, and she flushed with anger. "Son of a bitch!" she shouted at the whole office, jumped up and swung at him again. "Die, you bastard, die!" she shouted, waving her arms with the strength of a member of the KNPU. The commander was tired of eating chocolate and watching them fight, but chocolate was a real treat for him. This man was ready to start discussing Operation Phoenix, which was to take place on top of Pavlonia. On the last weekend of every month, the drug sales managers gather at headquarters, which is about 15 days away. The KNP team led by Kim and Hyun and the squad of senior officer Kim Kyung-soo were to implement the plan. The girl objected, asking how the information in the report could be trusted. She learned that senior officer Kim Kyung-soo had conducted an investigation, but this seemed like nonsense to her, and she objected, saying that they were as silent as fish during the interrogation. Squirming and interrupting her, Kim asked if she had even thanked him for the information he had obtained and advised her to stop complaining. She just asked him to shut up and called him a moron. She indignantly asked him how dare he talk to her like that, but he replied that she could not do anything about it. She, being very hot-tempered, said that she would not believe it until she heard it with her own ears and decided to re-interrogate them, but the lieutenant colonel said no. He explained to her that re-interrogation was impossible for one reason. They were already dead, and their bodies had left this world. Dead? Why is there such lousy security here? The girl asked. In any case, the commander explained. Prepare everything carefully. See you at the next meeting. Dismissed. Wait! The girl exclaimed. How did they die? Kim listened to their conversation, not wanting to interfere. She could not understand what was happening here at all. Her hand touched the door handle. Before she walked out, she pointed her finger at Kim and said that she was a professional in shooting. She warned him to be careful because her gun was already pointed at his head. As she was closing the door, she added, "Bam!" Kim thought something was wrong with her head. After the girl left, Kim had a private conversation with the lieutenant colonel.
The lieutenant colonel put something on the table and explained that it was found in the interrogation room where they died.
There was a very interesting card on the table. Kim looked at it carefully, impressed, and the lieutenant colonel asked if it meant anything. The card was on the table in a Ziploc bag, with a picture of a crane and a Chinese character on it. The card resembled the one that the monk prayed to, only it showed a man with an umbrella and a frog next to him. Phoenix held the card in her hand, and her hands were shaking. She felt like she was in another space. It was all the drugs. The manager explained to her that it was found in a city surrounded by cops. Something is wrong here. Maybe we should report it to Lord Buddha, they thought. But the girl said no. She could not believe that her brother Bi Quan was dead. Lord Buddha will punish me if I say such a stupid thing, she thought. This is impossible and makes no sense. I have to stick to the plan. She realized that if she failed this time, it would be very bad. Why did the cops miss Bi Quan's card? Could it really be him? But these thoughts mixed with others, and she decided to stick to the plan. She knew that in an operational situation, the trigger would be pulled. She was tangled in her thoughts, which were like thousands of threads, each with a thought hanging from it. She was in so much pain that she couldn't stand it, grabbed her head and just sat on the couch, shaking. The pain was so intense that she screamed and called out to the men to bring Sanpai as soon as possible. When Sang-pi arrived, smoke spread through the room. Inhaling it, she felt better. This girl helped her calm down. Under the influence of the effect, she said incomprehensible words and different names, and then turned to the manager. She and her partner answered her. Yes, what do you want? She told them to just stick to the plan. Ms. Phoenix, one of them said. This is very dangerous. The cops already know about everything, and there are a few other things we need to take care of. Phoenix turned to Sang-pi and asked her to help, because if she worried too much, the plans could be disrupted. She agreed and asked the boys to come closer. There was a note with blue crystals on the table. She gave them these pieces of paper and asked them not to worry, assuring them that they were purified. Everyone relaxed and lay there enjoying themselves. Now they were confident that everything would go according to plan, and all their worries were gone. They were ready to stick to the plan and do their best. Meanwhile, Kim was practicing. What a fool. I could have enjoyed drugs too, he thought. Only the redhead was left of his team, and she didn't know where the others were. They said they would stop by the hospital on the way. Kim could only draw one conclusion. They were weak. Alone without a team, she asked for permission to rest. What didn't I hear? The owner asked again, coming closer and taking her by the shoulders. Now we will be one-on-one, just me and you, he said. This will be a special secret training session, he added, arousing her great interest in it. He began to speak to the point, noting that she was in terrible shape. This made her angry, and she asked in surprise, "Terrible?" Then she added that her body was very cool and she liked it. Like a log, he said, expressing his negative impression. He said that she had no muscles, her endurance was terrible, and that she was generally like a log with nothing to praise her for. He also added that they would soon be sent on a mission where she would probably be the first to die. She wondered what kind of mission it was. At first, Kim wondered who had allowed this girl to become an officer in the first place. But later he found a decent explanation. He found out that she was smart, even much smarter than he expected. She knew the numbers of all the restaurants in the neighborhood, which earned her the nickname Walking Delivery App. At that point, Kim explained to her that if she didn't want to die, she needed to focus on her strengths and not waste time trying to hide her weaknesses. He suggested that during training she imagined that this baton was a weapon. When folded it was a knife. When unfolded, it was a blunt weapon. He was ready to treat her more gently so that she would learn to control her body properly. He lightly poked her on the forehead with the baton and asked her to try to remember everything well. She was very curious about what to memorize, but Kim said that she would find out soon. He asked her to wait a while and she would understand everything, although she had no idea what she would understand. Master! She continued to call him that, and the weather outside was very bright and beautiful. Her colleagues came over and were very impressed by what they saw. They saw a painting. Kim was sitting on top of the redhead, and she was just moaning under him. She found the strength to raise her head, looked at the guys, and said that it was very cruel. Arousing great interest in the boys, they asked, "What did you do?" Kim looked at them and asked again, "Do you really want to know?" They didn't know what to say. Kim smiled and said that they would soon find out for themselves. But you could tell they didn't really want to know. The bald man started to pull his hair off his head again. At the time, they thought they could do without this information. But over time, everything changed. 15 days later, the day of Operation Phoenix on the top of Pavlonia came. It was a full moon outside and the operation was just beginning. The team was dressed like professional police officers, all in black, wearing police uniforms with bulletproof vests, helmets, and black goggles to protect them from debris. All three of them had survived 15 days of hell. What kind of mission is this? The girl asked herself. What kind of mission is this that even the PKK was involved, and now they are all going forward together? They walked forward and saw forests in front of them. They started arguing whether there was something there or nothing. The first one who was walking stuck out his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. He turned to the captain when he saw the entrance to the cave in front of him, and said that they seemed to be there. It was some kind of interesting tunnel, and in front of the tunnel were two men wearing rooster masks. For those who saw them for the first time, men with rooster heads seemed like strange eccentrics. One of the policemen ran toward them with his weapon, confident that this was the right decision. He started to approach the first rooster, and turned his gun around to hit it with the butt of the gun. He knocked down the first rooster, and the other one staggered back, not knowing what to do. Finally, he decided to pull out a knife, but it was in vain, because a leg had already appeared in front of his beak. This girl was really crazy. She had just neutralized two big ducks, and the second one got a leg in his beard so that his head fell back. Even the knife didn't help. All the police officers held back their emotions as they watched, because they were so impressed. 1, 2, 1, 2, and they are lying down. and the girl is standing by the fire they were lighting and transmitting information on the radio. She says that 2 enemies have been successfully neutralized, and it's time to start the operation. They are all stopped by a hand that was placed in front of them, and a command is given. Stop. The girl asks to leave someone here to watch the 2. Everyone asks, what? Her idea to unite ordinary officers with the KNPU seemed crazy at first. Ordinary officers? The redhead asked again, expressing her displeasure with her words. She called her an ordinary employee and asked her how she could contradict her. Then she said that she would only allow them to leave because of an order from the senior superintendent, but still asked them to stay away so as not to get in the way. Kim was very surprised to hear this, and said that they were on their own from now on. You don't have to work up a sweat anyway, he added. The girl was happy because Kim had finally listened to her orders. She took her men, turned around, and left. Kim and his team stayed behind. They started to walk down the stairs. Where the 2 guards had been neutralized, they went down lower and lower. Finally, they came to an iron door behind which the sound of music was heard. The door was kicked in. The whole group ran in and ordered to put their hands behind their heads. But the place was filled with endless staircases and passages where loud music was heard. The music played continuously. The people inside looked like zombies, swaying back and forth under the influence of drugs. She looked at this picture and could not believe her eyes, seeing what was happening to people. She didn't even know what kind of drugs they were or how they worked, but what she saw was very impressive. However, the police group was already being watched. He was counting on that. He knew it would be inevitable, so he radioed that the police were here. From the very beginning, he had a strange feeling. He shouted into the loudspeaker, "This is an announcement for the club's visitors. Uninvited guests have broken into the club. They are trying to ruin the party. I'm offering a reward for each one successfully caught. Only for each one caught and brought to me I offer a reward," he repeated. The girl heard this and realized that she was in great danger. The reward was in the form of a gift, a pass ticket. "This ticket gives you unlimited access to drugs for a month," the man announced into a loudspeaker. Operation Phoenix at the top of Pavlonia took a strange turn for the police team. It was a mistake for them to separate from Kim. Now people were attacking the police like crazy people on drugs, trying to catch anyone. The girl ordered everyone to raise their shields to protect themselves from the crazy attackers. The police, as one, raised their shields and formed a defensive line. Perhaps shooting at the attackers would be a good idea, because there are many more of them than police officers, and they all behave like crazy people. Under the influence of drugs, they don't even realize who they are attacking or why. She notices that something is wrong with these people. Something bad is happening. The question arises as to where they get their strength from, and their drug dealer realizes that shooting them will only create new problems. The girl orders the armed squad to put on masks and takes out the explosives. She pulls out a pin and throws a grenade that spreads smoke and tear gas, filling the air. After that, she orders everyone to push the monsters back. But a man turns to her and says, "Captain, look ahead." She sees that the tear gas doesn't work on the junkies. Their eyes are red, but they don't care. The scumbag realizes that their euphoria is stronger than the pain. The police naively believe that this will work and order them over the radio to collect the drugs and take them out the back door. While the police struggle on the dance floor, he talks calmly on the radio. The captain turns and notices him there. She runs with Naruto-like speed, right through the entire squad. She orders everyone to stand still, because she is going to push off their heads. Accelerating, she steps on the head of each policeman and almost jumps to the second floor. He turns his head and sees a policewoman flying towards him. Something is clearly wrong. Pushing away from her colleagues, she rushes right at him. What kind of Superman? He thought. She's holding a sword, and her body is cut through by tear gas as she flies. The blade, like a butterfly, flies right by the man's neck. He holds his breath for a few seconds, unable to say anything. He was saved by the radio, which took the brunt of the blow. He was lucky that the knife did not hit his neck. The captain turns to him and tells him that she underestimated him, because her subordinates had received special training, unlike the boss. He doesn't even understand what she's talking about. The police squad also needs to do something about these half-zombies, and they decide to just push them around. "Push!" The captain orders them to push through the crowd. Dongchul looks down and thinks, does this girl really expect to overcome this crowd? Then she calls out to him. He turns his head to her and listens intently, but he stands too calmly in front of her, and this becomes his problem. 2 cuts in the shape of the letter X appear on his chest, and blood flies in different directions. He realizes that he cannot stand still, because it is very difficult to fight in a crowd. The bastard starts screaming at the top of his lungs in pain. To prevent him from making unnecessary sounds, the girl grabs him from behind by the neck and starts squeezing. "Face the floor." How dare you turn away? She asks, burying his face in the floor. The captain explains to him that it is not a fatal wound. Don't worry, I promise not to kill anyone if I get the chance, she adds. But he has a blade in his hands and a strong passion to finish this bastard. She could just cripple his hands, which have sold so many drugs. That's exactly what she does, stabbing him in the arm. You can go crazy from such pain. The knife penetrates his skin very deeply. The police say, I'm not going to take your life. Lean against the wall. He just writhes in pain, feeling terrible. When the captain returns, the bastard asks, Who are you? No one knows, Kim says, lowering her mask. She bursts in disguised as the girl who was their commander to jump over the heads of the staff to the scoundrel. Another kick to the body of the last crazed drug addict. Finally, the whole group lies before them, defeated and disarmed. The next order for the police. Climb the mountain, stepping over every body that lies in the way. Her eyes fall to the wall in front of her. She notices a knife stuck in the wall, with blood all around it. His hands, completely covered in narcotic patches, clench harder and harder, and he speaks. Oh shit. The patches stopped the bleeding, but his condition did not improve. Who was that anyway? Asked Dawn, looking down. She lowered her mask a little and did not answer. She was curious about who it was herself, because he had flown in like Superman. After getting through all the guards, he stands in front of the door and says, Phoenix, come out. The roosters are lying down and not crowing. She orders Dawn to come down now, promising to help. He looks down and notices how many police officers there are. He hasn't seen anything like this since he left the special forces. The girl is amazed to hear him say this and does not understand, but guesses what he means. I'm glad to meet you, my students, he said. And then the girl realized what he was talking about. A gun appeared in his hands and he introduced himself. I'm Dongchul from Unit 29. What squad are you guys from? He continues to ask, holding the gun pointed at everyone. But the police are holding machine guns, and the girl orders everyone to shoot. Shot after shot rang out, breaking all the glass around. Even the shots started coming from the street, which were heard by the police who remained there. The guys were standing on the street and just wondering what to do, because they could hear shots from below. It was unclear what to do, but one thing was clear. They didn't like it anymore. The girl was furious. Why did they take us in the first place if they ended up leaving us here? She felt that they were being used as cannon fodder. They were sitting on one of the guards and continued to talk, discussing the need for covert operations, when someone appeared behind them. We have endured so much, the girl said. And behind her was this man, getting closer and closer, his shirt flapping behind her helmet. He was much bigger than them. It was the manager of Phoenix. The police turned and asked him, What are you doing here? But instead of answering, he just called them fucking cops. Like professional dancers, they bounced back, falling into step together. It becomes clear that the situation they are in now is a complete mess. They decide to shoot him with a stun gun, aiming 2 cables with an electric charge. Only 2 tips reach his body as he puts his hand out right in front of them. Reacting very quickly, he grabs the 2 cables, pulls them with his hand, and rips them out completely. He pulled so hard that the gun in the girl's hands shattered into small pieces. It shows a little, the man said, and the boys looked at him, not believing what kind of monster he was. Guns. I'll tell you a very interesting thing, he continued. In South Korea, there are strict rules about the use of firearms. It's a hot topic in the country. Don clearly understood these rules and told the police that they could use whatever they wanted. He knew that these bullets could only leave a small dent. The police were hampered by the table behind which the criminal was hiding, and they couldn't pierce it with rubber bullets. She orders everyone to switch to live ammunition, but she needed to warn him, and she does so. There will be a confrontation. You need to surrender because you need a hospital, she warns. But he replies that it is better to die. Rotting to death in prison without drugs is not for me, he said. She asked him, Are drugs really more important than life? He explained, My life turned around when I tried drugs for the first time on one of my missions. He took advantage of his position to scour the area for the best stuff. But over time, his body began to get used to it and drugs stopped bringing him joy. Then the following happened. He saw someone who changed his life forever. Phoenix Sung P was standing in front of him, and her manager was behind her. She came up to him and asked his name. Are you really Dongchul? She asked, adding that she had heard about his drug resistance. She then handed him a blue Chupa Chups. This is made with the best ingredients we have, she said. She seemed like a nice enough girl and asked if he wanted to try it. He opened his mouth and she put the chupik on his tongue. His eyes immediately opened wide. He felt like he was growing right on the spot, like he was in paradise. It was a really fabulous feeling. Eureka, he thought. But in reality, what was going on in his head was terrible because he was not himself. She looked at him and realized that he was completely drugged, asking, "How do you feel?" Then she told him that if he wanted to team up with her, she would get him something cooler. He was ready to do anything, saying, "I'll do whatever you want." She only asked him to promise that he would not take more than one in a day. Otherwise, he would get very sick. It was this path that brought him to the point where he is now sitting at the table, risking his life, hiding from the police. He was already on the verge of losing a lot of blood, and he was holding 5 chupa chups that could ruin his whole life now. The only thing he was sorry about was that he would not be able to eat anymore, because that would be more than death. He threw them into his mouth and began to bite into them. "Prepare to fire," came the order after the magazines and the machine guns were changed. The girl realized that they would have to start a shootout. She saw a gun appear on a red background from behind the table. Her finger was on the trigger and about to pull it. Don fires at the metal in front of him. The bullet ricochets and flies back at the girl, but she barely has time to dodge. Yes, a ricochet, she thought, realizing that he had done a very clever job. Under the influence of drugs, he gathered courage, got out from behind the table and started shooting at everyone in front of him. Then he offered to organize a lavish funeral for his commander because he was sure he was going to kill her. The trigger is squeezed and a bullet spins through the rifled barrel inside the muzzle. The bullet lands right above the girl's shoulder. Meanwhile, in the corridor, a firefight between the Roosters and other police officers is taking place. They can barely dodge the bullets, but they can fight back. Grabbing hands and knocking pistols out of the enemy's hands, they act professionally. One of the policemen holds the Rooster by the arm, pointing his gun directly at his leg and shooting it through. After he falls to one knee, the policeman moves on and shoots him in the other. In order not to torture them, he inserts the barrel of the gun far into one of the Rooster's mouths. Now he can take anything in his mouth. Sun Pai hears everything that is happening outside the door and realizes that this day is very terrible. All the representatives of the cock race are lying on the floor, and Kim confidently steps over them. He walked up to the door and pulled the handle. The door opened, and he saw her standing in front of him. She explained to him that she was wondering where the noise was coming from, and it turned out to be him, and she also told him that Miss Phoenix had told him about him. She added that she was going to visit him herself, but he was faster. He asked if she had received his gift. "The Phoenix card?" the girl said in surprise. There were a few seconds of silence. She could think of nothing else to do but ask him, "Who are you?" How often have I heard this question, he thought. But he wasn't bored at all. It seems it's time to remember the good old days. The girl starts firing live ammunition. The bullets fly straight into the iron table he is sitting at. But now they don't bounce. They pierce through it. Don's life could end there, as the bullets pierce his body. The girl gets up and shouts, "Don't lower your weapon, keep shooting!" She sees a horrific scene before her eyes. Don, covered in blood, walked to the railing that separated the first floor from the second and leaned on it. The police notice that an iron object begins to approach them. It crashes right into the shield, saving the table. Everything starts flying after the iron object. The girl realizes that at this rate he will die quickly. But as if possessed by a demon, he jumps up and starts running straight for the police. He has a gun in his hand, and he is ready to act professionally because he has experience. And now his body is filled with great strength. This is a real devil, the police realize. In order to defend themselves, they strike him directly on the head with their shields. Blood begins to flow on their uniforms, splattering everything around them. This is the first casualty among the police. He leaves the line. Don said that you shouldn't raise the shield thoughtlessly. The police made a mistake thinking that he was not capable of more if he was not breathing. And then he starts to do something incredible. He throws every police officer and runs forward straight to her. He comes up close and says to her, "You don't want to start shooting so you don't hit your comrades." With that, he points the muzzle of his gun directly at her. She kicks him right in the solar plexus, her signature kick that knocks him down. He flies through the crowd of police officers, knocked backwards. All she has to do is reload the machine gun. She does it in 2 seconds, and starts shooting him in midair, piercing every limb and body. He flies backwards like a piece of meat and falls down. She orders the police to check his condition. "He's dead," says the partner of the policeman who was shot in the head. She cannot believe that this has happened. Her attention is distracted by strange noises coming from the side. Don wasn't dead yet, and he had a very interesting thing in his hand, which he lets go of. It falls to the ground. It was a smoke grenade. Everyone screamed, "Smoke grenade!" and prepared to defend themselves. Everyone had to disperse as quickly as possible. There was an explosion, and everything was completely covered in smoke. Everything is so smoky that you can't see anything at all. No one can see anything. Only a few silhouettes are visible through the smoke. They were walking next to each other when a bullet hits one of them in the head, and his goggles are shattered. "What's going on?" "Where did the shooting come from?" she asks. But she realizes that if her colleagues keep screaming, it will be a disaster. The words come over the loudspeaker. How pathetic. Panicking over the death of a comrade? Time goes by, equipment improves, and people get dumber and dumber. You are too weak. You have no experience at all. It was Don who took the loudspeaker and asked everyone to take this as a lesson, calling them his students. "The price of the lesson will be your life," he says, and shoots another policeman in the head. Something has to be done, somehow, to deal with him. Because at this rate, he is going to kill everyone. In the smoke, we can see a silhouette. It was a policeman. He was just shooting. But he sees something that takes his breath away. His body starts to tremble. He sees his own blood scattered right in front of him. But he can't understand where the bullets came from. His back is pierced by 3 bullets. Shots are heard in the puffs of smoke. And then the body of his lifeless comrade falls down. "Where is he shooting from?" everyone asks. All they can see is blood flying in all directions and shots being fired. She lies on the floor and realizes that the moment is terrible, and she probably has to die now. At that moment, Kim Ah-hyun was very much afraid for her life. She looked straight ahead at the smoke in front of her. She saw the silhouette of a person, and could not understand whether it was a friend or an enemy. Then she saw the glitter of the muzzle of a gun flashing in front of her. Looking at it, she realized whose hand it was and whose gun it was. At that moment, her whole life flew before her eyes. She saw him and realized that he was about to shoot. He was sitting under the net. His body had lost a lot of blood. His hands were covered with drug patches, and he was holding a gun. But there was no shot. For some reason, he did not shoot at that moment. It seemed to her that he was dead. It seemed that he was no longer breathing. When the feeling of impending death gradually recedes, it's time to inevitably face reality. And that's exactly what the girl had to experience now. She looked around and saw her comrades who had died, Dawn sitting lifeless under the net, and a sea of blood. Looking at this, she began to shake. Her body was seized with panic. Tears were flowing from her eyes, and she shouted, "No!" It was the first time in her life that she felt such fear and despair, and she only managed to squeeze out a few frightened moans. Raising her head up so as not to see this nightmare, she just stood there moaning. But the sound of her feet hitting the floor made her turn around. She noticed 3 policemen running away from a large man in a shirt with blue stars. They were running and shouting that nothing was working against him. He was invulnerable to them. The girl even mentally told this special training to go to hell, hating the moment she was in. Biquan's secret training was quite simple. He told his guys about the most important human organs. Using rubber bullets, he taught them to aim for the solar plexus, back of the head, groin, and joints. With sharp weapons, he taught them to hit the places with the most blood vessels. He explained to them that if they had to face the enemy on a mission, they should aim at the places he showed them. They were tired from the training and could hardly breathe, but they agreed with Kim. But he did not forget to tell them about the exceptions that existed. And now it seems that this exception is standing right in front of them. They are looking at it. It is so big against them that they don't know what to do. Holding their batons right next to his body, they hear him say that it's very funny. And at that moment, the following happens. The guys run away from this manager, calling for help from the squad leader. They are screaming and begging him to come quickly. While running away from this man, they ran into a place where there had just been a bunch of people on drugs. They looked at their feet and noticed everyone. What's going on here? They couldn't understand, looking at this cleanliness. Then they saw that among all these corpses, right in the middle of the dance floor, she was sitting there looking at every policeman who was lying on the floor without blood, completely lifeless. The guys can't believe that they are all dead. The manager behind them said, "Great. Dongchul did a great job getting rid of the unnecessary garbage." He noticed that Don was sitting under the wall, showing no signs of life. However, his hand found the strength to raise his gun. And this gun is now pointed directly at him. He looks at his friend, and cannot understand why. Meanwhile, Kim talks to the former Miss Phoenix, and asks her where the new Miss Phoenix is hiding. But she insists that she wants to know who he is first, and asks him to answer quickly. He tells her, "You're pretty smart in these things and you should have figured it out by now." But she laughs and says she's not sure. She can only say that he's an interesting person who says very interesting things. And she added that if they met under different circumstances, she would even pour him tea and talk to him. In response, she hears that she is a drug-addicted mutt. Kim punches her a few times to get the drugs out of her body, although the punches don't work, but he was sure they would in this case. A drug-addicted mutt who pretends to be friendly. Kim knows that she has secretly taken out a patch. It was easy to read her, and she's holding it in her hands now. He can't think of anything else to do but just attack her, and swings at her with his foot. She shouldn't waste her time trying to put on that band-aid. And now Kim's kicks are starting to make her nose bleed. She decides to do the following: throw a pill with a drug into her mouth, since she hasn't been able to put on the band-aid. Her hand reaches for her mouth, but he grabs her cheeks. It was too obvious for him, and he read her actions in advance. He wondered if it was normal for her to keep a pill in her mouth all day, so he reached out and took it out. He grabbed her by the throat, but she threw her legs over his arm so that she could then take his neck in a triangle. But instead, she found herself in a guillotine, breaking his arm against her thigh, trying to break it without using drugs. She thought in vain that she would succeed because he was beating her back to the floor. Now he asks her where this bird is hiding. What is the point of protecting this cowardly rat who hides her face when her comrades are looking for her? Miss Phoenix is not a coward, the girl adds in her defense. 2 pieces of paper wrapped in balloons hid his body armor behind his back. Kim turns his head and notices that someone has appeared. He looks, and at first can't believe his eyes, but then realizes that anything could be here. He sees 3 teenagers in front of him, all with adhesive plasters on their cheeks. They think he is a bad guy. The girl tells them that they came too late. Even though she asked them to come as soon as they heard the noise, the kids came in anyway, holding daggers. Mala runs to Kim. To defend himself from such a blow, Kim just had to stand up and step aside. Then he lightly hit the girl on the neck so that she would not make such mistakes again. She fell right next to the table where Miss was lying. The other 2 guys who came with the kid also took knives and ran at Kim, but they also get stabbed in the neck. I wonder what they were counting on. Taking into account the fact that they were on drugs, it's clear what they were counting on. After he has dealt with everyone, he hears a question behind him. What are you going to do next? The drug addict is now drugged, her entire body covered in red patches of the strongest drug, while he was distracted by the children. He asked if Ms. Phoenix had given her permission to touch the innocent children. No one knows, he heard from the girl who was now drugged. That's not going to work, he realized and looked at the knife at his feet. Stepping on the edge of the knife, he threw it into the air. Then he skillfully picked it up with his hand and promised the girl something. He promised that her end was near and that her life would end there. And now the weather is just beautiful outside. The branches of the willow tree are hanging beautifully. The lady is sitting, looking like she's not on drugs. She sits right on the cliffside and watches the bright December sunset deal with the man. The monk approached her and asked her what she thought about it. What does she think of this child? Could he become the new Bikwan? But she replied that she just didn't know, sitting right on the stone. He seemed to her to be stronger than the first Bai, but for some reason he couldn't kill him. She noticed that he did look similar, but it was all very ambiguous to her. The monk said that she was wrong because her brain was altered by drugs, so it was not surprising that she did not notice. She didn't notice that the bright December could easily kill him. He just didn't want to. After that, she realized what he was doing, just taking him out, mocking a high-ranking fighter. When he first came here, he was still small. All the children had already been killed by the first-generation Bikwan, except for him. And it all happened before his eyes. The monk asked her to look again and notice it, to notice these countless scars that his eyes were telling her about. Scars left by this child on his body as revenge for what he had seen as a child. The knife cuts. The pattern on his body resembled the leaves of a tree. No one else was so well suited to the role of Bikwan. He always created such beautiful patterns with his knife, and this time he was doing the same on this girl's body. This is it. He now realized that it was all predestined. After he was done with her, leaving only cuts on her body, Bikwan announced his name to her and reminded her who he really was. A card fell out of her hand, showing a man with an umbrella by a river and a frog. There is a chandelier in the room with light bulbs illuminating the entire room, where very violent events are taking place. A drugged girl is lying with her body cut up, barely making any moans. Kim puts his foot on her chest and presses her firmly into the floor. He asks her one last time where Phoenix is hiding, but she is sure he will kill her even if she tells him. He didn't lie to her, but promised her that her death would be painless. This brought a small smile to her face. As soon as the first-generation Phoenix, known as Sanpai, stepped down, his fate was placed in the hands of the new Phoenix. When the full moon rises again, a ceremony of transferring the title is held. This ceremony ends with the death of a member of the previous generation. The new Phoenix did not kill her predecessor. She acted much wiser. Then the old Miss Phoenix sat in front of the new one, and the new one asked her why she tried to poison her. She asked her how many times the old Miss Phoenix had tried to poison her, and how she could think that it would go unnoticed. It turns out she had let her live, and she had tried to kill her. "Do you hate me?" she asked. She only replied that she had no reason to love her. "But why?" she continued to ask. "Why does everyone despise me so much?" she asked, sobbing and holding her head. She became hysterical and said that they tried to kill her because she was weaker. She fought for her life to finally wait for the full moon, and now she is hated because of drugs. "You don't have to despise me like that," she said. "You have gone through the same difficulties as me." Then she stood up from her chair in front of the girl tied up with ropes and offered her a deal. "Let's see. If I drink this, you will have to love me," holding a glass of drink in her hand. The girl just looked at her and didn't understand what she was getting at. "I drank it all," she said afterwards. She looked at the girl, and her mouth and eyes were bleeding, and her entire forehead was red. "I did it, right?" she asked, crying blood. "Do you like me more now?" she continued to ask. She was begging for an answer when, as someone who thought only of her own survival, she saw Ms. Phoenix in tears. It was the first time she had experienced this feeling. She felt that feeling called love. How can Kim understand that I cannot risk the life of someone I love, the life of the one for whom I first felt love? Kim listened to her, and since that was her final answer, he gave her a chance to die a painless death by simply slitting her throat with a knife. He finished with her and turned around to go and interrogate the other bastards. Ms. Phoenix heard the words behind him. Choking on blood, the girl said she would come back here. She meant something when she said that the deaths of the children were her fault. She meant that she killed the children, not Ms. Phoenix, and asked Kim not to kill her. For him, everything would be resolved only through this abomination and her subsequent actions. He explained to the dying girl that everything would depend on her. Seeing what happened, the man shouts in despair the name of someone important to him, trying to find out what happened to him. The policewoman, seeing her captain in such a state, is frozen in shock. They shouted Dong Chul, but he was already dead. Despite what was happening, we had to pull ourselves together. To make her come to her senses faster and start acting like a captain, her colleague slaps her. It took a long time to bring her to her senses, and the other police officers surrounding the horrific scene eventually turned their attention to the boy, Kenha. After losing his friend Dong Chul, Ken-hee is overcome with rage and loses control of himself. Suddenly, he starts running at the police. The frightened policemen try to stop him because he is behaving inappropriately. Dong Chul swings his arm, radiating great aggression. He knocks down several policemen with his healthy arm on the way. Gyeong-hee attacks the other policemen who are terrified and don't know what to do with this aggressive man. Kenji wants to crush everyone around him, and the police officers are terrified to realize that the situation is becoming inevitable. His burning gaze promises to tear the policeman into small pieces. He is out of control. As soon as he swings at the police commander, she closes her eyes in shock. A huge stream of blood floods the place, but it was not the blood of the policeman. It was the blood of Kenha, who decided to attack everyone. One of the policemen pulled out a knife and stabbed the threatening hand several times. In shock, Kenny grabbed his arm in pain, and the policeman stopped, confused. A moment ago, Kenny was behind the policeman, and now he has moved forward, promising that he will not kill them. The policeman stands upright, holding a knife in his hand, and the aggressive man clutches his arm in pain. Soon Kensu approaches this man who has just been killed. Despite everything, he was sure that it was a fatal stab, but still, why did they scatter everyone so easily? Surveying the situation, the guy thought that maybe he had underestimated the enemy. But behind him, that scoundrel decided to attack again. It seemed that he would succeed and destroy the policeman. But again, nothing happened, as he was on the verge of losing control. The policeman quickly blocked his punch with his shield, and his opponent was hurt the most by the blow with his bare hands. The man who wanted to attack the police was writhing in pain as it looked like his arm was broken. He turned to his colleagues. He ordered them to deal with the policemen, who were squirming from the effects of the harmful patches. Our hero picks up an assault rifle, promising to finish off the rest. Confident in himself, he reloads it, realizing that this is his mission. He must do everything possible to protect people. Soon he sees this scoundrel using people lying on the ground as a shield and tells him to shoot. Despite this, the policeman doesn't stop and starts shooting, aiming his assault rifle at the people. In a masterful move, the bullet flies past innocent people and hits the criminal's shoulder, causing a fatal wound. Dongchul grabs his shoulder and screams, releasing the hostages from his hands in pain. Our hero promises the bastard that he won't kill him. Everyone around him is dead, and the policeman will have to let him live at least. Hearing this, the criminal is dumbfounded. How dare this scoundrel behave like this? Feeling angry, he attacks again. The policeman shoots, piercing his leg to stop him. Kenhai calmly reacts to this attack and disarms his opponent, asking his colleagues to report back to the base that they are returning. Many police officers were killed in this brutal mission. Our hero thought it would be easy, but he was wrong, underestimating the situation. He had high hopes and expected a lot from his colleagues. However, they all broke down during the mission, making many mistakes. He looks at his superior and realizes that he overestimated it. But there was no time to delay, because the man who had just attacked was dangerous enough to be tied up. Glancing at his colleagues, Kenny said it was better for them to just keep quiet and watch the professional. Suddenly, the sound of a motor is heard, attracting everyone's attention. Soon, a motorcycle with a biker bursts into the room and rushes right at the police. It looks like it was a blonde girl who was flying on a motorcycle for a reason. She quickly moves in and pushes the policeman away. The policeman realized that there was no time to lose and took his gun. He aims at her and wants to shoot, but the rider turns her motorcycle sharply. She hits the policeman in the head with the back wheel, knocking the shit out of him. After throwing him back a few meters and forcing him to drop his weapon, she circled her sport bike and stopped. The man noticed that the woman looked familiar and hoped that she was the one he was thinking of. Taking off her helmet, she attracted everyone's attention. It was Miss Phoenix, with a flawless appearance and red eyes, through which veins with abnormal energy were visible. She looked at everyone with contempt. The police officers immediately realized that this was the same madwoman they had seen recently. She surveyed the situation and the man who was sitting injured, but did not pay attention to the police officers who were running around. She told him to gather the others and follow her, because they needed to choose an escape route, and it might take time. If they didn't, they would be found and killed. Don lowered his eyes, making it clear that no one but him had survived. This information stunned Ms. Phoenix, and sweat began to pour down her face. She looked around and saw her dead colleagues surrounded by police officers. One of them said that everyone had died, and not by their own hand. She saw the mutilated corpses of her good friends from the gang. Rage filled her soul. She was furious and wanted to destroy those who had come to bring death to her gang. She revved up her sport bike. She rummaged through her jacket and found bombs, took one in her hand, and prepared to throw it at the police. Her rage knew no bounds. She wanted to kill the police herself. Seeing this, Kenny smiled, because it looked quite funny, and he did not understand who she wanted to scare at all. The young man was sitting on a rock, holding his injured arm, and it was raining steadily. The rain had not stopped for several hours, and his sister came to the boy. She looked at him with love in her heart, knowing how he had been punished. She sat down next to him because he had disobeyed Lord Buddha. She wondered if he was even okay, because he was holding his bandaged arm. He didn't say anything to her, just asked if she was okay. The girl raised her hand, which showed the marks of the belt. She smiled, assuring her brother that she was fine, although she felt guilty for being so weak. She wanted to tell him what Master Buddha had said, that only this boy was responsible for them now, and she was glad that he had been chosen for this role. She was even a little jealous of him, because this guy had been promoted and his new name, Big One, sounded cool. She wondered if the guy thought she could also get the position and the name, but he just said that she wanted too much. At this, the young girl smiled, because she had heard that everyone at the top had terrible relationships, if she ever got there. Would this guy remember their friendship and honesty? She asked him to promise her that he would never forget the moment they sat on that rock in the rain. But now this girl was an adult and was throwing her bombs at the police. Kenai noticed the little blue and red balls flying right into his face, suspecting something dangerous. But he didn't have time to turn away, and one of the balloons touched his arm. There was a huge explosion that filled the space with blue smoke. The police officer managed to put on a gas mask, realizing that it was a narcotic smoke grenade, which is not particularly explosive but significantly reduces visibility. Although his arm was injured, he could still move, and he needed to act quickly because the girl was racing toward him on a sport bike. He narrowly avoided being hit by the motorcycle and escaped death. The girl made a maneuver and stopped her sport bike. How much longer is this pathetic policeman going to run away from her? Her eyes were as if under anesthesia. She wanted nothing more than to run over this scoundrel. But the policeman wasn't going to give up so easily and ran to the nearest stairs. Seeing this, she couldn't believe that he really thought he could get away from her. She had no trouble climbing up the stairs and crushing this bug in uniform. The policeman ran relentlessly up the stairs and onto the roof of the building. As soon as he started running out the door, drug smoke enveloped him. The smoke spread throughout the space around him. Soon after, an inadequate girl on a sport bike also followed him. She wanted only one thing, to destroy him. But the moment she entered, she was stunned by the scene. The corpses of his comrades were lying on this floor. The policeman was just standing in front of the corpses, making it clear that he had done it. He did not even look at the girl, but simply told her to try to stop him. Just like a bull runs at a red light, the girl on her bike was picking up speed. After passing the bodies, she began to move even faster. Hate filled her heart, and she was ready to fight to the end. But as soon as she reached the place where the policeman was standing, he disappeared into the corridor. He hid behind a large pillar and complimented the girl when she arrived. "You drive well," the policeman said, and jumped out from behind the corner. He jumped on her, trying to strike her. As soon as he fell on top of her, his hands began to wrap around her head. He was squeezing her neck, not letting her breathe, fixing her position. His eyes burned with hatred. He had the advantage now, and no matter how hard she tried to get out, she couldn't. But the girl wasn't going to give up so easily. She stepped on the gas of her sport bike. She tried to accelerate to throw him off the bike, but it was a big mistake because she forgot to put on her helmet. The policeman knocked her off balance so that they fell off the sport bike. After landing a few seconds later, the policeman started to get up. Holding his side, he realized that he had hit it hard and would not do it again. The girl with the broken head also started to rise, trying to understand who was wearing that uniform. She was screaming, who the hell was he and how dare he do such a thing? She was furious that if it wasn't for the presence of this damn policeman, everything would have gone according to plan, and they would have achieved their goal. Standing in front of her, the policeman listened to her crazy accusations, not understanding how it all started. At some point, she began to blame him for all her troubles. When she was younger, she had always followed him and followed all his instructions. She should not have blamed him, but only herself. But the girl did not understand what he was talking about, and it seemed like complete nonsense. She asked again and again who he was. Finally, the policeman said quietly that he was Big Wang. He was Big Wang, and if the girl realized that, she would go to hell. Hearing his words, she did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She again told him not to make it up. But the policeman explained who he was, to which he replied with only one word: Phoenix. Since her name was Phoenix, he asked her to surrender to the police. This stunned her, and she looked at him in shock. She thought the policeman was going to kill her, but he explained that his goal was to deliver her alive because he had been ordered to do so. The policeman asked her to share the horrors she had to go through because of this bastard and to provide evidence to prove his guilt. If she agreed, he would let her live. These words reached her ears, but she just smiled. She began to laugh out loud, choking on her laughter. The funniest thing to her was that Big Wang still had a secret student, and a cop at that. However, he tilted his gaze to emphasize that everyone knew he had no students. As soon as he reached the top, she started to follow him. This caught her attention because for a moment she believed that he was indeed Big Wang. The policeman continued. Did she naively think he wouldn't notice the shadow that followed him on all his missions? There were only 2 people in the Hwagansu clan who hated the monk he and she. Why did she change and turn against her brother? These words made the girl angry, and she gnashed her teeth in anger, shouting at him to shut his mouth. Because her brother Big Wang was already dead, Mr. Buddha even showed her his corpse to make sure it was true. If she disobeyed him, she would be next, she shouted. The policeman standing in front of her understood that it was hard to believe, but it was true. Nevertheless, her doubts did not leave her, and she wondered if there was something her brother had not told his student. Tears from this realization appeared in her eyes. Our hero had a flashback to when she was little and they used to date. However, judging by the words he heard from Big Wang, it was simply incredible. In his memory, this carefree girl was always telling him about her friendship, and now she said that she hated Big Wang much more than Buddha. At that moment, the boy realized that all those words of friendship and promises were just a fleeting childhood delusion. With hatred in her eyes, filled with the power of unknown substances, the girl rushed to attack the policeman. He was ready to take the fight and realized that he would have to try. Kicking her, he hit the blue drug bombs. The fog exploded in her pocket and began to spread through the space. The policeman managed to put on a gas mask, but realized that if this smoke got into his lungs, he would be dead. Phoenix, having smelled the poisonous odor, realized that she even liked it. It was drugs, and for her there was nothing better than this doping. Her mind, confused by drugs, saw it as the only consolation, even if the pain from toothaches or bleeding wounds was unbearable. She would attack the boyfriend with great force. She kept saying that drugs would free her from everything, even if she feels very bad and terrible. Drugs will level this problem and give her strength. In this poisonous smoke, she still managed to punch Big Wang in the face and knocked him aside. Her pupils dilated and her body was filled with strength. She felt so wonderful. She thought it was wonderful, as if she was being thrown into different parts, and she was enjoying it more and more. But soon her eyes started to close, and she felt that this was not good, although the drugs she was using as medicine were having an effect. But there was a big but. If something is used as a drug, it distorts perception, and in fact, the girl was lying on the ground, and the policeman was in excellent condition. The policeman was well protected from drugs, but he was wondering how the girl was still standing. The deepest misconception is that drugs distort people's vision, but reality does not change. They make things worse and worse, and the girl screams from the pain she has been experiencing. She doesn't understand what happened, because she was told that she was winning, and it couldn't be. She started digging in her pocket, looking for more drugs that could give her strength. But as she watched, her childhood friend reached out to her, calling it a huge shame. How could she ever stoop to such a thing? The smoke-filled room gave her no choice but to give up. At this point, she began to doubt her existence, asking herself if she was disgraced. But her body was already disfigured by this poison, and she couldn't admit it by calling the guy a fool. She was holding cards, or rather stickers, impregnated with the drug, and as she approached the boy, she suddenly stopped. He snatched the cards from her hands and threw them up, scattering them. He said that absolutely everything is better than being an addict. Seeing the scattered stickers, the girl started to almost cry from the loss of her drugs. She started catching them with her hands, begging and collecting them to keep them. Seeing this pitiful picture, the policeman asked her to stop, raising his fist over her. He hit her on the head, causing pain, to make her realize that she had few options left, and the best thing for her to do was to surrender. Surrender, no matter what. Because the next blow would be stronger, and with each action she would become even more ashamed, according to the policeman. Like a zombie, the girl was crawling on the floor, asking the policeman to give her a dose of the drug, but the guy crouched down and told her that if she promised to surrender to the police, he would give her a dose. The girl replied that she would rather die or he would kill her, because the wrath of her Lord Buddha is more terrible than death. The guy took off his mask to shout at her and asked her to listen to him. His friend and colleague asked him to let her live, and when she heard this, the girl sat opposite him. But Phoenix, lying on the floor, does not recognize this man as his brother Big Wang, because he would never have given up the Sampa. He would have been able to extract enough information from it. The policeman replied that the Sampi had touched the children, and judging by her reaction, she did not know that. And thank God. Now she can understand why he killed her. But she still doesn't believe him, thinking that he is just pretending to be Big Wang. The policeman emphasizes that it's not about this scoundrel, and she doesn't have to worry, because he will take responsibility, and he will finish that scumbag off too. He looks her straight in the eye, trying to convey that he is serious. Hearing these words, the girl froze in shock. She began to laugh incessantly, because no one can finish off Mr. Buddha. Even if her brother Big Wang had died at his hands, did he really believe that he could kill the Lord? But the policeman wanted to explain that there was nothing left of his real body. He had trained for a long time, and despite all the abuse he had to endure as a child, it made him stronger. But the body remembers everything, and wounds are no exception. The last nail in the coffin lid was driven in at the moment when he was promised freedom, but was deprived of his life. This special operation was called True Religion, and at that moment he went through the worst experience of his life. He suffered terribly, and he believes that the girl understands what he is talking about. But his new body is different from his previous one. It has only been subjected to gentle training. This now allows him to feel free. There are no scars on his body, and there are no consequences of abuse. This shows that he is in excellent condition and has perfect health. And he is very lucky that he was not reborn in the body of some policewoman. He is even afraid to imagine the consequences of this. And if he finally gets used to his new body and continues his training, he will be able to. He will be able to take revenge for the abuse and kill the monk who caused him so much pain. Listening to these words, the girl's soul was filled with sadness, and she looked at him with red eyes. She could not believe that it was him, and that he would not succeed. But at one point she did believe that he was really Big Wang. In fact, he was, and the policeman offered her a choice to turn herself in, because it was better than dying at that moment. Now he's standing in this room across from her, giving her the choice. Meanwhile, in the bar room, the policemen are discussing whether their colleague Kensu is up to the task. They had no doubts about him and wanted to get everyone together to get out of here. They had to hold out for another half hour, and then help would arrive. One of the criminals was sitting aside, bleeding, but alive. He needed first aid because it would soon be too late. But this man threatened that if they laid a finger on him, he would kill them immediately. Nevertheless, the policeman decided to touch him because he might die before the trial. When he saw that the policeman would not back down, he did not want to die. So he advised him to take a band-aid from his pocket and stick it on his body. The police commander understood that this was complete nonsense, knowing that it was not a simple band-aid but doped. But the man begged to do it immediately, as there was almost no time left. Looking at the offender, the policewoman said once again that it was a drug, and how she could give it to a person with an addiction. But soon she noticed silhouettes. They were unknown people standing in the shadows. They came here for a reason. They were people with muscular bodies covered with tattoos that broke all the canons. When the drug addict saw them, he got scared because they looked quite formidable. Two masked men. They were against drugs, saying that drugs were for scum, which made it clear that they had come here for a reason. The thief, seeing the drugged people, was shocked by their presence. The policeman asked who they were, but gritting his teeth, the thief said that it was Mook himself. Looking at them with their fierce gazes, these drugged men said, "Not Mook himself." They began to walk closer and closer to the man, laughing at him, wondering what had happened to his strong hands that had replaced his weapons and now turned into miserable knots. They looked at the criminal with their ominous gazes, reminding him that he was sent here to kill one drug-addicted mutt. The man begins to recall a fragment from his memory. The moment he came to the girl to kill her, Phoenix looked at her and froze. This girl was sitting at a table, shrouded in smoke, and asked him if he supported the Lespedes brothers. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and asked if he had come to kill her. But the man looked at her and liked her very much. He even allowed this girl to come closer, feeling interested. The girl came closer and said that she had something more interesting than his death. She came even closer and showed a blue substance on her palm, asking if he wanted to help her. These warriors, in excellent physical shape, laughed at this criminal for falling at the feet of this woman and what had now happened to him. They, like his brothers in the past, had warned him about women. In their opinion, a woman is never to blame for anything, and this person he got involved with was just a dirty drug addict. They emphasized that women are not to blame for anything. According to their organization, women are unselfish creatures, incapable of doing even the smallest thing. But when it comes to feet, it's a whole different story. Dripping with blood, the perpetrator asks the Lespedes brothers what they are doing here, but it was a stupid question on his part. They had come to complete unfinished business, to kill this animal, and they were only interested in where it was. Bai Kong was carrying his sister on his shoulders. She was still alive. Sitting on his shoulders, she recalled the good old days, asking him if he remembered the day they first met. But he asked her to stop talking and save her strength to turn herself in to the police. But she did begin to talk about the first day they met, recalling how the boy was playing with a stick. Buddha brought this child to the boy to meet him. The monk said that the child had passed the test, and now they will work together, asking the boy to show her everything that will help her get used to it. The girl was then scared to death. The boy looked at her as another victim. Taking a stick in his hand, he hit her on the ground with all his strength. The little girl was lying on the ground and could not even get up. The boy began to doubt her, not understanding how she had managed to survive because she was so weak. At that moment, the little girl looked away. But our hero did not stop asking how she ended up here. The girl began to speak only in a quiet voice. She said that she woke up among thousands of dead bodies and was the only one who survived. The guy wanted to emphasize that she was not prepared enough for this place. But the girl cried, tears flooding her face, regretting that she was so weak. She promised to do whatever she was told, and begged the boy not to tell Master Buddha, because she did not want to die. She kept repeating, "I don't want to die," and the fear in her eyes made the boy realize that she was just an ordinary girl. He bent down in front of her, came closer, and promised her that he would not say anything to anyone. When he passed the test himself, he promised himself that he would always take care of his partner's safety. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked him to promise her, and even held out her little finger to cement this union. He thought this little finger shaking was strange. But the girl said that her mother had always taught her that when you promise, you should cross your little fingers. Holding her little finger forward, she asked him to accept her union. The guy smiled and promised. At that moment, the scoundrel stretched out his hand to her, and had something in mind, but did not tell the girl about it. She was grabbed by two large, burly men who were performing another ritual, holding a cup. They were forcing an unknown substance into her mouth because the boy had not kept his promise. Sitting on the shoulders of the policeman posing as her brother, she wondered how he could protect her and survive in such conditions. At the moment when Buddha approached her, she decided to put all the blame on him, because he really deserved it, and she had always protected her brother. But, remembering his old acquaintance, the boy realized that she had misunderstood the situation, because he had never broken his promise to save her from death. Phoenix wanted to understand his words and asked him to explain. Kim told her that she still didn't know why she was the only survivor, and it baffled her how he knew the secret that even she didn't know. Let's go back to the incident when the brothers came and took hold of their former friend with a strong hand. They squeezed his arm with all their might, so that this drug addict screamed in pain and began to come to. The policeman asked them to stop because it contradicted their plans for the hostage. Their commander ordered the police to stop the attackers, and they took their shields in their hands. In a chaotic run, they rushed at the two men who looked alike. However, their movements amazed the policeman, because these two men had incredible strength. One of them swung his leg in front of the police. They did not expect such a strong blow to the shields. The policemen flew in different directions, and their shields bent in a second. At the same time, the attacker's face did not show that he had made much effort. Looking at the police commander, this strong guy said, "Sit still until we get rid of the traitor." They looked at their old friend with hatred in their eyes. He used to admire them, but now he had stooped so low. Frightened, the man pulled out a band-aid to confront them. They saw his pitiful actions, because he was going to be drugged to the last. He never ceased to disappoint them. They didn't even want to confront him. They just watched to see where this damn road would take him. This man put a band-aid on his neck because the only person he was afraid of disappointing was Miss Phoenix. As soon as the band-aid was on his neck, he was going to fight them with one hand. But as soon as he swung, the man holding his arm hit him in the head with his elbow so hard that he smashed his head and the blood began to fall on the police. Holding his hand in the blood of this traitor, the drugged guy said that this road only leads a person to the dump. These drugged people looked at the policeman and said that now it was their turn. They started laughing through their masks at the policeman, enjoying their fear. They looked at them as their prey and realized that there was nothing the police could do. The strong guys were overwhelmed by the appetite for these losers, as the policeman stood before them, trembling with fear. The policeman, looking at these crazy guys, did not understand what to do, but felt that no good could be expected from them. These thugs noticed a female officer in the crowd of police officers. One of them said that he did not eat women. The policeman did not know how to react to this, because it looked quite strange. The thugs noticed that the guys in police uniforms had quite good bodies, and they didn't like that they were hiding them behind their suits. One of the hooligans turned to the policeman and asked him what kind of sport he was into. The officer replied that he had been boxing for over 10 years, although his colleagues did not understand why he was answering them. The officer called him an idiot for telling confidential information to these gluttons. One of the drugged men began to clap his hands, delighted with the policeman's response. He noted that the policeman had a beautiful body, and he liked it very much. The policeman, hearing that a thug was interested in his body, was upset. It was very strange, and he realized that it was better not to say anything. It was a mistake to talk to these psychopaths. The thugs, hearing that the female officer was snapping, ordered her to shut up. The big guy started looking at all the policemen and noticed one who caught his attention. He looked at his prey and decided that he could now get a closer look. He noticed a policeman with a strong body. The policewoman didn't even look up when the scoundrel started moving toward her. With a sudden movement, he attacked her, and she did not have time to realize what was happening. Finding herself in a difficult situation, the policewoman felt the thug squeezing her neck. Her colleagues tried to stop him. One by one, these big men were breaking the policemen, holding them like dogs. Their colleagues could do nothing. They chose their prey from the 4 policemen and broke them by force. The big guy and his friend, opening their mouths to bite their bodies, said, "Thank you for lunch." Meanwhile, Kim, carrying Phoenix through the corridors, sitting on his shoulders, thought long and hard about his words. What did he mean when he said that she was alive for a reason? She assumed that perhaps she had survived because of her resistance to drugs. But Kim decided to tell her the truth anyway. When they became partners, he had already realized something important. At that moment, when she was just a child, no matter how hard she tried to survive, she would have died at the hands of that bastard monk. One day, when the boy was practicing on the field, a man came up to him, noticing his feelings. It was a man in a suit with a scar, who felt that the boy was not eating because he was worried about the girl. The boy was not used to showing his weakness, so he broke the stick into 2 pieces. He decided to attack the man with the broken stick, without fear. But for the big guy, this guy was not a threat. He easily caught his wooden stick. Telling him to be calm, he added that they had chosen him for the next mission. "You must not forget that you are just a child," the man said, snatching the stick from the boy's hands and giving him a good slap to calm him down. Then he decided to share information about how to save the girl from death. The boy didn't understand what the man was referring to, but the man explained that he knew what kind of poison was being used. If she starts to gradually take this poison, increasing the dose, she will soon develop resistance to the poison. The boy did not understand why the man was telling him this and what he wanted. Of course, the man would not have told him anything for nothing. He was smart enough to make the decision to let the boy live. At that moment, they made a deal with B. Kwan, and that's how the guy got access to the list of poisonous herbs. All this time, he fed his girlfriend rice, mixing microdoses of these poisons into it. The girl was delighted that the guy was taking care of her and bringing her rice. While eating, she noticed that something was wrong with the rice. It tasted a little bitter, but the boy reassured her, saying that she was just imagining things. In fact, he was adding poison to her food, and after a few years she was able to survive. And now they met again, albeit not in the best of circumstances. But you get what you get. Of course, the girl didn't believe his words. But Kim decided to remind her how she had been lying with a fever and suffering from pain all over her body, so her body was developing immunity. She wondered why he hadn't told her this earlier. The guy replied that if he had told her, she might have told him under the influence of drugs, and then they would have both been finished. That bastard thought she was born with drug resistance, like a first-generation Sun PE phoenix, so he put her on drugs to raise a new phoenix. The guy was planning an escape but didn't say anything to the Huaxa members. One night, he went to her house to take her with him. When she was sleeping, he approached her on a moonlit night and asked her to get up because they had somewhere to go. Before they could find out anything, she had to go. But when he tried to pick her up, he realized he had made a big mistake. She was high and begged him to leave because it was heaven for her. The girl was lying in her room with drugs of various types next to her, from syringes to pills. At that moment, she called him to her, wanting to show him something better. And then our hero realized that this poison had changed her forever. He regretted his actions when he saw that she had become different, and wondered if he should have left her to die then. But the girl didn't understand why he didn't run away alone then. Kim couldn't answer that because who knows why he didn't. Walking down the hall, they suddenly heard a scream. It seemed to be coming from the room where the police were. Phoenix thought that her friend Sang Mook had started attacking them again. They decided to speed up their pace to get to him faster. The guy was running faster and faster, and when he burst into the bar, they saw an amazing scene that stunned them with its incredibility. The big man had his teeth in the policeman's hand, and it looked like he wanted to bite it off. The second policeman tried to pull him away, but these strong rascals were engrossed in their work. Phoenix noticed that these guys were Lespedites, and their appearance here was a very bad sign. It was not good, because these bastards are real maniacs with a lot of problems. It takes a lot of effort to stop them because they are incredibly strong, and even saliva was flowing from their mouths from excitement. Let's go deeper into the story. There were two brothers, one quite thin and one weak. Each had his own peculiarity. The older one had weak legs, and the younger one had huge arms. These shortcomings were the main weakness of the brothers, and they were left to their fate. The brothers were locked in a starvation room, where children with physical ailments were sent. They could not accept the fact that they would have to die just because they were born with such disabilities, and they had no choice but to defy fate with a spark in their eyes. They started training, moved forward, survived, and devoured to survive. Every day they trained hard to become physically stronger. They killed to eliminate competitors, and they ate to avoid dying from lack of resources. Let's go deeper into the story. There were two brothers, one quite thin and one weak. Each had his own peculiarity. The older one had weak legs, and the younger one had huge hands. These shortcomings were the main weakness of the brothers, and they were left to their fate. The brothers were locked in a starvation room, where children with physical ailments were sent. They could not accept the fact that they would have to die just because they were born with such disabilities, and they had no choice but to defy fate with a spark in their eyes. They started training, moved forward, survived, and devoured to survive. Every day they trained hard to become physically stronger. They killed to eliminate competitors, and they ate to avoid dying from lack of resources. When the boy entered the room with the girl, the brothers noticed her and asked each other a question. What is a drug addict doing here? They wondered why she was climbing on the back of a police officer. The girl looked them in the eye, frightened. Paying attention to what she was doing, they noticed her fright. Her colleague Sangmuk had already been killed by the brothers. It was very painful for Phoenix to look at this picture. Her friend was lying unconscious, beaten by these drugged people. One of the brothers was happy to see the girl because he had been waiting for her for a long time. He despises people who pretend to be the top of society. They hated her for showing off like she meant something, when in fact she was just a carcass. He remarked that Big Wang was dead, and if she died, then the January Star, the March Cherry, or the August Mountain would be left with only them. At this point, the brothers began to exchange some signals with each other. A policeman standing on the top floor asked his colleague if he had called for backup, to which he replied that they would be there in a few minutes. After taking the phoenix off his shoulder, he realizes that he will have to fight for these 10 minutes. He thinks he can resist them all this time, but he notices that everything starts to blur in his eyes, as if something is wrong with his body. He holds his head and can't figure out what's happening to him. Soon he notices that strange symptoms begin to appear on his face. He realizes that the drugs have entered his body through drops of Phoenix's blood, and that's why the reaction began. At this point, she burst into tears and said that she would not go anywhere until he carried her on his shoulders, which is why he had to agree. He made a mistake because his body went limp. This was not good because the big men are incredibly strong and fast, and one of them already wants to grab the boy. His huge hands grab the policeman's head and he is about to crush it in his palms. but the policeman slips away from him, which is astonishingly duck-like. Soon he is on the floor and swings his leg to strike. He does a hard kick to the duck, hitting it on its weak side. But the duck's feet are firmly planted on the ground, and he makes it clear that he will not be knocked down. Kachuk takes his two large hands and swings over him to strike. He considers all the policeman's efforts to be pathetic attempts, confident that he will not be able to resist. But the policeman again manages to avoid the blow, and this does not sit well with the duck, as he begins to wonder what kind of rat he is facing. Soon the policeman is watching him from the outside, realizing that even though he is confronting the duck, he is much bigger than the duck, but that doesn't mean he is invincible. Hearing this, the duck realizes that something is wrong, and how this ordinary policeman can know about him. He wonders who told the policeman about him, but the guy is unable to explain anything because his strength is leaving him because of the drugs. The policeman turned to Phoenix, who was lying on the floor, telling her to follow the police officers and that he would join them soon. Their task was to gather everyone around the other members of the squad and get out of here, and this was clear to the command. But when they were about to leave, something stood in their way. It was the second brother, who blocked their way out and was not going to let them go. Kim realized that the drugs were spreading through his body very quickly, and he didn't have much time left. He needed to end this scoundrel as soon as possible. Seeing this bug of a police officer stand up to him, a healthy jock, made him excited. He saw the courage in this policeman and realized that he would eventually smash him against the wall. But still, Kim dodged his punches, trying to move forward. But one blow landed on him from the elbow of a duck. A drop of blood ended up on the policeman's face, and he fought to buy time until reinforcements arrived. Phoenix watches her brother Bikvan struggle and sees that Zdorovic will soon overtake him. Old memories come flooding back to the girl. She has always been a burden, and now she is in the same position as always. She feels bad, and because of this she remembers that she still has something in her pocket. She left it for a rainy day, but given the situation, she pulls out a bottle with a large dose of drugs and calls it a day. Continuing the fight, our hero began to slow down, and the jock noticed that his body was no longer in the best condition. Now it is in a terrible state because of the drugs, and they don't even want to eat it because of disgust. Kachuk decided to kill the policeman with his strong punch, but the moment he swung, something inexplicable stopped his punch. He didn't expect anyone to dare stop his punch, and it was Phoenix. She apologized to her brother and stood up for him. She thought for a long time that she would be able to surrender to the police, but there was a bottle of empty liquid on the ground. Kachuk wanted to drive the woman away because she was bothering him. But this time, Phoenix decided to repay her brother for saving her by saving him now, and she takes responsibility. The drugs in Miss Phoenix's possession not only contain the Tears of Buddha degree made by the previous Miss Phoenix, but also an improved version of it, a quantum known as light. Depending on the degree of the patch, they can increase levels of pleasure and physical ability. But when the drug wears off, there is a high risk of a reverse effect. The light patches were the strongest, so strong that they brought about changes very quickly with the Sanpai. However, there was an even higher degree that few people knew about. Miss Phoenix, when she saw that her resistance to the light patches was fading, began to diligently seek more concentration. Because of this, the drug became known as Phoenix's Tears. Phoenix decided to drink it when the light patches stopped working, and the critical moment came. She knew for sure that the drug was safe because it was placed in a bottle made of strong glass. As soon as she drank it, everything around her would turn to hell, and now she decided to take the drug. Zdoroviak saw that this girl was disturbing him. He would not tolerate her dirty hands with which she touched him. He wanted to throw her aside with his punch, but he noticed that something was happening to his body. Some kind of reaction started in the place where she touched him. Zdoroviak looks at his hand and realizes that this wretch has contaminated his blood. Kim stands next to Phoenix and sees that she has done the irreparable. His body is filled with rage because the lousy drug addict has contaminated him. All his life he had led a healthy lifestyle and had a clean body. Kim decided to whisper something in Phoenix's ear so that he wouldn't hear. He saw that they were whispering something, but what annoyed him the most was that they had defiled his clean body. Phoenix looked at him and said that everything was going according to plan. He was holding up well, probably dabbling in drugs too. The girl's words caused him indignation. He screamed, demanding that she take her words back, claiming that he had nothing to do with a smelly drug addict, and was holding on only through sheer strength of character. He abruptly bursts into the fight and rushes towards the girl like lightning. He hits her in the stomach with a strong punch to punish this stinking drug addict forever. The girl feels the blow very strongly, and you can see from her face that it was quite painful. She falls to the ground and holds her stomach. Zdorovic wants to do everything to make this dirty drug addict cease to exist forever. But the girl, having taken her blood into her mouth, spits a strong stream. Right in the face of the duck, her blood contains a huge amount of drugs that can kill even a horse. When it gets into his eyes, the duck stops seeing. He is angry that this stinking drug addict has deprived him of his sight. It stunned him for a few seconds, and he starts rubbing his eyes. The girl is not going to give up so easily and breaks his strong arm. He tries to fight back, but she breaks his arm, and they both fall to the ground. He can't fight her off. His body stops obeying him, and his hands can't reach the girl because his muscular arms are losing strength. Soon, the girl turns to the police to help her. They need to take all their friends and leave, because there may not be a second chance. Some of the policemen wondered why she was suddenly helping them, but it didn't matter now. They realized that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible and get the commander and the guys out. But one of the brothers was standing at the exit, not going to let anyone out. Seeing this confrontation, the policemen realized that they would have to make an effort to get out. But looking down, the girl sees stickers under her feet that were soaked in drugs. She doesn't understand why they are right under her feet and comes to the same conclusion. We return to the battle with Health and Phoenix, who helplessly asks him to back off. Holding on, the girl delays the Zdorovic to buy time. Looking at his brother, he offers him help, and the latter asks him to let go quickly. But since he's a little busy, he needs to deal with these cops. He looks at them with a cold stare and wants to kill them. Taking the drug sticker under his feet, the police commander sticks it on his face. This improves his physical condition for a short time, allowing him to resist this scoundrel. Zdorovic looks at the policeman and wonders how cops can be drug addicts. Seeing this, he is convinced that they have all gone crazy, but the commander does the irreparable. Having improved her physical condition, she speeds up, and with a quick movement sticks a sticker to the leg of this big guy. The drug quickly begins to be absorbed into the Zdorovic's bloodstream, taking its irreparable toll. As soon as he saw that this sticker was on his leg, he realized in fear that this was not supposed to happen. He tries to unhook this abomination from his leg, and the officer tries to lead his colleagues out to save themselves. Soon, they take their children and colleagues on their shoulders and prepare to flee. Just as they run past the Zdorovia, the lights go on. The cops need to run as fast as they can while they have the chance. Holding her colleagues on her shoulder, she asks them to be patient a little longer because doctors will be here soon. But the eyes of her police colleague close, even though he is trying his best to hold on. Returning to the fight, the girl finally breaks the drug-addled big man. Looking down, she sees that another brother has also been drugged. He is writhing on the ground, asking for help to unhook the thing, but no one hears his cries, and the brother realizes that he really has a stupid relative. The girl continues to strangle the big man, wringing his hands, and he becomes weaker and weaker. Wrapping her legs and arms around him completely, she thought she would hold out for a long time. But the duck manages to get out, and he takes a swing at the girl. For him, this girl is a real bitch, and he does not feel sorry to use force against her. He swings at her again and again, trying to knock her out with his strong punches. Soon he knocks her off his shoulders, but the drugs are starting to take effect throughout his body. His second brother has managed to get the Velcro off his leg, but he is outraged that it has infected his blood. He will definitely find her. But when he got up, the girl threw bombs with a lot of drugs at him. They filled the entire space, filling the air with their influence. This poison occupied the entire room, and it became clear that they would not get out of here. The health workers did not expect such a reception, and the fact that they would have to fight under the influence of drugs. No matter how hard they tried to defend themselves, they couldn't do it, and they would have to fight her to the end. They will all end up here, because they will all die here, because they are all drug addicts. One rainy night, her brother, Big One, came to the place where the girl was sleeping. He was upset, because today was the first day he killed a person for the first time. She knew about it. She had heard that he had killed old Big One and officially joined the UE. The feeling of guilt did not leave him, and he did not know what to do with it. A tear flowed from his eye, as if he had lost something. Looking at the girl, he asked her if she had ever killed anyone, to which she, of course, said no. He asked her only one thing, to always stay like this, and he held out his hand to her, symbolizing that they promised this to each other. At that moment she promised, saying simply, okay. After that day, the Big One officially began to spread successfully among many other killers, but he never managed to lay a finger on a civilian, and Lord Buddha tortured him. But this guy was too smart to die at the hands of his master. When she joined the ranks of the UE to please her master, crowds of people fell into the abyss of drugs and despair. The girl did not feel a drop of regret for breaking her promise. She reassured herself that he had not kept his word either. Today she realized that she was very wrong. In those moments, she was destroying people right before his eyes. She hated him and despised him with all her heart. But how wrong she was. And at that moment, When she had to fight, she realized why she was doing it. Healing began to surround the girl from all sides. The funny thing was that everyone here was on drugs. Phoenix felt neither pain nor regret. She was only tormented by the question of why she changed at those moments in her life when she shouldn't have. It was all the fault of the drugs she had succumbed to. All of this happened because of drugs that her brother asked her not to try. The legend of reincarnation has been around for a long time. It is said that if a person sinned in a past life, they will be reborn as an insect or cattle, and after being cleansed of their sins, they will be born again as a human being. Brother Big Wang retained his humanity to atone for his one sin and be born as a human. Now Phoenix thinks that in her next life, she will be an insect or cattle. Or perhaps even worse, she will be back in this hell. After several blows from the big men, the girl was lying on the floor and could not move her body. They looked at her and did not understand whether she was withdrawing from drugs or just feeling sick. Perhaps they went a little overboard. But at the moment they were talking, the girl interrupted them. She only asked for a dose. She stretched out her hand and begged them for help, asking for another dose. The doctors thought it was so funny that they burst out laughing. She's on the verge of death, and she's asking for more. A real nit. Picking up one of the stickers she had scattered on the floor, the hierarch said that if she wanted more before she died, she should take it back and say it in her face. Holding the sticker, he waved it in front of her, saying that if she took back what she said about being a drug addict, they would give her some as a gift. And if she said yes, they would have mercy on her, waving the sticker in front of her face. The girl's condition was miserable, of course. Drugs would not help completely. She did not believe they would give them. But still, crying, she stretched out her hand and asked for them because she needed them. But at one point, as she stretches out her hand, she remembers the words she used to say as a child, when her dear brother held her hand and asked her to stay the same and not change. She recalls that precious handshake, which meant that they would never sell their views. And at the moment when the doctors were waiting for her to say that they were not drug addicts, she could not resist. Smiling, she said to the two big men, "Hey, you addicted carcasses, don't play innocent here," and gave them the middle finger. Her words enraged these scoundrels, and they realized that they would kill her. One of the big men grabbed her by the middle finger she showed him. He tore it off, threw it aside, and angrily shouted that they were not drug addicts, and how many times should she repeat it. As she received the blows, the girl realized that she would die, and before she died, she could ask for forgiveness from all the people whose lives she had ruined. Unless she was reborn like Big Wang's brother, she would have no chance. Duck looked at her with a cold gaze, hating her with all his heart. To him, she was just a piece of dog shit. But in the last moments, the girl apologized. She was so sorry, she was wrong. She realized that it didn't matter whether she was reborn as an insect or a cattle. What difference does it make? You don't have to be born human at all. The main hell for her is to return to her life. He doesn't even want to be reborn. The main thing is not to end up back there, in the place that made him such a cruel creature. At the moment when the Zdorovic clutched her neck and squeezed, he hated this addicted little idiot who called him a junkie. He wanted to destroy her existence by squeezing her neck. However, he took his hands away because he couldn't stand it. They were all covered in veins from the effects of the drugs. Looking at his hands, he saw that his whole body was stained. After this incident, his brother looked at his brother. They had to go, but were they going to run after the cops in this condition? They had some illegal business to do, but his brother objected because there was a threat around the corner. But the hungry gaze of one of the brothers fell on the other. He didn't care about backup. He just wanted to kill them all, which scared his brother. But the other one was thinking quite adequately, and of course, was scared. But they couldn't just leave, because they hadn't finished with the ore. But how could they fight, if they didn't even know how many cops were there? Seeing that his brother wasn't going to follow him, Zdorovic decided to go himself. He looked to the side, realizing that the Lespedeza brothers were an orchid. Miss Phoenix was lying on the floor, and it was over with her forever. They were leaving the murder scene. The help was close. It was going up the mountain to the warehouse. They would find gasoline, burn all the drugs before the police arrived, and run out the back door, giving their coordinates. That was the master's order, and his brother would have to go with him. They approached Ms. Phoenix again, who was covered in all the drug stickers. It looked like the most pompous funeral for a drug addict. One of them wanted to take her body and feed it to the dogs, but decided that feeding the garbage to the dogs would poison them. They doused themselves with gasoline and set fire to the room, and the fire engulfed the space. Fire is always interesting to watch, but they had to hurry if they didn't want to turn into a barbecue. They accomplished the mission they thought they had to, saying goodbye to this bitch they hated forever. Soon after, Kim wakes up in the hospital, realizing what has happened. He holds his head, which is incredibly painful, and his attention is drawn to a bird, singing its song outside the window. Looking at it, he doesn't understand what happened, and he doesn't fully realize what happened. But Operation Phoenix at the top of the Paulownia tree has been completed forever, and the burnt post-it note flies in space. It falls on the Buddha's hand, and this makes him realize that this stage is over. Thinking about this situation, the crazy monk was pensive. He had plans even worse than an ordinary person can imagine, and now he has this sticker. Looking at the May orchid, he says its name, and a girl responds. He orders her to gather all the high-ranking officials, to gather everyone regardless, from January to October, as the Buddhist ceremony begins. While in the hospital, the guy sees his colleague, who had taken drugs at the time and is now leaving. The doctors see that she is squirming and doing something messy and ask her to calm down. But she has such a hard waist that the doctor keeps looking at her and wiping her saliva. A superior officer approaches Sergeant Kensu and asks him how he is feeling. If he is fine, he has a serious conversation with him in private. They are alone in a room and sit on chairs. "How long was I unconscious?" Kim asks. The general replies that it was 2 days. A girl named Phoenix died. He realizes that he did not have time to get information from her while she was still alive. She just died, and that was not part of his plans. The general had important news. While Kim was unconscious, controversy broke out about the excessive use of real bullets in the mission, and vice versa, the justice of their actions. A war of public opinion broke out in the heart of their city. Since special forces were killed in the mission, there was no question of using peaceful bullets. Politics is always divided into two camps, the party for the circle and the party for the triangle. And at the same time, another party supports the triangle. It all makes your head spin, but there is another but. The colonels who took part in the operation and patrols want to retire permanently. Of course, this news was shocking, as this could not be allowed. The general tried to convince them, but he failed. That was all the important news for the day. He had nothing more to tell the boy. Kim held his head, realizing what bastards they were for resigning. The general had only a few more words. Kim had to go with him to a place, and they would talk about the rest later. He had to come to the funeral of the fallen special forces, but the guy did not understand what to wear there, as he had never been to such events. The general said that he only needed to wear a police uniform. But first, Kim had to go out and go in. He promised the general that he would not be long and would do everything quickly. We moved to Hwaguksa Temple, where the ceremony would take place. The center of attention was the Buddha, and all his minions had to listen to him. Soon, everyone who needed to be gathered was in place and standing in front of their leader. Only January, symbolizing the pine tree, was missing. February, who represents the plum tree, notices that January has not come again, and the girl Sakura, who symbolizes March, suggested that he thinks that everyone here is a slacker, but she also has a lot to do. April, in turn, said that she was playing the businessman here, and May asked everyone to shut up and muzzle this duck. Peony, representing June, was playing with her dog, not listening to their conversation. July looked at Sakura and realized that he wanted to ask her out. And August, representing the miscanthus, was also absent at that moment. September, representing the chrysanthemum, was looking forward to the monk's arrival. And October, symbolizing the maple tree, joked, "Maybe he's gone, maybe he's dead." But the door opened, and soon the Buddha appeared. He came to his disciples, who were eagerly waiting for him, wondering if everyone had gathered. He looked around the room with a cold gaze. His face was not cheerful. The January pine had not come, but they had an important mission. He is now collecting Phoenix's traces after what happened to her yesterday. As for January, no comment. Some are wondering why they came at all and what is going on here. Buddha asks them if they know about Phoenix's death. Most of them already knew that she was a stupid drug addict who behaved stupidly. One of them assumed that the monk had gathered them here to choose a new December and November. But that was not the purpose of this gathering. He called them because he thought one of them should kill the police chief of Hongjun, who is a very influential person. But what is wrong with this freak? Why does he need to be killed? One of them, thinking it was not very important, asked why they should do it if they could send someone else, because the guys who were training at the moment could handle it completely. His colleagues supported him, noting that this was not even a significant figure, but just an old cop chief. To which the monk replied that he had already sent a few guys he knew before, and they had very good skills. But he wasn't a killer, so they didn't kill him. At that moment he lost his qualification as an assassin. But now something has changed. The monk recalls that moment in his head. As a young man, Bikwan stood bloody in front of him, making excuses about how the bastard was too strong. He was making it clear that he had failed, but these words alerted the monk. But what does too strong mean for their brotherhood? The photo showed him to be a weakling. Maybe Bikwan was just pretending or failed. But would he have made himself look like that in front of a monk? Showing the portrait of the officer again, The monk confirmed that he didn't believe it either, but it was better to be careful. Then he did not kill him, but simply made sure that he did not track them down. And now this officer has fallen on their trail again, and now they will find out what he is capable of. Because of this, he turned to his army. Who will go on a mission to fulfill this task? This officer must be killed, and everyone thought about it. At this point, the officer, attending the funeral of the Special Forces, feels cold and even shaking, and wonders what this chill is, as if someone is remembering him. Passing through the extreme mountains, heading forward, Kim walked along the trail, not realizing what was happening to him. His mind was blurred that day, and he did not fully understand it. The last words that Phoenix gave him were coordinates, and apparently they were location coordinates. He followed them, looking for who could be there. When he came to the specified place, he was already tired of the idea that the place could be underground. He is not a worm, but when will he be able to dig it up, he wonders. He hears again the singing of the beautiful bird that has been watching him all this time. He noticed that it was following him and did not understand what it meant, but the bird follows him quite often, and this happened after the death of the phoenix. Returning to the temple where the meeting was held, it was night. A man in a blue kimono approaches the monk, giving him information about what happened to Phoenix. The people have already gone to the police, and if they kill one of the leaders, won't they face great consequences? The Buddha replied that it would even be better, but it was not clear why he said that. In his opinion, the people are a stupid herd, like a fire that flares up quickly and goes out just as quickly. It's better to make noise at once, and after a while they will forget everything. All the more reason to kill this officer. Is he really that dangerous? They have January. A man in a blue kimono told me that someone wearing a Bi-Quan mask had recently visited the place, and this person was very strong. He could do anything, and his eyes were burning like that guy's. This policeman looked very much like and reminded him of Bi-Quan, and this question bothered the monk. If this means that someone wearing a Bi-Quan mask also knows where to go, he has two assumptions. First, Bi-Quan may have secretly raised a disciple among the police, and the second is that Hong Jun is a strong fighter, so he created a squad to destroy Huaguksa. During his lifetime, Bi-Quan was an object of public attention and was under close surveillance, which makes the first option unlikely. But still, most of his life was connected here, with the Phoenix, a group secretly organized by Hong. The second option is closer to the truth. Then, based on this, Hong Jun is so strong that he could kill Bi-Quan, and they would not have enough time to deal with him in 1 month. After the destruction of the religion of truth, Bi-Quan's condition left much to be desired. It cannot be said that he was at the height of his powers, and 1 month would be enough. When asked whether the monk would rest today, he replied that he would not, as he had to go somewhere. He let his colleague go, and he calmly went to bed, leaving the monk. When he went to his room, he saw a portrait of the head of the security department, Hong. Looking at him, he thinks that this man has strong abilities, but he still needs to check the available information about him. At this point, the officer squirms from pressing his colleague's sore spot. Kim draws attention to his problem because he was not told that he had to give a speech at the funeral of the Special Forces. But what to do if there is no super candidate? Kim has prepared the text, and he just needs to read it. I shouldn't have decided for him. He was unhappy with his boss's decision and warned him that next time he should be given advance notice. But Hong started to snap because he was his boss, and he thought he could treat him like that. To which our hero replied that of course he could, but why? He shouldn't forget that he came to us to save himself, and he still has that thought in his head, Kim said. While attending the joint funeral ceremony for the police officers, it was our hero's turn to speak. The room was filled with police officers. His colleagues could not hold back their tears during his speech. Taking the sheet in his hands, Kim realized that he didn't even know how to read such speeches. But remembering when Hong Jun gave his farewell speech, he felt his sadness and regret. He sincerely regretted the loss of his friends and colleagues. However, our hero, being in such a position, most likely felt sadness, rather than any other feeling, and being in this room filled with mourning, he began to read these words about the sergeants, feeling inner discomfort. After he delivered his speech, he left the room completely sad. When asked about his mood by a man, he paid attention to him. The man who asked about his mood was a high-ranking person. It was Kim Nak-ho, the head of the police department, who personally addressed him. He asked him because he had caught all those drug dealers in the club. To this, our hero replied that maybe it was him. The chief called him a brilliant police officer and wished him good luck. But still, the chief was worried that his boss, Hong Jun, was in charge of such a big case. He had to report to him personally on the progress of this investigation. Although the case was solved, we will assume that he was just lucky. Or maybe, in fact, he failed because so many young men died. As he was leaving, the boss said to ask him what he was thinking. The guy looked at him with fear, realizing that this man was the bald man. Was the bald man he had been thinking about all this time. Soon, the room was filled with the screams of a woman yelling at her son, tearfully shouting, "Son!" She could not believe that her son was gone. Hearing this, our hero realized why he was in a bad mood. After all, realizing that he had died, there was no one who would sincerely grieve for him. If you think about it now, his life here is no different from when he was a killer. As he walked through the hall, a man approached him, saying that he seemed to have served with his son, and this man told him that it was good that he was alive, because his son dreamed of becoming a decent police officer and reaching retirement. Passing by this man, he reminded him of his son. Extending his hand to him, he asked him to make his dream come true through his life. After all, everyone here was someone's relative or child, and this could not be ignored. Our hero stretched out his hand to this man and squeezed him in a handshake, promising him that it would be so. But as he walked to his seat, he heard praise in his address. Soon after Kim's farewell speech, the hostess who was leading the ceremony gave the floor to another guest. It was the head monk. Looking at him, Kim realized that this is the monk whom everyone hated and who betrayed him when he was Bikwan. But what is a representative of Hwaguksa Temple doing at this ceremony? This monk has been called the main cultural asset of our country, and Kim gritted his teeth in horror, not understanding what the hell this was doing in this place. He was in the heart of the police industry, and all he did was calmly say hello. Amitabha. The monk greeted everyone and began his story by noting that at a funeral, a family is defined as a group of people connected to each other by grace. These young people served the state, receiving blessings and mercy while fulfilling their duty. And all the people here can be called one big family. The Buddha addressed all the parents, saying that they should not worry too much, because all the young police officers who are now sitting behind them are also their children. Young police officers should not be afraid now, because these people are your parents, and they are all here as one big family. The monk spoke about unity and love, but our hero, when he was Bikwan, often saw Buddhist monks, but now he is watching this man for the first time outside the walls of the temple. He shamelessly played on the pain of other people, causing them strong emotions. As a result, he made people rely on him in everything and trust him. But our hero, having seen this performance, felt friendship in his body. And at the moment when the monk suggested honoring his colleagues with a minute of silence, he noticed that some people did not bow their heads. This made him realize and make a decision. Those heroes who did not bow their heads were Kim and the police officer, and Kim made a promise to uncover all the atrocities and stop this man's wickedness, ending him forever, and to deprive him of such a miserable life and the name under which he went by, Buddha. After a while, the farewell words with the police finally came to an end, and many parents who had lost their children came up to the monk to find out how to live with this grief. They were crying and begging for mercy and help from him, and to hear this, a guy who was looking at it all coldly was passing by. But soon he was noticed by the higher-ups who were standing there waiting for him. The chief was happy to meet him and his 9 comrades. He thanked him for his kind words. They wanted to invite Kim to drink a delicious drink with them, but now they were in position and in shape. So they offered him to drink coffee from the vending machine on his own. And as a thank you, this man pulled out a coin and pointed to the coffee machine, warning Kim to be careful, alerting our hero. An inexplicable feeling gripped the boy because of this strange bald commander. He looked at this coin as a handout, but still, coffee is not bad. Soon, he made himself a coffee from the vending machine and continued his service, sitting with his superior. The boss asked him again if he had found the phoenix's lair while sipping a cup of coffee. The policeman replied that, despite the difficulties, he managed to find a door under the stones that led down. But what were these unusual stones that allowed the guy to find the whole lair, and what was inside? Of all the valuable things, there was only Phoenix's diary with information about the gang members. Judging from this, the commander was happy that they would now be able to find all the other criminals. But still, the information was not that detailed. Just an addition to what was already known. The commander asked when he could get the information, but Kim replied that in order for him to read it, he needed to put it in order and deliver it tomorrow. However, he had a very important thing to discuss today, and this enthusiasm scared the commander. The boy said in a quiet voice that he was going to live in his house. Hearing this, the commander was extremely surprised and could not accept that one of his employees would live in his house. The commander did not understand why they should live together, and he had no desire to. But to add arguments to his dialogue, Kim took a gold bar and put it on the table. It was real gold with a high gold content, and of course, anyone could be tempted by this maneuver. The commander, seeing this shiny, valuable object, opened his mouth wide. Pretending not to know what it was, he asked what it was, to which Kim replied that it was a find from the Phoenix's lair. Of course, it was black gold, and there were 30 other such bars, but the commander was afraid that if he took it, it would be considered a bribe. In Kim's opinion, it was just a room fee. But even so, the commander did not agree to the offer. The commander explained that he did not live alone. He had a family, responsibilities, and even a daughter. Kim replied that all the more reason for him to live with him now. The commander didn't like Kim's arrogant behavior, but our hero explained that he had been able to avoid being killed so far because of his lies. But what lies are we talking about now? The situation has changed, as Hongjun is responsible for the plan with the Phoenix, and he cannot escape the danger. Thus, Kim wants to convey that he is in serious danger. They can kill both him and his daughter, and he had no choice but to make room for him. It was the right decision. However, the commander did not need the gold bar. Greed, of course, overwhelms his soul, but he still refuses. After a while, Kim came to visit the female officer, who was now in hospital and had recovered from the brutal mission. She was shocked to learn that 3 of her colleagues had been killed, but if Kim is worried that she will leave the service, she definitely will not. Our hero reacted with disappointment because he really wanted her to leave. No matter how strong a guy's body is, in the end, it's his mental state that decides everything. The red-haired girl is considered one of the strongest. But looking at her, Kim realizes that this does not sound convincing. He just said that she doesn't need to delay, and he won't worry about her. As soon as she is discharged, she should start training. The girl was interested in the fact that she hadn't heard about the promotion. Kim explained that at first she had been denied a promotion by 2 levels, which was too early for her, but the girl confidently dreamed that soon all patrol officers would be promoted. But why were she and Kim excluded? So now she and Kang-soo are on equal footing. Hearing these words, the guy grimaced a little, but what did she mean? She wanted to say that she now had 3 stars, and the guy also had 3. She covered her face, laughing, and said that they were now friends. But Kim did not say one more important thing. The girl was excluded from the promotion program, and this information shocked her. She thought he was lying just to annoy her because she was so excited about it. She admitted that he was a little pissed off that she hadn't really been promoted, but she did not understand why she was treated this way, because she had only taken the drug during the mission. This information made the girl pale. She didn't remember it. But as she delved deeper into her thoughts, she realized that she had to do it. It was quite ridiculous that until she came to her senses, she was constantly demanding drugs from all the nurses, and now she might even face disciplinary measures. It was just a nightmare for her. What other disciplinary measures could there be? Kim sees that she won't be making any friends, and she looks depressed. Smiling, he laughs in her face, wishing her a speedy recovery, and says that they will see each other after her discharge. After this information, the girl even wants to cry and cannot say anything. When he leaves the hospital, he realizes that now he doesn't have to worry about this fool. He has only a few important things to do. Bring 2 men. He approaches a building in one of the slums and starts knocking on the door with all his might. A girl is sitting in a dark room. He knocks loudly on the door. Opening the door through a crack, she asks who he is. But when she opens the door, she sees the cold silhouette of a guy who scared her to death. She ran away from the door and started screaming loudly, afraid of him like the devil. But she had to open the door because it was the last opportunity, and he asked her not to delay. The girl recognized Kang-soo. She wondered what he was doing here, but the guy promised to tell her if she opened the door right away. She didn't want to talk to him for a long time and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave. But the thing is, the guy is in uniform, and why call the police if they are both police officers? Pulling the handle, the guy forced her to open the door. The girl asked him to stop because he would soon break her door, but he even started kicking the door, which of course she did not like. She repeated once again that he was a jerk who would break her door. Soon he finally got inside. Once inside, Kim asked her if this was all she wanted, to stay home, avoiding service. The guy wanted to somehow influence her to change her mind, because she didn't even come to the funeral of her friends. But this young woman was in a depressed state. It was clear that something was bothering her. At the age of 29, she was a young president, and there was no word failure in her life. No one doubted her abilities. But once she went on a rather dangerous mission, even though she was warned that the information was inaccurate. This bandit was considered one of the gang members who was part of the strongest special police unit under the leadership of Commander Pen-jack. Of course, these words of the commander may have seemed strange, but he did not want her to participate in all operations. Even more so, he did not want Kim Ken to participate with her. It was more of an order than advice, but she still broke it. Thinking back to that moment, she realized that it was her fault. She had been too arrogant and overconfident. But Kim is not going to listen to these excuses. He takes the girl by the clothes and lifts her out of bed. Realizing that she won't leave on her own, he begins to drag her along, and all the while she just snaps back. She does not understand where he is going to drag her, but it seems that they need to go outside. After walking for a while, they came to the place where Kim wanted to take her. It was a cemetery. A family had just come to commemorate a relative. Kim hoped to see them here, and they were indeed here. But the girl was worried that she was in the wrong form, but it was too late. Nothing could be changed. Looking at this grieving family, the boy wondered what to say to them. The girl thought that maybe she should apologize, as she did not know what to do. Her father approached her and asked if she was the commander who was responsible for the mission. To this argument, the girl did not know what to say, and only stammered. The father smiled and said that his sons had laid down their lives, and he asked her to try to prevent this from happening again. At this phrase, the girl again did not know what to say, and just kept silent, stammering. Tears began to well up in her eyes and flow down her face. She fell to her knees in front of this man and asked him to forgive her for what she had done. She believed that it was all her fault, and all this happened because of her. But this family just hugged her to comfort her without saying a word. It was hard for everyone. And at that moment, Kim made her think. He looked at her and told her to think about it herself. Looking at a family that is grief-stricken but still taking it for granted, he asks her how she can change in front of her friends. The boyfriend has conducted a whole psychological attack on her to force her to move forward. Through pain and suffering, she accepts his point of view and soon decides to return to work. Stopping for a cup of coffee, the guy starts thinking about the schedule. They didn't have much time, so he asked to speak in just 3 sentences to explain everything. The guys were standing next to him and didn't understand what he was in such a hurry for. He called them over to listen to him, and it had to be in 3 sentences. Drinking coffee, the guy is not made for serious conversations with men in authority, and he asks the first visitor to start with Hwang Hee-jun. Hwang Hee-jun looked at our hero strangely and began. When he was boxing, there was one guy who could never win. But he went down a bad road, and because of that, he became a policeman to catch him. 3 sentences have been said. Now the next one speaks. Another one says that he was a coward as a child, and because of that he was bullied at school. He started practicing jiu-jitsu to become a police officer and catch bad guys. Our hero puts the glass on the table and notices that they have clear goals. He asks why they, his colleagues, are starting to leave the police force. To which they reply, has he seen them in combat? The moment a big guy was running after them, they realized that they could do nothing. When they were being broken and their arms were twisted, they were convinced that they were real garbage and useless. Looking at these 2 crying guys, our hero realizes that their self-esteem is at 0. Even though they were the worst kind of people for him, he decided to persuade them to stay. He asked them to tell him again why they wanted to leave, realizing that in such cases no words would help. He simply said that if they didn't come back, he would kill them himself. Just shut up and get back to your duties. That was his plan. The sooner he scares them and puts pressure on them. He gets up from the table and tells these 2 guys, stop wasting your energy on nonsense. But they stop him, saying that he promised to talk to them. Soon after, these 2 scumbags went back to their service. After these 2 guys returned to the service, Hwang Hee-jun and Lee So-hun were promoted to sergeant, as there was a need to replenish the lack of personnel and skills. The guy decided to train them. He was going to put brains into them as they were acting like whiny girls. Soon they started training. Only a red-headed girl had not been promoted for using drugs, and was trying hard to get into their team. Soon this girl, whom our hero was talking about, returned to the service and she wanted to talk to the chief. Her name was Ain. When she came to meet him, he was not particularly happy to see her, as she had proven herself to be an idiot who had caused the death of the entire squad. If Chief Hong-jun hadn't asked, he would never have met her. This man used to be in the 22nd Police Regiment. But why did she come to him? He asked while smoking a cigarette, said the commander of the Special Police Unit. Soon, the report was brought to our famous hero commander. It contained all the investigation materials that had come from Phoenix, just as Kim had promised the day before. Basically, these investigations covered the months of March, April, and June. Phoenix was not with them, and their relationship was quite bad. For him to understand, April and June are 2 brothers. Until March, they used to accept money from Faguksa, but now they don't get a penny. Together with March, September, and October, they are among those who do not sponsor Faguksa. They are probably not receiving support because they have their own business. But it is not yet known what kind of business it is. When they don't have assignments, they go in for sports and sometimes go to town. It's impossible to track them, but judging by their brains, they most likely go to the gym. Even though they always tell everyone that they are naturally like this, they don't have to go far. It's obvious to a fool that steroids are obviously present in their lives, especially for the younger one. This was quite useful information, and the commander orders him to try to find a company that opened 3 months ago and a firm that sells steroids, and then they will continue their investigation. March, the wild cherry, also doesn't receive money from Hwagooks, but rather bribes the temple. This is distributed in order: Phoenix, Maple, Wild Cherry. Recently, the maple has grown a lot, which has begun to cause concern for the Phoenix. Looking at this report, the commander did not understand one important point. Why were there photos of idols, beautiful girls who were in this dossier for some reason? The officer wondered if he knew all these girls, but the fact is that it is impossible not to know them. He is a big fan of them. But there was no point in telling him this because these girls are very famous. One of these girls turned out to be Wild Cherry, who belongs to the gang. Of course, this seriously confused the officer, and he didn't even believe it at first. It seemed impossible, but it was written in Phoenix's diary. He didn't know for sure if there was a Wild Cherry among them, but judging by the rest of the information, Phoenix had a real disorder with them. She often asked for pills to be delivered or new ones to be made. He thinks it was not for her personally, because a month ago there was a scandal with celebrities using drugs, and these were probably the drugs that Phoenix made for Wild Cherry. She offered to act as idols, and looking at these pictures, the officer was shocked that this Hwagooks organization included such celebrities. He asked Kim if he had already given up the business, but he misunderstood him. The commander was amazed at how big the network was. He was also amazed that this freak had a huge target that caused such suffering. It was around the time when our hero was appointed the new Bikwan. He knelt before his master. The Buddha addressed him, asking him if he knew what was most important in his life. But the new Bikwan could not express his opinion properly because he did not know. The Buddha told him that the most important thing in life is fear. People always live to overcome their fears. It is the strongest feeling that fills people. To get rid of the fear of hunger, they are ready to work around the clock at a job they hate. And in order not to be alone, they socialize with people they are not even interested in. But there is something that no one can overcome, and no one can overcome it: the fear of death. And everyone, one way or another, turns to God, because no one ever knows when death will come. There are so many troubles and misfortunes in the world that, if there are too many fears in society, then people will lose all hope and always look death in the face. Bikwan listened to these words that pierced his soul, making him think. The Buddha said that if people stopped being afraid of death, they could become deities themselves. He was holding a mask called December, and now, along with other months, it would become the main source of fear for this country. Sitting in the police station, Kim continued his dialogue with his superior. He claimed that this is exactly what this Buddha said. His goal is divinity. What an absurd goal he has, the chief asked. The boss found out that there are these 12 months, but why are they so devoted to the monk? As the guy said later, some don't even worship him, but most do so selflessly. The bottom line is that most of them are killers that the monk has raised since childhood. They all once experienced the horror and fear of death, but after they survived these cruelties, their efforts were rewarded. For months they were rewarded with fancy food and things that seemed unreal to them. They ate this food and it seemed sweet to them, as if it was given by God himself. Our hero went through this and knows that for a monk it is the same as God, which means that his halfway goal has been achieved. The officer asks him if he managed to overcome this temptation. Our hero replies that he made a deal at that moment. But what kind of deal is that? The commander asks. They give in completely to maintain this weakness and the sweetness of the rewards. Moreover, you can see for yourself what happens to them if they don't give in. If you look closely, you will see what actually happened to him. In his previous life, he was a Bikwan and never rebelled against a monk. But 5 years ago, a moon appeared and staged a rebellion. Perhaps the officer knows about the church's truth that this is a pseudo-religion. The leader of this religion was a maple of the first syllable, who lured stupid sheep into his lair and powdered their brains. This maple is no longer there, and now, most likely, the maple is headed by a representative of the second syllable. After the first maple grew this church of truth, it gathered 12 disciples to confront the 12 months of Hwaguksa. This could have been the 12 symbols of the year, but not even a few months later, they failed. The first maple fled to the Philippines with the rest of the church members. Then a guy found her, and he needed to kill her. At the moment when Bikwan came to take her soul, she knew that he also had a lot of claims against the old man. Our hero replied that the old man had promised to let him live a normal life if he completed this task. But how could he believe him? And she made one prediction at that moment. He would never be able to live a normal life again. Hearing her words, he did not hesitate to kill her. The officer noticed that he said that the leader of the church was the second Maple. Didn't he kill her? The fact is that it was not Maple, or it could be interpreted differently. But the commander's mind could not understand how it could not be the same person. The second Clen had a lot of passions. During their joint missions, there was someone else. And every time he went on a mission with him, he felt quite strange. Each of them had a different age, gender, and voice, but their behavior, character, and mannerisms were the same. It looked quite strange and incomprehensible. Our hero watched all the materials of Operation Phoenix. He asks the commander if he can return to the mission now, because he thinks that the next target is Dika Vishnia. One of these three is for sure. The commander, embarrassed, lets him go, but his sadness does not leave him. Kim notices his sour face and doesn't understand why the commander is acting this way, but he has to act. It was time to go home on a moonlit night. She and the commander started the car and drove along the highway. Being in the car together, they moved quickly along these roads. Only one question bothered the boy. Why does a person of such high status was driving such an old car? Kim even offered to buy him a new car. The commander replied that 15 years ago, this car was a gift from his wife, who died 3 years ago. Jokingly, the guy said that she must not have loved him very much, because there was enough time to buy a new car. But the boss didn't like the joke. He called the guy an asshole and told him to get out of there. But why did she die? Maybe she was sick with something? Was she also a police officer? Or maybe she died while performing a task. The officer told him this story, which happened 3 years ago. She had been unfortunate enough to be killed by some crazy person who attacked her. Kim, of course, expressed his condolences to the officer. But he went on to say that it was a member of the Church of Truth. He thought this was very strange, and it turned out that the case was connected to Hwaguksa Temple. Because of this, he became wary when he suggested that we first capture Wild Cherry. It wasn't a bad suggestion to go after Maple first, but it wasn't worth the comparison. Compared to Wild Cherry, there is very little information about Maple, and that's another story. The worst part, in the officer's opinion, is that he and his wife were police officers, and now their daughter wants to join the force. In Kim's opinion, it wasn't so bad. If her father is a chief, it will be easier for her to move up the ranks. But her father doesn't really want her to serve in the police force, and he asked Kim to convince her when he lives with them. Just don't tell her that the boss asked him to. Our hero jokingly asked, "Can I beat her?" Hearing this, the officer realizes that Kim is still far from being a normal person, as his communication skills and approach are different from the adequate one. A few minutes later, they arrived at the officer's home. It was obvious that the house was a bit neglected, but what was hidden behind that door? Soon the officer let them in. The girl greeted them happily because her father had returned from the service. It seemed that she had just come home too. She had been to the library and then returned home. Soon, the officer told his daughter that this guy would be living with them. It would be a little uncomfortable, but she needed to be patient and not get too close to him. The moment the girl said hello to him, the boy froze when he saw such a beautiful girl. When he walked to the officer, he imagined a little girl, but there was a mature and beautiful girl standing in front of him. She was pleased to meet him. Her name was Appa, and she was also embarrassed at the sight of this guy. But our hero at that moment wondered if he had adopted her by accident. The family portraits on the walls only reminded the officer of how they used to be together. Of course, the guy noticed that the girl looked like her mother. But again, the commander noticed that his communication skills were just terrible. He told him that the room was on the second floor, so if he wanted to go upstairs and go to bed. And he went to rest himself. Kim looked back for a moment, and Appa looked at him. Without thinking twice, he decided to go to rest. But Appa decided to take his hand and tell him a few words. She asked if she could go into his room. It was quite incomprehensible to him, but why? She wanted to ask him something, and it bothered her. Quite a strange girl, Kim thought. But all the girl asked Kim was what he had done to become a police officer. It was an absurd question for him. But the girl's clenched hands made it clear that she also wanted to serve in the police force in the future. Of course, the guy didn't even know what to say to her, since he had just died and when he woke up, he was already a cop. He just kept quiet. The girl thought he was trying to say that he did his best, but if you think about it, he didn't even have any information about his body's owner. All he knew was that his parents were criminals. They abandoned him when he was a child, and because of that, he grew up violent. And if he knew more about him, it would not have changed anything. Kim forbade the girl to ask him about the police. But why is she interested in it? Why can't he tell her? Looking into her eyes, Kim did not think much. He simply said that his father wanted him to help her. Hearing these words, she realized how much this father annoyed her. He also asked not to talk about her and not to discuss her, but in her opinion, this is her private life. But why does he always interfere? She wondered. Without thinking twice, Kim made her an offer. Tomorrow they could go to training. It was a day off. At first, she didn't believe his words, but soon she was grateful for the invitation. However, all our hero wanted to do was show her that hell and make her refuse. Soon they came to the stadium with the police officers he was supposed to train. He showed them this nondescript girl and asked them to say hello to her, as she was a special guest and would be with them today. They asked if he had stolen her, and if she was a schoolgirl, and she decided that she would introduce herself. Her name is Hoen Yen. She is a senior in high school and wants to be a good police officer like them in the future. That's why she came here to train. The guys looked at Kim and were impressed by his decision, because he was a good judge of character. The girl with the red hair was happy to see her and offered her some study tips. But Hoyan didn't need them because she was doing so well. Seeing that they were just chatting, Kim suggested that they start training. Soon, a punch from one of the police officers hit him in the face. Kim skillfully dodges it, not even letting it hit him, looking him straight in the eye. He swings his elbow and hits him in the stomach, giving him a little time to recover. Soon, another policeman looked at him, about to take him in for a takedown. Kim takes his punch, but this guy takes him by the torso and wants to throw him to the ground. But no matter what he does, for a long time he doesn't succeed. Kim takes him by the torso, and he throws him over himself like garbage, as if he were not a healthy dude, but some little lady. Soon the two guys were on the ground. It was part of their training. Hoenan was shocked by the fight. She didn't understand why they suddenly started fighting, but it was part of the training. The guys said that the attack was well thought out, and the guys didn't come up with it themselves. It was all Tim Hyun's idea. Soon Kim noticed why this redhead wasn't attacking him, but she said she had been going to the gym lately and her muscles were sore. But when Kim approached her, he took her by the head, and even though she was giving up, raising her hands up. This didn't stop Kim. As she is stressing others out, she has to try to attack, and he starts kneeing her in the head so she is fully prepared. Shortly after he has dealt with the redhead so that she doesn't stand out and is practicing, he approaches the girl recruit. As he gets closer, he tells her that it's her turn. Hoyeon couldn't believe that she would have to fight in the first training session. Kim, approaching her, emphasized that she had come to train and that she shouldn't be afraid, as he wouldn't hurt her. But he could see that she was not going to do anything. If she doesn't want to, Kim takes a swing and hits her. He hits her right in the liver, and it hurts a lot, because for someone who has never been in a fight, it hurts quite a bit. Of course, as expected, she fell to the ground in pain. He hoped that she would get up on her own, telling her that police officers often have to endure blows and pain. But the girl held on with all her might, holding on to herself, as most people give up after this blow. Despite the pain, she is still quite alive. Soon Kim orders them to split into pairs to start sparring. She sees that she has another student in a sparring match who is not going to give in to her. Even though she is weak, she will definitely not give in because she is a schoolgirl. But our hero decided to say that she is the boss's daughter, and this is impressive news. Soon, this sly sheep began to transform, calling herself strong, but the schoolgirl did not understand why she did not resist. After the training session, they were walking home in the evening, and the girl was shocked. Her whole body hurt, but for the first time she did well. He noticed that her eyes were shining during the training. He thought she would make a good police officer. Hearing these words, she was encouraged to believe in her. When they returned home, her father was amazed to see them. He had just made tea and did not expect to see them together, but they came in together. The first thing he asked was why they were walking together, and Kim replied that it just happened. But the father was already worried. He asked his daughter not to hang out with him, as this guy is a bad person. But it was quite strange to hear that he even heard it all. How could you say that in front of him? He emphasizes to the old man that he doesn't know the rules. But the girl realizes that he is not bad, she even likes him. Looking at her face, it was clear that she was very impressed by his appearance in their lives, and it was clear that she liked him. Seeing her expression and her embarrassment, her father did not know what to say. He looked at Kim, and his face filled with red color. He was angry with him. Soon, the commander kicked him out of the house, but on his way out, the boy realized that he had done nothing. The girl told him that he shouldn't treat guests like that, but the door was already closed. As soon as the guy went out into the entrance, he noticed a rather interesting picture. There was a door opposite, and through the crack he could see someone looking behind it. Kim realized that they were being watched, and this alerted him as it was unusual. Soon after, A group of men with guns gathered near the officer's house that night. These men were alarming, and from the darkness, he could hear that he thought the twins were coming. As he got closer, he asked if Clen had sent them, but the men just kept quiet. How he knew him alerted them. The men looked rather strange, but when Kim saw them, he realized that Maple could have sent a whole herd, and that was just fine, because June would be happy, because there was a clue that would help catch Maple. These demonic creatures weren't going to be messing around with Kim for long. Holding their deadly weapons in their hands, they rushed at him. As they swung, their eyes showed no pain or pity. They only wanted to fulfill the order given by the Buddha, but Kim was not going to stand by and let them beat him. He knocks one of them out with an elbow. He makes it clear to the others that the next blows will be even more painful and harder. He grabs the second one by the head, and the third one in the same way, squeezing their heads with his hands. By squeezing their heads, he knocks them out on the spot. As the two were falling to the ground, the next attacker jumped out from behind them with a knife. Kim wasn't going to take it for long and kicked him, knocking out all his teeth along with the inspiration to fight. Continuing to deal with this gang, he did not stop at any of them. And when he achieved the result, when everyone was lying on the ground, he realized that these guys were not professional killers at all. Judging by the way they held the knife and the counterattacks they made, they were just fools who had been picked up in the transition. Their inability to hold a knife gave them away as ordinary amateurs, not professionals. They were lying on the ground, not killed, but suffering from pain, barely able to endure this torment. Soon they began to ask Kim where they were and how they ended up here, pretending that they did not understand anything at all. Our hero realized that it smelled like some kind of mysticism or foul play. Gathered in a circle, they tried to put their memories together, because no one remembered how they ended up here. Even Kim is faced with such a case for the first time. They ask to be untied, threatening to sue. But the officer denies it, saying that they were the first to attack. But they don't remember anything. Going through their belongings, Kim finds documents, and some of them even have family photos. He doesn't think it's fake. They're just ordinary people. Thinking about his wife, the officer realizes that something similar happened to her. Looking at the officer, Kim realizes that this is the work of some kind of curse. This miserable crook knows how to skillfully mess with people's heads. Going back to his memories, he would pick up a maple leaf-shaped pendulum and ask people to look directly at it. From that moment on, he would start swinging the pendulum, making people think that they would feel calm. All the suffering and fear caused by real life would begin to disappear, and peace would come to the soul. He made people admire the person who gave them light and liberation from suffering. As soon as the pendulum in the shape of a maple leaf stopped, they would immediately look away from him. Then he would start asking them questions when the pendulum stopped. Maple looked at a parishioner of his parish and asked her who he was. He looked her sternly in the eyes. There was not a single person in the temple but her, and he waited for her reaction. The girl opened her mouth, calling him a beautiful maple leaf that had relieved her of her suffering, and called him Maple Leaf. And this woman realized that everything was right, and this man who had saved her promised to make her life beautiful. He took off his mask and put it on the floor of the temple. The girl saw his face, which was covered with blood and scars. She was frightened by his appearance and did not understand why he looked like that. But it worried her. Soon, when she began to show her emotions, this scoundrel realized that his charms were not working on her. His ugly face was supposed to attract her, but the hypnosis didn't work, and she looked at him with disgust. To continue her mission, the woman tried to convince him that he was beautiful and that she was surprised by his appearance. But this maniac did not care. He took a sharp maple shuriken. With all his strength, he swung it over the woman's neck, wounding her, and he left her to die on the floor of his so-called temple. All he had to do was pick up his mask and put it on so that no one could see his face, except for people under hypnosis. Maple Leaf noticed that this was not the first failure in the last week. Even though this woman had been hypnotized for a long time, he didn't like the fact that Phoenix had just died. She was much easier to manipulate with pills. Although he didn't like her, her actions were much more effective. Perhaps there were drugs left behind after Phoenix. The girl in red, named Red Leaf, reminded this religious fanatic that they could have used the pills with this girl if he liked her, but Maple wanted to save these drugs until the new Phoenix appeared. Maple Leaf noticed that there had been a lot of bad luck lately, and 20 people had died this week alone. It was Yellow Leaf who was covering the body of a girl who had not been hypnotized. When Maple saw her, he asked her if she was jealous, because he had already told her that the more leaves, the more beautiful. She asked him not to pick on her. Even if the hypnosis didn't work completely, they always know how to find new people. But the man turned to the yellow letter, saying that she knew that human capabilities were limited. She agreed, because human capabilities do have limits. The masked man held the pendant up to show his power. He knew that if he did everything in a hurry, it would lead to problems, and he stuck to his guns. "It's better to replace it completely with a new thing," Maple said roughly. Waving his pendant, he made it clear that no one is irreplaceable. His next question was what happened to the people he sent to the boss. It seemed they hadn't succeeded. Maple realized that even though these people had no training, how could they stop 5 or 6 armed men? He realized that now he had to report everything to his god. At that moment, the information quickly reached Monk Len's master, who received the report. He wanted to report that Hojun turned out to be a very capable young man, and it would be understandable to accept this report. But Orchid wanted to ask him one more question that bothered her. Because when a task is successfully completed, the status among the moons rises. If Maple's status goes up, she will definitely start bragging. What if the same thing happened to her as to the first Maple? They have Gemini on hand to take care of this matter. Why not entrust them with this task? But Gemini isn't interested in power, he's only interested in his own body. Turning to Orchid, he said that he did not say that only Maple would get the task. 10 months of Maple and 4 more months of others will take part in this task. But which months? Last time he said that 1 month would be enough. Have his plans changed? 4 months would be too much in her opinion, but he considers it a worthwhile investment. Recently, he came up with a very interesting plan that he wants to implement. We move to the office of Hongjun's boss, who has come to negotiate with his superiors. Talking to each other, the bosses ask that this man take responsibility for the destruction of the sect, and he, as the main boss, will be able to help him with this by providing all the necessary information. But Hongjun, hearing these words, realized that this was quite strange on the part of this old man. But he still turns to the general because he does not understand his point of view. More recently, he had said that it was better not to get involved with religion at all. However, the general heard that Hongjun was recently attacked again. He checked all the channels and found out that the true religion was involved again, just like in the case of his wife. Perhaps he did not know this. These are those who pretend to be true believers, but are not. He must have heard about the method of cognition of Tao, and judging by the materials, they spread their teachings in that place. And it's probably connected to the fact that girls are disappearing. He gives him a task to investigate, and puts a folder with all the information on the table. He is only interested in one thing: whether the captain will be able to do it. Soon after, when the captain reported this to the team, he realized without hesitation that he needed to get to work faster. The commander was still hesitating, but what can you think? These crazy fanatics had killed his wife and were attacking him every time. In addition, they now have information that could be sufficient to put Klen behind bars. The thing is, this information is unverified, and the commander is afraid to let his emotions get the better of him while performing the mission. He wants to learn more about Wild Cherry and the twins, but when he looked up, he didn't notice when the guy left. Our hero was not going to listen anymore. He was going to act. Returning to his squad of police officers, he hands them each a dossier. Now their task is to catch the nut. But this pseudo-religion worries his men. This is the religion of truth, which spreads its teachings in the areas indicated in the materials. It is necessary to make someone a bait. Someone remarks that there are so many of these pseudo-religions, but how will they find the real one? If they find a bait, they will immediately bite the bait. They agree with each other to avoid clashes in the same areas. But how did this guy know so much about them? He said that they had tried to recruit him many times, and most of the time he looked like a simpleton. They approached one of the places, not far from a metro station and a busy street. It's very dangerous to walk around in uniform there because most of them are easily recognized. One of them offered to take Seung-hyun as bait because she was often caught in recruitment. She wasn't particularly happy about the offer because they usually target beautiful girls. They started to think about whether they had any good-looking friends. All the while, they were thinking about who to bait out of the beautiful girls. But Seung-hyun couldn't resist because she was a beautiful girl. When her colleagues looked at her again, they realized that nothing would come of it. Our hero even offered to take the boss's daughter as bait, but everyone realized that this was a crazy idea. Seung-hyun noticed that they were ignoring her, but she still wanted to prove that she was right, because it made her angry. They didn't understand what she was doing, but they were curious what she would do next. In the hot weather, the policemen were drinking coffee when Seung-hyun appeared around the corner. She was dressed in a beautiful, stylish, and fashionable dress with her hair down. She asked if they liked the way she looked. She asked them how they could like her so hot because she had done her makeup, which looked quite fresh. They were amazed by her appearance. The guys didn't even know she had such healthy and beautiful hair. They asked her to reveal her secrets, but it was false hair. Kim looked at her and thought she was pretty, even beautiful. But there was one thing. She had to keep quiet. And it was not a compliment on his part. Now they need to leave her walking around this neighborhood, and she will be left here alone. These religious fanatics go crazy when they see lonely girls, and soon some people approached her. They noticed her good impression and beautiful appearance. Looking at them, the girl realized that there really have been a lot of charlatans lately. She had just been walking here for a few minutes, and already there was no way through. They introduced themselves as members of some pseudo-religion who were just studying religion. They watched her for a while, seeing her potential. They thought she would be very successful at work and asked permission to talk to her. What are undercover cops supposed to do? Of course, the girl agreed to talk to them, and everything went exactly as her colleague had described. If she meets them, she needs to start listening to them. They will offer to go for coffee or to go to a diner, and at first she should go along with them. After a while, these religious fanatics will say that they have no money, and everything happened exactly as the guy said. They ask the girl to pay, so the girl starts paying for them, although she doesn't really like it. After she pays, they start thinking that she is a simple, naive girl. After that, they start a long and boring conversation. They will talk her up. For half an hour they would talk nonsense to her, and the girl would agree with them all the time, even though she knew it was heresy. When they stopped talking nonsense, they suggested that they go to pray, because they wanted to take her to their lair. They filled her head with the idea that it was heaven, and she agreed, realizing that everything was going according to plan. They fell for the bait very easily. Following them to their lair, she had already walked several blocks. Her legs started to hurt. Who knew that their lair was so far away? After a while, they brought her to a place in the slums and pointed to a door, saying it was here. When she went inside, these kind people pushed her forward, telling her to go straight ahead. Our heroine, of course, thanked them for such hospitality, but it was quite strange. As she walked inside, she noticed a girl with green hair who had a green maple leaf around her neck. She saw that some mysterious ritual was taking place here, similar to a cruel, shameful sectarianism. The corpse of a murdered boy was lying on the carpet, and the girls were all tied up with their eyes closed. The green-eyed girl looked at her with a deadly cold gaze. It seems that she will not have a chance to get out because the door slammed loudly, and these kind people were no longer so kind. Like dogs breaking off the chain, they abruptly started running at the girl, trying to break her. Surrounding her from all sides and grabbing her with their hands, they began showing their true face as abnormal people shrouded in stupid beliefs. But Sung-hyun began to use her own techniques during the attack, and immediately broke the arm of one of the women. And she knocked out this man with a kick, knocking him down. All the people who were performing the ceremony looked at her, amazed that she could not be taken so easily. They noticed that they had brought a rather bold girl. After she scattered them, Seong-hyun realized that even she hadn't expected this and said, "All that training has paid off." Looking at what was happening around her, Sung-hyun asked, "What kind of human trafficking is this?" But she was told that it was just a process of reuniting with him. The green-haired girl looked at Sung-hyun with a maniacal gaze and put her brass knuckles on her hand, which was not just brass knuckles, but also had 4 knives. The undercover police officer pulled out a stun gun to confront her. The moment they saw that she was armed with a stun gun, they wondered where she got it. As soon as she was about to pull the trigger, the green-haired girl threw a black cloak over her to prevent her from firing the shot. And at the moment when the cloak wrapped around her pistol, she hit it with all her might with her brass knuckles, cutting it open. Shrapnel and dust blinded our heroine's eyes, and she could only see the silhouette of the girl running toward her. As she waved her brass knuckles, she realized that Seon-hyun was a policewoman, and she wanted to kill her more than anything. Suddenly, a sharp boot slams into her face, dealing a severe blow to her insolent expression. The green-haired girl falls to the ground like a stone, and the big men involved notice that something has gone wrong. Kim had been following her all along and saved her from a situation that was getting out of hand. After looking around, he realized that these charlatans were using their practices to deceive people. They lure people into their lair and destroy them. He pointed his police baton at them and asked them if they knew what dogma and morality were. Sung-hyun was extremely happy to see Kim, who had saved her from these crazy fanatics who wanted to kill her. The green-haired girl stood up and said that according to the rules of morality, you cannot beat women, especially her. But Kim smiled when he saw that they were aware of the violation of all moral principles, and that punishment was due. To make this green-haired rebel understand a little bit about morality, Kim taught her a personal lesson by hitting her hard in the face. He was going to punish these filthy cultists with his truncheon, and he swung. He finished off this wretch who had committed irreparable acts. It seemed to Kim that after the Phoenix operation his senses became more acute, and he got used to his body. And every day his speed and strength only increased. These scoundrels, seeing what Kim did to this green-haired girl, were so impressed that they just stood there and did nothing. This, of course, angered the girl, who ordered them all to attack at once, but Kim held the baton firmly in his hands. As soon as these scoundrels approached him, he quickly showed them who was right. Showing them the language of power, he scattered these big men in different directions. For him, these ignorant people were no problem, and soon they all got what they deserved. They were lying on the floor with broken faces, beaten by our hero's baton. Kim quickly returned to form, and Seung-hyun, watching his actions, was simply amazed at how he scattered everyone. The green-haired girl was beaten up enough and looked at the guy, not understanding why he came. Kim looked at Seung-hyun and wondered why she hadn't stunned any, and decided that he would make her practice more. After he finished off the green-haired rascal, he asked his colleague to call for reinforcements to get everyone out of here, but she was so scared that she couldn't even move, asking the guy to help her. Despite this, he asked her not to exaggerate. Given her femininity, she was still able to neutralize the two. Kim, of course, noticed this and praised her for her achievements, holding out his hand in acknowledgement. She was a real good girl. He took her in his arms and carried her out of the room. The girl asked what he was doing, but for a moment she told him to pick her up. She did not ask him to pick her up like that, and it was very confusing for her. After this incident, Kim reported it to the commander, who asked them not to engage in amateurish behavior. They did catch them, but they didn't even warn him. At least they were prepared. Kim replied that he had told him, but he wouldn't have let him go. Working with such an adventurer, the general realized that no matter how much he said, he would still go on the mission. He asked him to warn him before he left. Kim undoubtedly agreed with him and asked if the commander would take on the mission with the religion of truth. But before the commander made a decision, he was waiting for the results of the interrogation, and then he would decide whether to lead personally. Nevertheless, the commander will have to take up this issue personally, because his colleagues do not know how to act properly. For example, they have lost the Phoenix drugs, but the order from their superiors has already been signed. In addition, they can be trusted. And even after what happened this time, the head of the department himself took over the case. Kim Nak-ho, the police chief, who is 54 years old, started as a simple officer and rose to the position of police chief. He is a living legend among all police officers, but his term as police chief is only 2 years. The actions that made him a legend are the work of his predecessors. His enormous potential as a politician showed that it was better to leave him in this position. Therefore, when he saw an exception, the law was changed, and now he is in his 3rd term as police chief. For the last 5 years, he has held this position, and he has gathered around him the most capable people from different cities, making sure that all power is concentrated in the main police department. The fact is that no one could object to his proposal because his position in the criminal organization was categorical. The chief thinks he can be trusted because he has a lot of capable guys. With this in mind, Kim understands why his squad was secretly on standby. They had good potential. The boss was thinking about the future and bet on them, but it turned out to be in vain. Hearing these words, Kim realizes that if the head of the department himself, who has a lot of power, takes care of the case, it's not bad. But why did the head of their department think so long? The head replies that this person is very capable, just like Kim. Our hero has information about Wagux, and it's understandable that he's so accomplished. But what he has achieved in the period from a simple officer to the head of the department is impossible to understand. We can assume that he is not one of those legendary police officers who appear once every 100 years. But the police chief does not understand why he is so capable. The fact is that someone is behind Vagic's affairs, covering them up from the police. This man, being the head of the entire police force, stopped the investigation. This is very controversial and makes it clear that he is covering them up. Based on this information, Kim realizes that he needs to tread carefully. Soon, when it was evening, they had to return home. The boss's daughter was waiting for them on the doorstep and was happy to see them. Her father came in, greeted her, and asked how she was feeling. The girl wondered why they were coming so late. The father replied that he had a lot of work to do. Every time he came home tired and went straight to bed, leaving them alone. As soon as his father went to bed and they were alone, Kim noticed why this girl was smiling so sincerely. She simply said that she was very happy that he was living with them. Her father often talked about him and his moving in with them. After her mother died, her father lost interest in everything. But one day Kim appeared in his life, and he started talking about him. One day, holding his daughter's hands, he told her that before she died, her mother had told him something important. She asked him to finish the job. All this time he could not fulfill his promise, but now, looking at it all, He is sure that now he will succeed and everything will work out. Of course, she doesn't know what these tasks are, but she is glad that her father has a desire to live and a desire to achieve something that is stronger than his previous aspirations and gives his soul and life meaning. Looking at her young, beautiful face, Kim assured her that she should not worry because they would definitely succeed in this business. But the girl said a phrase, "Promise me that you will bring up old memories." The girl stood right in front of him and said, "Promise me that." Like Phoenix in his younger days, they made a promise, and this girl reminded him of her. He looked at her calmly, and yet he decided to promise, holding out his little finger to seal it. The girl asked, "What is this little finger? What does it mean?" Kim was amazed that she didn't know that this is what you do when you make a promise. Seeing this, the boss's daughter started laughing, admitting that the guy was so cute, but these words sounded like a knife to Kim's heart. He could not be nice at all. Looking at her with contempt, he could not agree with this definition. The next day, the head of the department, Hongjun, came to his superiors. He was informed that the matter had been resolved, and indeed it was related to the true religion. They managed to find out everything: the location of the organization, the methods of committing crimes, and it was just incredible. The commander was amazed because everything was done very quickly. The chief of police kept asking the commander to take on the case. Looking enthusiastically at Hongjun, he was waiting for a positive answer from him. Let's delve into the concept of the religion of truth. This pseudo-religion was created 10 years ago by a girl who proclaimed herself a saint. After that, this religion began to spread rapidly and turned into a large organization that could not be ignored. However, 5 years later, it suddenly collapsed. Leaving its leaders and members behind, the saint took them with her to the Philippines, where they were found dead. The police concluded that the cause of death was internal disagreements between the leaders and the saint, and thus the religion of truth disappeared. Jean told this story to the commander of the police department. He did not know, thinking that she had simply disappeared. One of the parishioners survived and saw everything with his own eyes. He grieved for the saint for a very long time, considering her the best person in the world. This parishioner gathered the remnants of the defeated community and revived the religion again. The second leader of the religion of truth is most likely less than 30 years old now. He kidnaps people on the street, keeps them imprisoned, and tries to break their psyche. Then he pretends to rescue them so that these exhausted and weakened people become dependent on him. He uses hypnosis to make a puppet out of a man. In his army, men are used as soldiers, and girls he likes become his assistants. Depending on the degree of psychological processing, he chooses their rank and position. The green leaf, for example, is engaged in engagement. The yellow leaf is called Hwangyop. The red leaf is Chogyep. Black leaf is Higyop. Like it if you don't understand the name as a screenwriter. All of these girls have a tattoo on their necks in the form of one of the leaf colors, and it's real. You can't argue with that. There are rumors that he has built a palace on a desert island and lives there. If the commander takes on this task, he will be able to tell him the exact coordinates of this palace. The chief was interested in why he doubted his abilities. Emphasizing that this was his chance to avenge his wife, the commander shook his head, saying that it all looks like a trap and looks quite strange. But why does he think so? Soon we return to this sect. Maple is sitting with Red and Yellow Leaf, hugging them. They report that Green Leaf has been caught. The head of the sect regretted that he did not have time to do everything for her, and thought that they would soon get here. Next to him were other representatives of the Buddha who were in anticipation. It was one of the Lespedese brothers and a strong warrior, Ms. Cantus. But this strong man was in anticipation only in one case, when he was working with iron. The strong man said that the task was just a bait for him, and he gladly took it. Maple said that if everything went well, the monk promised to reward everyone generously. The brothers wondered if he was doing the task just for the reward, asked Mr. Cantus. Maple thought there was nothing wrong with wanting a reward. He was surprised that he and the other guy had teamed up. But the point was that they would be doing the task together. Maple thought that only Miss Cantus and Wild Cherry would participate in the task, and he never imagined that they would take on the same task together. But if this task affects his business, it will have consequences for the other participants. They have no prejudice against him, except for his love of having fun with women. Another important point from the strongman. Working together, they may not be able to achieve a good result. This sounded quite interesting coming from their mouths. But for some reason, Mr. Cantus took up the case. For him, it was just an order. The monk's words are law for him, and he always fulfills them. Calling Mr. Cantus a lousy bastard, the strong man said that he had done well, but he was looking forward to what would happen next in his temple. They were in the courtyard on a deserted island, waiting for it to turn blood red. like a beautiful autumn leaf. We return to the office. The commander realizes that this is a trap, as he had to lead a drug-related investigation before. He devoted a lot of time to it in order to achieve at least some result, and now everything is revealed very quickly. This indicates that they are lying. The commander looked at his general. He saw that he was angry because he thought his abilities were being questioned. Of course, Hojun did not doubt his commander's abilities. The general asked if he doubted the abilities of a man named Kim Nakho. There was silence between them as Hojung was stunned by his words. Soon, the general began to laugh with delight, saying what a wonderful and impressive employee he was. Even in such a situation, he remains cool, despite the fact that it involves his family. He is very good for thinking it is a trap, but the general assured him that even if it is, he will help him deal with it. He will ask Commander Pang Jang-wook's special unit to assist him in this task. And after that, the general hopes that he will now trust him a little more, since they know each other well. But Hojun made a suggestion that should have interested the general. If the mission is successfully completed, will the general allow him to investigate the case of Hwaguksa leader Yu Hua, who is the head monk? After saying that, the general bowed his head, recognizing Jun as an amazing person. He had seen many people in similar situations, but, in the general's opinion, Hojun was the only one who could take his place. The commander didn't understand his hints as to what he meant, but the general responded in a rude manner. Hojung's boss could not accept his offer for the time being, but the commander wanted to know why they couldn't investigate. What was stopping them from doing so? The general decided to tell him the bitter truth about who he really was. He admitted that he was the first month of the pine tree, belonged to the Hwaguksa sect, and was the second person to trust Buddha. This is simply amazing news, and the commander does not know what to say to him. Jun didn't understand at first what his boss meant, what he was talking about. But his boss continued. The moment he and his wife started investigating the Hwaguksa clans, the chief of the department started following him and watching him. After he found out what happened to his wife, he ordered him to stop the last investigation and left the case. He thought there was nothing special about it. But after Operation Phoenix, the commander-in-chief changed his mind. He was shown that his prejudice was wrong, and of course he would not conduct the operation. All this acting was just a cover for his real plan, and he might not be able to follow through. But his actions were brilliant, which made him want to see him again. The commander-in-chief was only interested in what he was going to do now. Jun couldn't contain his emotions. He was squirming and didn't know how to react. But the commander-in-chief kept asking him if he loved his organization. Yes, like the commander-in-chief loves his own. But it is very different from what he imagined it to be at the very beginning of his journey. He was told that this city would never collapse, because it has a supreme court that judges evil and good, but in reality, it is very dependent on public opinion, and is engaged in wiping the ass of other organizations. Then, when the commander-in-chief was lying bloody and dying, he met him. He stood in his way. It was Lord Buddha who came that rainy day. He said that their paths may be different, but they have the same goal. Taking off his mask, Buddha invited Yu Hua to join his organization, promising to fulfill all his wishes. Since then, 30 years have passed, and time is running inexorably. He has been the head of the department for 5 years now, and a lot has changed in the organization. During this time, their investigative powers and rights have become stronger, their budget has increased, and they have more opportunities to defend their position. Hongjun saw how much he had done for this organization, how many days the commander-in-chief had devoted to it. Hongjun could not contain his emotions. He told the commander the bitter truth. What he had done was not for the sake of the organization, but for the sake of himself. Yu Hua has never made a mistake, because you are the core of the organization. He only had 1 year left to serve, and he could have stayed longer if he had been told. But it was his time, and he had more important things to think about. That's why he turned his attention to Hojun as his successor. Because you don't give up your beliefs and have an honest character, the commander-in-chief likes you very much. He sees himself in you as a young man. Hojung shouted to his face that Yunhua is difficult to control, and that's why he wants to put him in an official position so that he can be more easily managed. There is no way he will become a corrupt cop like his commander-in-chief. But Yunhua tried to get the policeman to understand in a quiet, eerie voice. No matter how much you try to destroy evil, it will not disappear, because it will always appear. There is a choice between evil that cannot be negotiated with and evil that can be negotiated with. As an honest man, he chose the latter. And if he were in his place, he would have chosen the same. Was the commander wrong? Hongjun had had enough of this miserable conversation. He saw the true face of his commander and just left. As he was leaving the office, his commander said that he could respond to his proposal next time. Why was he so outraged? Because the commander-in-chief had only answered his question about his goals. He really wants real peace to come to his country, and that's all he wants. But Hongjun couldn't believe him anymore. Not a single word he said. He had forgotten a very important detail, a folder with information about the clans that the commander could swear to. And all the while, the commander kept telling him that he had to avenge his wife, as if he was trapping him and seducing Hongjun. The real name of the operation is cleaning up the fallen leaves. Does this man like the name? Hongjun didn't listen to his stupid talk because he knew who he was dealing with. But the commander's psychological attacks did not stop. He kept telling him that he appreciated him, and therefore asked him not to ignore his words. With his maneuvers, he buried himself deeply, and made a mockery of himself in the eyes of the other officers. On his way out, Hongjun tried to remain calm in front of his superior, but he realized that his mind was in real chaos. Now, after this truth, there were many questions in his mind, but the conclusion was simple. Everything was hopeless, and there was nothing he could do, not knowing how to confront it. As usual, he came home in the evening, and he didn't even have a face on him. Kim noticed that he had stayed late at work and that something was bothering him. Judging by the commander's appearance, he was very drunk. He was so drunk that he could barely stand up. It was very reckless of him, as someone could have tried to kill him. He had to go home right away, and he was drinking in uniform, so he went completely crazy. But after Kim took him in his arms and wanted to take him to his room to sleep, the commander told him that he had met his boss today. The guy realized what kind of big shot he was talking about and was amazed that he had survived. He couldn't believe how the boss had survived after learning who the real members of Sasna were, because he had been hiding behind a mask all this time. The commander told Kim the startling news that the head of the department himself was the boss. This was simply stunning information for our hero. He did not expect such a maneuver, and asked the commander to tell him more. The operation to destroy Hwagox is cancelled, Hongjun said. Hearing these words, Kim wondered if the commander had lost his mind, but he realized that it was obvious from the beginning that they would not win the battle. The cursed Buddha had been holding everything in his hands and manipulating them all along, even though they didn't realize it. But the commander had a folder in his hands which he took, and it caught our hero's attention. After a hard night when the commander got drunk, he woke up in his bed with a severe headache. As soon as he takes his hand away, he sees two guys with wide open eyes looking right at him and breathing in his face. He explodes, shouting what they were doing here and what was going on. The guys were policemen, asked by Kim to guard the commander because he was worried that he hadn't woken up for a long time. But when they asked where Kim was, they didn't know what to say, because he didn't tell them anything. However, he asked them to tell the commander only one thing. If everything is in their hands and they think they control everything, now is a great chance to grab it. In perfect uniform, wearing a black suit, Senior Officer Kim Ken-soo was on full alert as he took over the operation under the new name of Cleaning Up the Fallen Leaves. This was the beginning of his solo outing. His colleague also asked to go with him on the mission and whined in his ear. The first thing that surprised our hero was where she came from and what was going on. To the first question, she answered that when she was a decoy, they downloaded an app to keep track of her location. She accidentally checked to see if the app was working, and her location appeared there. This confused our hero a bit. He thought it was a setup. Soon, Kim received an incoming call from a slave. The guy picked up the call, and the slave asked where he was now. The antagonist replied that he was going to the island, and when he returned he could not answer because he had bought a used boat from a fisherman for bullion. The man turned to the officer, as this was no longer a joke. He came to his aid and wished him to be careful and good luck. Kim was very glad that the commander pulled himself together. Otherwise, he would not have been happy after this mission. The commander said that we will assume that he did not hear anything, but this girl was standing in front of him with undying interest. She wanted to know who it was, but he was not going to talk to her for long. He had to go. With tears in her eyes, the girl ran after him and asked him to take her with him. She explained that these fanatics hunt pretty girls, and she could be useful again as bait, especially since she had clothes and cosmetics with her. But the guy let her go home to rest. The girl was worried about why he was giving separate tasks to his colleagues. Are they better than her? In a calm tone, Kim replied that they were stronger than her, the more experience they had, and she was still far from them. But the more tasks she performs, the more experience she gains. Where else can she get it? What's the purpose of your going on the mission? Kim asked. Do you want a promotion? Confused, she replied that she was also a member of the team and wanted to be useful. She felt as if she was an outcast. With hope in her eyes, she told him that maybe she would do well again, and he would pick her up again and praise her. She hoped so. She admitted that the last time he praised her, she wanted to confess her feelings to him. But our hero raised his hand, stopping her. For her sake, he hit her with all his strength on the neck so that she lost consciousness. He left her to rest on the shore of the port, and he set sail for the island. He couldn't risk it, because the mission was very dangerous. His police secretary comes to the chief's office and asks him to call Officer Penjun. Delighted with this information, he happily orders him to be sent there. Sitting in his chair, he realizes that everything is going according to their plan. Everything is as he knew it would be. He had persuaded him for a long time, and he of course responded to his trap. Taking a petal in his hand, he tells the orchid if it listens to him, because it is a pine tree trap, and he will be there in about 3 hours. Of course, the orchid will promptly relay this information to Maple. Sitting down at his chair, the general realizes that it has finally begun. He even breathes a sigh of relief. He realizes that the Lespedes clan and Miss Cantus are very strong warriors. If they face off against Hong Jun and Baek Jong-un, it won't just be an exciting battle. It will be incredibly interesting, said Kim Nak-ho, a representative of the sectarian faith, January Pine. At the moment he proposed this plan to the monk, he didn't care who won. If Maple wins, then his plan has worked, and he will be able to gain even more trust from the monk. And if Hong Jun wins, then his position as police chief will be further strengthened. In this case, he only hopes that a lot of blood will be shed on both sides. He believed that all these terrible months could play an important role when he wanted to accomplish something great. Peng Jak-wook was like a thorn in his side, because he was the only one in the police department who did not support his side. Tapping his finger on the table, January told Orchid that he needed balance. If the scales tipped to one side, everything would become obvious. Soon after, Iris contacted Sosna because he had an important message. He said that there were about 3 hours left before the police arrived. But why is he calling? It's interesting because there were still about 3 hours left before the police arrived. Maple's men, who were in the ambush, reported that everyone in the ambush was dead. At this point, Sosna realizes that something has gone wrong and they are in great danger. But after thinking for a minute, he realized that this upstart was a cunning fox. He pretended to be weak, but all the time he was acting behind his back. He began to like Hong Jun very much. He thought that he had sent his team before he was informed, and asked him to tell Maple only one thing, that he was sorry. Thinking to himself, he realizes that he had been gathering the team in secret from him. Soon, bad news came again. The people who survived and participated in the battle with this man reported that it was not a team. It was just one crazy person who was not acting according to the plan. And at that moment, Sosna was speechless. He couldn't believe his ears. Was it really him? He thought about Kim. He knew that he was difficult, but not to this extent. This is a serious violation of the plan. The commander realizes that he will have to turn to a backup. He looks at the phone and is about to restore the balance. In the autumn forest, among the scattered corpses, Kim is standing with a knife in his hand, picking up the phone. He was ordered to wait for the special forces on the island. But why is he here? He realizes that the special forces won't help him. They will delay everything again. But the commander emphasizes that this time he needs Junwook's special forces. They are masters of their craft among the existing units. They are the most trained and strongest, and this commander enters his unit. He announces a new task to them. This legendary commander has been waiting for a mission for a long time, because his team hasn't done anything like this for a long time, and Jang Yeon is excited. The man with the red hair, Park Jun-ho, was impressed because they hadn't been assigned anything for a long time, and this was something cool. His colleague named Sang-ho asked him not to say that, and a girl named Kim Ah-yeon just kept quiet, because it was her remedial task. Their team is the strongest, and they will move forward at all costs, because they are a special forces unit. Despite the tense relations in the team, he decides to complete the mission on his own, avoiding conflicts with those who are too militant. Hu Jin, who takes on the role of leader, tells how he was injured during clashes with followers of the religion of truth when he was working as a hitman. And Klyon, from the first lineup, is recognized as one of the strongest warriors he has known throughout his career. Nowadays, her strength has waned considerably. But still, everyone she sends on missions is characterized by a high level of skill. The commander recalls the scoundrel who killed his wife and promises revenge, despite the fact that their interests with this person coincide. Since they both strive for the same result, the commander demands obedience and compliance with his orders. He strives for the perfect execution of the task without any losses, as he has developed a detailed plan of action. Soon, the SWAT team arrives at the mission site on a speedboat and meets with Officer Kensu. The police commanders meet him right on the island, happy to welcome him because they have heard many good things about him. A healthy man with a cigarette in his mouth introduces himself as the commander of the squad, Pong Jacques. But Kim noticed that he was being followed by several other people he did not expect to see. Among them was Sang-hoo, who seemed to have just woken up but had already joined the mission, despite the fact that Kim did not want to take her with him. They reminded him that this was his team, and he could not abandon his comrades, especially at a critical moment. While the girl said that he had abandoned her, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in the mission. The guy with red hair, seeing Kim, asked again if he was the one who had once covered up a drug dealer. But his colleague reminded him of the need to follow the chain of command and not to use informal appeals to higher officials, regardless of personal emotions. The same red-haired man noted that Kim had left his people in trouble, accusing him of lack of leadership. Kim replied that they were useless, asking why they should be brought along, but the red-haired man wanted to know why they were abandoned, and his colleague Sang-hoo expressed his dissatisfaction with Kim. As soon as they arrived on the island, the red-haired man immediately began to pester Kim, while his colleague tried to calm him down and urged him to watch his language. Our hero looked around at everyone present, and involuntarily thought that it would be better to complete the mission on his own than to argue with these losers. Behind him, an old friend approached him and asked him to be patient. He was glad to see her. It was Kim, who had always been distinguished by her good manners. So much so that our hero did not even recognize her at first. The boy stood silently, while the red-haired man continued his provocations, preparing for a quarrel. Seeing this, the squad leader came over and asked him decisively, "Are you going to start a fight during an important mission?" At the same time, the commander realized that his subordinate had his own reasons for such behavior. The commander's words silenced everyone, because they needed to focus on the task at hand. Kim noticed that the team members were listening well to their boss, but he had no intention of obeying. The commander smoked cigarette after cigarette and thought about the next steps. Looking at the entire team, it became clear that they were all ready for action. After establishing communication with the command center via radio, he set up the correct frequency to avoid being overheard. As soon as Kim made contact with Commander John, they began a briefing on the details of the mission. Their target is located in the Grand Temple, which is in the middle of the island in a 3-story building. On the first floor is a staircase. Flanking it is a dining room and a passageway to the basement. On the second floor is a huge ceremony hall where management meetings are held. On the third floor is the office of the sect head, where all the key events take place. Once they get there, they plan to immediately lure their targets inside. They will try to go deeper into the building, and when the enemies are trapped, they plan to surround them from different sides to effectively destroy them. To do this, they need to divide into teams, and each group must go in a different direction. Some to the left room, others to the right, and others to the basement. The commander with the cigarette asked if there were any information errors in the plan, to which John replied that there were no errors because he had personally checked all the information. While listening to the report, Kim realizes that the senior officer had long ago said he would not take the case, but in the meantime he was secretly investigating. There is an important detail that needs to be clarified and that everyone should be warned about. There is a suspicion that they may have such a powerful force that there is definitely something there. Over the radio, he says that everyone should first sort out their area and then prepare for the next attack together. Our hero does not want to go with them and plans to move forward on his own. His decision to choose his own route worries his colleague. Kim surprised everyone with the news with a serious look, emphasizing that he was the strongest among them all. This, of course, did not sit well with his colleagues, and one of them was about to express his dissatisfaction, but another colleague stopped him from using foul language. The squad leader turned to Officer Kim Soo, mentioning that they had forgotten to shake hands when they met, and since it was forgotten, he suggested that they do it right now. It was a kind of psychological test, and the moment he shook the commander's hand, he was stunned by his strength. He unquestioningly sends Officer Kim straight ahead. The commander's order is binding. If he says so, it must be done. He, in turn, will try to back him up while he climbs up. As he finishes his cigarette, the commander hopes that everything will go according to plan. Yakim accepts his order, realizing the need to act. However, very soon, in a state of shock, they realize that something is not going according to plan. The red-haired officer begins to search through the bag he needed for the mission, and realizes that instead of the necessary equipment, there are fishing rods. The commander realizes that they have received the wrong suitcase, and this is very bad, because now they need to contact the carrier. His colleague calls the carrier, but he doesn't even pick up the phone. He just picked up the phone and continues to listen to music without answering the phone. The commander realizes that this is just an incredible joke mistake. Probably someone decided to play a joke, but it is a pretty cruel joke. Soon after, the commander of the General Police, Sosna, receives a report that all the belongings of the arriving special forces have been switched. Sosna thanks his colleagues for carrying out his order, because everything had been planned by the chief of the Marine Police, who had close ties to the commander of the general police. After hanging up the phone, Sosna thinks everything is going according to plan. He realizes that this is overkill, but if he wants to keep the balance, he needs to take extreme measures.
We return to Maple's temple, where he waves his hypnotic pendant, claiming that God exists.
He has seen it himself once, so he can speak about it with confidence. He speaks to a large audience who listen to him mesmerized and tells them that those who believe will be saved, and those who do not believe will face great punishment. The hypnosis spreads to everyone present. He addresses his army of believers, saying that heretics are now coming here to do harm, and they need to win. Since they all believe in God, they must go and defend their faith. These people, like zombies, repeat that they believe and will do all his bidding.
Sitting divided by color in the large temple, Kalen says that after this battle is over, they will be even closer to God.
His brothers begin to realize that the madness in Kalen's words is beginning to take hold of the believers. One of the woodsman brothers realizes that it is better to believe in himself. Meanwhile, the wedge leaves turn into crimson autumn foliage. The insanity of Kalen's hypnosis penetrates the people. Kalen clogs their minds, instilling in them his beliefs and justifying their stupid actions by saying that they are doing everything for God. Soon the police SWAT team breaks into the building, dispersing Kalen's army. As they approach the huge temple, they see that everything is very expensive and luxurious, and it towers over the other buildings. Holding on to each other confidently, they realize that they need to start cleaning up the fallen leaves. That's the name of this mission, and they begin. The doors of this huge madhouse have opened. Our hero and his team go inside and see a lot of people. The commandos who came in and looked around are amazed at the number of people. No one expected that there would be so many of them. It was not just a crowd, but a whole army dressed in white suits, as if from a madhouse. The commander warned that many of the parishioners had been brainwashed, and when they fall under hypnosis, they seem to fall into their own reality. Some are dressed in white clothes, others in green or red. The officers remember the commander's words that if they are wearing white, they are ordinary people, and they should be careful not to hurt anyone. After these words, Kim is not going to hesitate or cause harm. He is ready to act and runs alone into the crowd. They didn't even realize what had happened because his speed and actions were unpredictable. He jumped above the crowd, pushing off the stairs. Like a ninja from a movie, he kicked one of the parishioners right in the face so that he could meet the real God. His fellow cultists did not realize anything when their comrade began to fall to the ground. One of the commandos shouted at him that his actions looked stupid. After all, these are ordinary people, and you have to remember that you can't hit them so hard. But Kim understands this well. One of the commandos approaches the commander and says that Kim can't do it alone. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, the commander still doesn't understand why they are not at their positions yet, but are just watching. Everyone needs to go to their positions. The decision of his colleague Hong Jun turned out to be quite correct. He placed men in white on the stairs leading to the second floor to try to lure the enemy in as deep as possible. In the neighboring rooms and in the basement, he planned to surround us with parishioners in colored clothes. He was watching his actions with a tablet. By watching and controlling everything, he understands how they will act and what to expect from them. He sends his men to their positions, but it seems strange to him that everything is going too smoothly. He decides to check the documents that were handed over instead of just assuming. Hong Jun has been trying to find evidence related to the Hwaguksa clan all along, and now he checks the materials Kim gave him. He made sure that there were no mistakes in the materials, and proceeded to execute his plan. Now they will not go up to the second floor altogether. They will split into different teams, and each will head to a different point. They even know the location of the secret door. In small teams, they scattered in 2 to different points. Sungjai realizes that something is wrong because Hong Jun's plan is centered on the basement. Moreover, the leaked information has made him doubt his plans. He captures a policewoman with the call sign Green Leaves and hypnotizes her into revealing information as bait. However, Hong Jun received the information not from Greenleaf, but from Pine. This seems strange to Clint, because the hypnosis might not have worked. But in that case, he wouldn't have been able to find out the information. Only the monk and Iris knew that Sosna was in the police force, even inside the temple. Maple only knew that he had spread his information to the police. Because of this, Maple realized that everything was not going according to plan, as they had completely different plans for the top. He approaches his old friends, the moons of Celepedia and Miscanthus, telling them that this is no joke. Although they know why they came here, Clint's thoughts were wrong and he realized it. Respedi told him what was happening to him, calling him an idiot, because they had come here not just to hang out, but on business. But still, Maple started attacking them, as if they didn't know and were pretending to be stupid. Maple realized that all this would end with the destruction of him and his team, because in his opinion, This is the monk's order. Maple doesn't understand why he doesn't blaspheme like the first Maple did. But his brother Lispedici cannot understand what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Nevertheless, Clun begins to scream nervously in fear. He has always been obedient and silent, serving only the monk. Lispedici cannot understand what has happened to Cleon, who has just spoken about God and urged him to believe in the monk, and now he is speaking absurdities. But Cleon's eyes are so filled with hatred that he does not believe Lispedica and thinks that he is taking him for a fool. Muscant wants to open Cleon's eyes, saying that if he had been given the task of killing him, he would have done it without hesitation. He didn't need to stand here and wait for his exit. But Cleon, hearing his words and distrust, looks at Muscant with all his hatred and tells him to try. Let him just try to hurt or kill him. His actions were unpredictable. Something had changed within the team. At this point, the fight with the crazy religious fanatics continues. The cops have no hesitation in beating these fools who are trying to kill them. Junho overestimated his strength a bit, and with one punch he knocked down one of the religious fanatics. His colleague, who was holding back the others, reminded him that they were ordinary people and he needed to control his strength. But how many times could he repeat the same thing? The corridor was extremely long, and they had to defend themselves against hundreds of similar religious fanatics. They had to move forward slowly, but Juna was worried that his colleague was going upstairs on the orders of the commander. His colleague assured him that there was no need to worry about him. It was better to worry about himself. In a few minutes, the place where Kim was acting was cleared of hundreds of religious fanatics. Our hero, lifting each of them and finishing off the last one, did not understand why everyone was wearing white uniforms, because it was a climb to the second floor. One of the religious fanatics on the top only mumbled that there was a clone ahead and that he could not go there. Looking at this crazy man, Kim realized that he was not waking up from hypnosis and was probably very strong. He took a swing and hit him. But his attempt to bring the fanatic to his senses was unsuccessful, despite his desire to sober him up. Now he had no information that could help them wake up. But when he went up to the next floor, he would know everything. And he had no choice but to go up, even though the corridor was very long. The commander was also making his way to his point at this time, asking his assistant if she was injured. She was fine, and they needed to move on, so they quietly opened the door to check what awaited them next. But the moment they opened the door, they saw a terrible picture. Huge bone horns towered in front of them, as if demonic creatures were blocking their way. They were not alone. There were many of them. But why were they all wearing bone masks with the head of some animal with horns? The commander assumed that they were the leaders the boss had told them about. These deer, or people wearing deer masks, were Faguk's former killers, but Auckland took them for himself. With the help of drugs and hypnosis, he turned them into puppets who began to behave as he wished. The longer their horns, the longer they were killers. Lighting a cigarette, the commander asks one of the greens if he is having a hard time. They didn't seem to understand his joke, but he didn't specify that he was talking about horns. Soon, he sharply attacks the biggest one with the horns, grabbing them. He asks them again if it's not hard to work with such horns, and with his strong hands he starts to press on this skeleton. Very soon, the horns crumble into small pieces and injure the face of the scoundrel who wore them. Watching the horns shatter spectacularly, the commander emphasizes that they are perfect for holding with both hands. The commander began to throw the enemies in different directions, breaking their skulls with a single blow. He had enough experience to beat the crap out of bastards like them. He hadn't come here to play cards, he was on a mission, so his task was to clear this floor. The pathetic killers could not resist his powerful blows. Anyone who tried to get closer to the commander was instantly spotted and counterattacked. One of his strong blows to the face could not only break the bone defense, but also demolish the face of any scoundrel. However, as he was clearing the floor, one of the enemies appeared from the side with great speed. She was approaching the commander, armed with her crown sword, which came as a surprise to him. For a moment, the commander realized that he would not be able to dodge, and he thought that he would die at the hands of this villainess. But his colleague reacted quickly and neutralized the killer with a kick. But that was not all. Even though she saved the commander, the battle continued. The commander praised her for her action, as it was a worthy display of teamwork. When the killer fell, he attracted the attention of our heroes. The mask flew off his face and it became visible. What the officer and the commander saw impressed them. The girl's strength was obvious. We moved to the clan's headquarters. Brother Lespedis, waving his arms, is trying to calm down his two friends so that they stop fighting. He didn't know what had happened to the clan, but he decided that he should use his brain, because everyone here is in business. They do not need to fight and participate in tasks such as mopping up, and it should be noted that Zdorovic said that he did not train for the clan for 2 days on purpose. It's worth noting that if Lespedis had been given the task of killing the clan, he would have quickly completed it and returned to training. And that asshole Miscanthus is so busy that he doesn't even show up for training. And he would have moved on the first day if he was ordered to kill the clan. If he doesn't believe them, he can try to prove it. But he's probably wrong. The clan decided to trust, adding, "Faith brings blessings." Lespetus assured him to stop worrying. Even if he realizes that he is inferior in strength, they are both on his side. Moreover, he has subordinates who can stand up for him. He has a whole army of reindeer. Even if someone is hurt or injured, even if he controls them with drugs, they will still protect him. Moreover, he has, according to Zdorovic, a cult thing that used to be as strong as the first wild cherry. We return to the commander fighting the first wild cherry. The girl realizes that she has been hit hard, but there is not a single scratch on her. The so-called wild cherry was so drugged that she didn't care. Taking her iconic sword, she rushed to attack. Although the commander was able to dodge her blow, he didn't even realize how quickly she climbed on his back, holding the sharp blade near his neck. She wanted to kill the commander without a single drop of emotion, but he grabbed her sword with his hand. The commander threw her aside, showing that no one could match his strength. The wild cherry quickly recovered from the blow, stopping, holding onto the floor with her nails. There was not a single live wound on her, and it was clear that the girl had excellent physical fitness and smooth movements. Looking at her, the commander could not even believe that she was recovering so quickly after such a strong blow. After all, the previous blow was so strong that it could have knocked down even a big and strong man. But he looked at the girl again. She looked like a zombie. Her eyes were out. Her movements were like a dance, as if she were a pedal. And this girl rushed to attack again with her knife. The commander, possessing a strong and powerful kick like any special forces officer, was ready to defend himself. But this girl, like a pedal, dodged his every blow despite their sharpness. She did not stand still, attacking the commander, stabbing him, tearing his clothes. His colleague noticed that she was quite strong, and this woman exceeded all their resource potentials. With her eyes gone, she should be in a coffin, not fighting so skillfully. The commander took another look at her and realized that, although they did not want to kill people, he had to act decisively in this situation. If his blows did not work, he had to take countermeasures. He swung with all his might, his eyes blazing. But before he could strike, a skillful blade was almost at his eye. He quickly grabbed hold of the blade, piercing his arm to avoid losing his eye. The creature with the glowing eyes managed to pierce his arm through, but he grabbed its head. With all his strength, he pushed it to the floor, pinning its face to the ground. After that, he decided to trample her to death. Although it was cruel, it was either him or her in this battle. Shortly after his heavy blows, he looked at the woman's face and saw that her eyes were closing, but she was smiling. He looked at her again and realized how ironic it was. She had more life now than when she was alive. His colleague ran over, seeing the knife in his hand, and asked if he needed help. After clearing the floor, the commander told his colleagues that they had completed the operation on the left and were ready to join them. The commando team was happy to hear him. One of the female commandos was delighted that the commander had done it so quickly, as she had never doubted his abilities. Walking along with her friend Kim, she was nervous because she hadn't been on a mission for a long time, but she noticed that she still had some powder in her guns. However, if you look at her actions, the doubts were also about her. After clearing the corridor of the usual cultists, she was still not sure of her abilities. Her body felt numb because she hadn't fully warmed up, and she told her colleague that she used to be able to complete tasks much faster. Kim's friend turned to Seon Benny and asked if she was even in the special forces, to which Seon Benny replied with a modest smile that she was not part of the special forces, but why was she so strong? It's because at one point she followed one thoughtful person and became the same, and if this girl understands her, everything will become clear later. However, Hongsu did not understand what she was hinting at, even though Sung Bin put her hand on her, thinking she was cute enough. Soon, the next team of commandos also dealt with the cultists on the first floor. They had put a lot of effort into dealing with these enemies, and if they still had weapons, it would have been even cooler. John Ho used very rude language, which the environmentalist didn't like, so he asked him not to use it. The ecologist didn't like that John Ho swore all the time. He explained that he should use swear words only when necessary, otherwise he would become a cow. But John Ho was already tired of these boring lectures. Soon the one who told him not to swear started swearing himself. He opened his mouth wide and said, "Fuck you." John Ho was curious about what was behind the door that had so shocked his friend. When they got closer, they saw girls standing there. The girls were quite cute, incredibly beautiful, and their appearance almost made the guys deaf from their own screams. The commandos were even embarrassed to see such beautiful girls in such an abnormal place. But it meant that they had to fight them, because even though they were cute, they were not on their side. Red Fox and Yellowleaf were always by Maple's side, helping him with everything. They had been raised as assassins in a temple all their lives, and Maple received them from a monk as a reward. They began to serve him from that moment on, giving him their whole lives. A colleague of John's says that he really likes these girls and doesn't want to beat them. John replies that he would rather kill himself. The girls notice that this guy knows a lot about girls. And, of course, no one can dislike such beauties. If we look back at the history of their existence, Maple has always brainwashed them since childhood. Yellow Maple and Red Fox took up their weapons and were ready to fight the aliens. They didn't need these miserable boys, because they already had a master. These girls were very loyal to Maple and would not change sides for any money. John decided that he could try to engage in a dialogue with them. And he approached these two beautiful ladies, asking them to put down their weapons and surrender. He assured them that if they did so, they would not be beaten because they were girls. But soon, a red whip with knives on the ends flew toward one of the special forces.
It suddenly struck near them, and one of them did not have time to dodge, and he was simply cut to pieces.
The girls saw that the special forces not only talked, but also knew how to fight. In this case, Yellow Maple had a special trick prepared for them. She started her grinder and rushed at one of them. She swung her sword at the guy, but he dodged it. John was amazed by the girls' agility and realized that they were armed, but they came to them unarmed. He suggested to his colleague Sanho that they quickly flee the scene, as they were in an unequal battle. But when he looked back, he realized that his colleague had not even moved. But why? Sanho confidently looked at these ladies and said that he does not run away from girls. And he abruptly began to attack Red Maple, and she didn't even have time to react. But on the one hand, she didn't care. Although she was surprised that he attacked her so sharply, she was not afraid of his blow. Sano only said that there was no better way to get closer to a girl than to hit her. He believed that the best way to get close to a girl is to communicate with her in the same body language, and he hit her hard on the face. But soon, when he looked up, he saw that this woman was able to abruptly stop his hand. Moreover, he was unable to hit her because she held his hand in her manicured hands and reminded him that he was wrong. She noted that he always had only twos in his communication, and that in order to fight them, he had to make great efforts, because before sending them to Maple, the monk trained them hard. They were contenders for the place of the wild cherry and competed with each other for this place. Physical attacks and fighting were like their native environment. Red Maple twisted the arm of this special forces officer, and with the other she was preparing to hit him with an iron whip. She said that the interlocutors were equal in the conversation, and that what they were doing was not a conversation at all, but unilateral education, and struck the officer with her whip. A serious wound appeared on his shoulder. He made a mistake and got injured, which caused him unbearable pain. To make matters worse, Yellow Maple started her grinder and rushed in to stab him. Looking at him, she only wanted to calm him down, sending him to his death. His co-worker John wanted to save his stupid colleague by picking up a wooden table. He threw it towards these girls to neutralize one of them, even though he suggested that his colleague run away. But he didn't listen to him, and now they have to fight. Yellow Maple, taking her grinder, swung towards this table that was flying at her. She cut it into 2 pieces, thus saving John from being hit. Looking at them, John realized that they were really hot. But his co-worker, being a fool, remained, and John again offered him to run away. But he refused, saying that he would not run even under the threat of death. John told his colleague Jose that if he was so sure, he should do the same. But Jose already had a different plan. He was not going to do it again without calculating his strength, let alone that of his opponent. John asked him again and again why he didn't want to run away, and Jose replied that it would be very humiliating to run away from the girls. But John reminded him, referring to his painting, that he had to pull himself together, and asked how he would ever explain this to his commander. But after John mentioned the commander, common sense returned to Jose, and he decided to run. He addressed these deadly girls with the words, "Girls, accept our plight." But as he stood in a fighting stance, his colleague only wanted him to shut up. After all, this would be a dirty battle, and despite all the maneuvers, this temple would be filled with blood today. Meanwhile, Kim went up to the 2nd floor and was amazed that no one was there. They must have thought we would never make it to the 2nd floor, our hero thought, looking at the empty room. Kim, as an experienced assassin, always met different people during his missions, and it seemed strange to him. Finally, he would be able to see the face of this scoundrel. The camera closely followed his every move, recording all his actions. On the tablet, Maple was constantly monitoring the progress of our hero and thinking about how to destroy him. Maple is already tired of this guy who can't die. Kim walks down the corridor, realizing that General Baek Ja-kun must have important information. He had anticipated this, but he couldn't imagine how strong he was. He was the one who killed the Phoenix, and the entire Special Forces unit was killed. Kim didn't pay attention to him at the time, but maybe they were just lucky. Now Kim realizes that he is not as weak as Phoenix and can stand up for himself. He has not only a secret trump card that even the temple doesn't know about, but also a way to solve this issue. And fortunately, he doesn't even have to lure them out, because everyone is already gathered. Kim had been walking around the second floor all this time, waiting for an attack, but no one was there. He started to say out loud that it was not very smart to leave the passage to the third floor empty. But someone answered his words from the darkness, asking what he meant by empty. He turned around and saw his big brother Lespedis. He asked Kim if he could see his huge body, which not only prevents you from going to the third floor, but is about to break all your bones, Lespedis added. Our hero looked at this scoundrel, realizing that June was right when he said that there was something on the second floor. Lespedis, clattering his huge steps, said he knew Kim would come. But despite their confrontation, our hero was glad to see him. They were both eager to fight each other and put an end to this game. Kim gladly accepted his offer, as he unpleasantly wanted to kill him with his own hands. Lespedis's cold gaze enveloped the battlefield. Hearing the word kill from the guy, he realizes that it can be interpreted in different ways. For him, our hero is just a lousy policeman who is meddling in his own business. The guy does not lose his balance, looking at the jock with his indifferent gaze. He realizes that the fight will be difficult, but there is no turning back. Although Lespedis's body is in great shape, it does not mean that he is better than guys with good physical fitness without steroids. And Kim hits him. He brutally kicks Lespedis's big arms. The two of them are talking all the while, although Lespedis stops Kim's punch with his powerful arms. It seems to him that the essence of the conflict is different. But for our hero, this big guy is a dumb jock who is slow to take offense. Maybe his brain is made up of muscles, the guy says right to Lespedis's face. Returning to Lespedis's story, he occupies a fairly strong position in the Haguksa clan. If we compare him with other members of the clan, he has the strongest punch and fist in this organization. After one of his punches, no opponent survived, but Kim easily dodged him, because he knew exactly who this guy was. After dodging, Kim attracted the attention of the duck, saying that every time he was getting bigger and bigger. Lespedis noticed that when he was still in Phoenix's place, this policeman said the same thing. It seemed like he knew him. Kim replied that of course he did, because he was the break with the muscles. He was furious and wanted to kill Kim for what he said, but when he grabbed him, he thought he was holding his body, but in fact he was only holding his sweatshirt. It was quite funny that Kim avoided being hit by this method. Now Kim was standing without his cape suit, just holding on to his bag. Lespedis asked him which one of them was the fool, and added that he had gotten rid of his clothes like some dirty bitch. What's he going to take off next? Lespedis wondered. Maybe he'll take off his shirt and then his underwear. And after that, what will he do? Kachok asked. Well, I'll tell you what will happen next. I'm going to skin you, and that's just the beginning. Recalling that moment, our hero realizes that when he was fighting this scoundrel, he was told that he was slowing himself down. In fact, Kim noticed that Lespedis had become even faster. It seemed to him that after that day, Lespedis began to pay more attention to his speed. But listening to this, Kachuk did not understand what Kim meant. Kim told him that abilities should be recognized. He praised Lespedis, saying that he had really made great progress. Lespedis listened and did not understand why the enemy was suddenly telling him this. Kim explained that Lespeditsa had tried so hard to hide his flaws, and for the sake of this body, he had suffered many defeats. But he never gave up, always went to his goal, pumping his arms and shoulders, and finally he reached his position to prove his strength. According to the boy, Lespedis still feels the failure of that day, and has become a little faster by correcting his weakness. The policeman says that he is good and recognizes his efforts, starting to clap his hands as if to applaud. What is this lousy freak even saying? Asks the ducks with interest. And who is he to recognize or not to recognize me? I have achieved this body only through my own efforts. Even pills won't help here, Kim emphasizes, saying it right to the duck's face, but he realizes that everything is natural. But in this beautiful house and temple there is no room for regrets, our hero continues. For the sake of increasing his muscles, he gave up the joy of increasing something else. When he chose to have his muscles harden, he gave up the joy of hardening another part of his body. These words made the duck more and more disturbed, but the guy seemed to laugh at him, realizing that he had no idea what he was talking about. Finally, Kim said it to his face, "You are a castrate." Hearing these words, Kachok grabbed his chest, began to worry and panic. He did not want to believe that he was a castrate. "What are you talking about?" he shouted, rushing toward Kim at high speed. He only smashed the chairs of the congregation, which flew in all directions. Kim, of course, dodged and held his dagger in his hand. He emphasized to the duck that his big body had left him with no valuable parts that he could use, and at the moment when the duck lost its orientation, Kim ran up to him. With a stroke of his knife, he inflicted a slashing wound on his shoulders. It was the greatest humiliation for Kachok, who had worked so hard to build himself up. Kim kept telling him that his body was much stronger than the jock's, which was really just a big piece of meat and nothing more. And it was a good thing he had brought a weapon with him, because it would be easier to cut him into pieces. Lespedis' brother listened to these words from a policeman. After the stabbing, Kim also noticed that Lespedis had significantly increased his speed, although he did not use a weapon. According to this healer, guns are only for certain types of people, for those who doubt their abilities, only for weaklings. But during his attack, he made a mistake. Our hero's body was much stronger and faster, and he stabbed the bastard again, reminding him that he showed weakness that day and then lost the fight. Kim emphasized whether Lespedis really thinks it's all about speed. Maybe his brother didn't give him any advice. Hearing these words, the big man did not realize what kind of beast was standing in front of him. It cut his body with a knife and was not afraid at all. He grabbed his chest, clutching his t-shirt. Looking at Kim again, he screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Holding a sharp knife, this pseudo-police officer looked Lespedis straight in the eye and promised that he would soon find out everything, because now they would remember the nightmare of that day. Maple is watching this closely through the video cameras. He has nothing to say as he watches the fight, because this policeman still has the advantage. Maple takes off his mask in despair. He puts it down next to him because he is shocked to realize that he's not just facing some pathetic policeman. In fact, he will have to fight Big Juan himself, whom everyone thought was dead. Lespedeza felt a lot of pressure in this short fight. It was the same pressure as from the first 250-kilo bench press. Together with his brother, thanks to this pressure, he survived in the hunger room. When they couldn't get out of there, they managed to do something incredible with their efforts. They managed to kill April and Yulia by taking their places. It was a human victory over a physical disadvantage. It was an effort to which they were devoted, training all the time and working tirelessly. Only these efforts helped the brothers survive and succeed in the criminal world. Their whole life was one continuous suffering that they had to go through. That's why they felt hatred for some people. They hated Phoenix, even though she was one of them. She became strong with the help of drugs, which they could not even imagine. And yet, one day, Yule suggested killing Phoenix. The other one replied that he didn't particularly like her, but there was no point in keeping her alive just for her looks. Even his brother noticed that he was very obsessed with women and needed to improve. But he could see that he hated them. But he said that he hated not only Phoenix, but other women as well. He doesn't like anyone who doesn't take care of their bodies. When he looks at this raghead Phoenix, he gets the feeling that all his efforts are in vain. His brother heard and understood him completely. After listening to the end, he agreed that it was better to just observe the situation. After that, the brothers tried to find a reason to kill Phoenix and secretly interfered with everything she did. Then she sat in the room holding her head and asked herself why she was getting into trouble every time. If she can't give a bribe, she doesn't even know what will happen to her. The monk thought a lot about her, and, after evaluating her usefulness, realized that she had none. So he asked his brothers what they thought about it. Their position was clear, and it seemed to them that they had a grateful chance. But there was one but. Just when it was raining outside, every drop was running off the umbrella, and one of the brothers was sitting on the floor in this quiet alley, where there was not a single soul, and the person with the umbrella was standing over him. Under the umbrella was a bright December who told him that he had been watching him for a very long time. He noticed that they were obstructing Phoenix and trying to kill her. What was interesting here? Kachka asked. But Kim pulled a handle out of his umbrella, turning it into a sharp weapon, and replied that it was up to him to decide whether to kill her or not, and explained that it was none of their business. Kim added that he had his own relationship with Phoenix, just like he had with his brother. He sat on his knees, got very angry with Kim, then clenched his fist so that the veins in his arm popped out, and asking, "What the hell are you talking about?" rushed at him. The blows were as fast as lightning, but Kim, who was much faster than him, managed to deflect his attack with his umbrella telescope. After that, he put him back on his knees and threatened him with another blow, asking if he understood. After 3 seconds of silence, the bright December did not wait, and the telescope began to move closer and closer to his face, or rather, to his mask. On the same rainy day, he was lying on the ground with his mask broken, bleeding, and covered in bruises. In his blurred consciousness, he realized for the first time that some things exist. Some things that don't work out, even if you try hard and go for it all your life. When he thought that he was about to die from a baton blow, the following happened. Kim saw someone appear in front of him as he was delivering another blow. His brother appeared and began to kick Kim away from his brother's body. He looked into the eyes of the helpless man who could not help himself, and quietly said, "Brother." However, he completely lost consciousness and closed his eyes, and when he woke up in another place, he saw the light, because emotions overwhelmed him. His brother was standing over him, looking after him and saving him. He asked his brother if it was Bikwan, and his brother explained to him that during the battle they had made a deal. They had to promise that they would not touch Phoenix if Bikwan let him go for treatment. He started to rage when he heard this and beat his hands on the floor in anger. Loud noises were made, and his brother just listened and looked at him, noticing his suffering. He tried to calm him down as best he could, asking him not to get angry. He came closer and explained to him that if he made an effort, he would definitely win. He looked his brother in the eye, and that day he understood. After that day, Lespedeza got hooked on steroids, started injecting them into his vein and taking pills to increase his muscle mass. The changes made him much stronger, and the more his muscles grew, the more he hated women. He became an impressive size and an impressive body. A few years later, he decided to take revenge on Bikwan. But he was already dead. His card was lying by the Buddha statue. But was he really dead? This question often bothered him. He didn't understand why this bastard had made him. Why this bastard, when he stood next to his card, could feel the energy of Bikwan. Damn it. Why was this happening to his body when he stood there? Why was every cell in his body trembling, and every muscle feeling someone's energy? It could have been either because of his habit of exertion or fear. Lespedeza let out a powerful scream, and then he rushed at Kim Kyung-soo, holding all his rage against him in his eyes. He rushed at Kim like a madman, with all his pumped-up mass and his big body, which seemed to be made for killing. Kim stood in front of him with a knife. The stabbing reminded him of something, like the willow tree by the river, its leaves. His mask flew in half, about 10 knife cuts appeared on his body, and he felt this pain. His attack deflected to the side, and he fell right next to Kim. After that, Kim rushed by him again like a shadow, cutting his entire back. Standing with his back to him, Kim said that it was just muscles and speed. His technique hadn't changed in such a long time, and asked if he would go forward in the same way. He stood there, thinking about what was happening, and realized that he could lift as much weight as he wanted. He turned to Kim with the side of his face that wasn't masked, and told him that someday the moment would come when he would win. He was sure he would win, he just needed to grab it once. It was even funny. It felt like he thought he had 100 lives. Just one time he had to grab it, but there was no way he could escape from Kim's knife and speed. This made him angry, and he mightily shouted that once he only needed to lift. He was ready to lift this weight, this barbell. He was ready to lift it again and again and again, squeezing it from his chest. To squeeze it as long as he could, if he could lift it at all, pouring all the anger he had into it. His life could have ended with a broken mask and a knife cut on his neck that Kim had made. He was unable to do anything against Kim, and this knife passes the blade across his neck. His body takes a few steps back. After this fight, Kim told him that it was very weak, but the fact that his muscles had atrophied before the stabbing saved his life. Kim also asked him where his confidence had gone and why he was writhing so much. He had no confidence anymore. He was just holding his neck and did not understand anything. "What's wrong? Who are you?" he asked Kim. In response, he heard a counter-question. "Did Bikwan have any disciples?" "What is this?" he asked himself as he looked at the man with the knife in front of him, at a loss. But even in this situation, he knew for sure that he would never win. When Lespedeza heard about Bikwan's death, he breathed a sigh of relief, because now there was no need to fight against him. Even if he suffered hundreds of defeats, he believed that one day he would win if he made the effort. But he could never defeat Bikwan, even though he believed in it so strongly, because his ability was an innate talent. The first Bikwan sat in the mountains and thought about the ability to kill people. He asked Bright December, who was still a child at the time, about it, and told him that in this world it is considered a praise. Although for an ordinary person it is a curse, the boy replied that he never wanted to have such abilities. The man explained that it was better than nothing. It was not the ability that mattered, but the person who got it. "No matter how cursed it is, it will be yours," he explained to the kid. And now this not-so-young man had slit the throat of the giant Lespedeza duck. He believed that he would never see himself in such a miserable state again in his life. At least he wanted to. He remembered the words of his brother, who had told him after his first fight that if you want to, you can beat anyone. He could barely contain his emotions from this pain and wanted to cry, but he held back. He turned to Kim asking him if he knew that there was something for strength training. There is a safety device that prevents dangerous situations. Kim listened to him and replied that he knew. He went on to explain that if a person fails, they will say goodbye to this world forever. Most people use these devices when they lift heavy weights. This seemed very strange to Kim, and he asked what he meant. But he continued and said that he chooses this safety device when he lifts the heaviest weight. He chooses nighttime, when no one is around, so that no one can help him, being ready to die if he fails. If you don't want to die, then you have to lift. And then there is nothing worse than death. This weight is just nonsense, he continued. This explanation was very long for Kim, but he continued and said that this is the situation now. He came here hoping that he would not die, and he continued by saying that now he would fight knowing that he might die. Kim held the knife right next to his face and asked him to try. There was a very loud scream from Lespedeza, as if he had new strength. He put all his strength into attacking Kim, but ran past him and just ran away like a real jock. Perhaps it's better to go to boxing or wrestling than to a gym. He ran forward down the corridor without even looking back. Kim didn't expect this and just watched him run, stepping on his heels. But still, he wasn't going to let him just run away and be done with it. It would be foolishness to let him get away alive. He caught up with him and slapped him on the back. He promised him that this would be the end of his already battered face, which begged for mercy with its appearance. But not his character, because even as he ran away, he grabbed the table in front of him and threw it back, hoping to hit Kim. But the table flies by and goes nowhere. It misses because Kim manages to dodge it, and a question is asked. Are you so eager to live that you're even willing to run away? It's really disgusting. In the past, Lespedeza thought about death many times. His thoughts never left him while he was in that head. He wondered why he was born so weak. It was really unfair. What was the point of trying to survive? Everything would only get worse, because the brothers were in an isolation ward, where they were not allowed to eat and were starving. They tried to find a point of optimism in this. Sat with their brother and discussed that it would only get better. Tears came to his eyes. He approached his brother and told him that all this time they had been trying to do something to survive. But now it's really over, he added. In such sad conditions, they realized that trying to survive is not humiliating. Now you can understand why he started to run away and tried to save his life at any cost. He went through the colony in hunger, faced very harsh living conditions. The only thing that did not seem disgusting to him was his attempts to survive. This is what he told Kim, standing in front of him. For a minute, Kim closed his eyes and recalled fragments of his life. He understood him and took back what he had said. But it did not change the fact that Kim wanted to end his life. He just heard those words and started running away. After him, Kim shouted that he would not succeed and that he should stop. He saw the big man flying out the window, breaking the glass with his muscles and large body. A large hole was left in the window on the second floor. Kim, knife in hand, immediately ran to it to look down. Looking carefully, he noticed that he had not been able to escape far. Because he had fallen from a great height, he could not immediately get up and run. But his body was alive, his fists clenched. Standing in the hole of the window, Kim wondered what was the point of living with such injuries. But the point for him was that he was alive. If he was alive, he would be able to try again and again. He would be able to cope at any cost. His thirst for life was immeasurable. Even when he was lying on the floor, he was shouting that he would live. Kim had various thoughts about not letting him live. And he even got goosebumps from Lespedeza's overwhelming desire to survive. A swing of a knife whose blade can cut while holding it in your hands. But the knife can be used for another purpose. It can be thrown, which is what Kim did, throwing the knife while standing in the window opening. With great speed, the knife approached the man lying on the tile. His desire to survive was so strong that he put up his hand to deflect the knife, and the knife plunged right into it. I will survive. I will definitely survive, he kept saying as he crawled along the asphalt. He promised himself that he would try his best if he stayed alive. Kim could see that there was a lot of blood on the floor he was crawling on, but it was a mistake to think that he would die soon, because he would definitely survive. But he couldn't let that happen. Even if Kim took his time, he had to go down and finish him off, he thought. A knife whizzed right by his face, its blade extremely sharp. He had to dodge the attack that was directed at him by this man with various weapons on his back. He barely managed to dodge, receiving only a small cut on his cheek. And now they are standing opposite each other. The only problem is that Kim has thrown away his weapon. From the serious expression on his face, it is impossible to tell that he is going to surrender. The enemy looks very tough. He has a mask on his face, a katana in his hands, and several other weapons on his back. Meanwhile, the girls notice that the situation is great, but they don't understand why these guys are so desperate to defend themselves. The men hold 2 tables in their hands to cover themselves and realize that they look like an embarrassment. Each member of the squad takes his position. Kim Dong-chol and Song So-wi were responsible for shooting and covering. Pyong, Cheon, and Chuan were in charge of the assault, and they looked like real stormtroopers. Junho and Sangho were in charge of defense, hiding behind tables from the girls. The girls asked them that there was no point in just standing there, because they wouldn't last anyway. The tables wouldn't last forever. The girl in red was ready to smash everything here, swinging her whip with sharp blades. The man at the table was sure that the commander would soon approach them. It was Pyong Jang-wook, and he was heading to the next room. When the undercover guy heard this, he said he thought so. However, on the radio, the commander corrected his words a bit and said that he heard the sound of breaking glass on the 2nd floor and the screams of an unknown man. He needed to check what was outside and asked the guys to be patient. End of call. Their expressions changed as they stood at their desks. They looked at each other and realized that the situation was bad. And the girls at that moment caught their courage and came closer and closer to the boys. They got closer and saw traces of blood on the floor. They looked up and realized that the man who had fallen from the 2nd floor through the window and crawled down the road. They knew that Kim was on the 2nd floor and immediately started contacting him on the radio, asking if he was okay, but his radio was on the floor. There was no answer. Suddenly, they thought he was wounded. The girl immediately suggested going either to the 2nd floor or following the traces of blood. The commander took out a cigarette and started smoking it. He looked at the blood on the floor and thought about what to do. The saw in this girl's hands was spinning at maximum speed. Its circle was turning at maximum speed. The men didn't know where to go. They were running down the corridor from these 2 crazy girls with weapons. The girls were only discussing how pathetic they looked, and even recalled the comments of the men that they never run away first. But sometimes it happens that even men should be the first to run away, at least if they were given some weapons. But for the girls, these were all excuses, and they kept running like crazy. Running right at them, waving their weapons. Who gave a girl such a weapon in her hands? A saw with such sharp teeth? She had one wish, to send the men to hell. But her plan was cut short by a blow to the stomach. And it was cut even more short when she spat blood from the blow. Her colleague noticed that she was crawling on the floor, holding her saw in her hands. A smile appeared on the men's faces as they saw the commander smoking a cigarette and delivering powerful blows to the girls' stomachs. Pyongjang was the name of this commander, whose face resembled a Hollywood star. He met a lot of strong opponents while working in the special forces, and even after a short touch, he could tell everything about a person. After he shook hands with Kim, he felt a strange sensation. He felt the warmth of his hand, and then he felt a strong aura. A strong aura came from him, just like the other 3 people he knew. A girl appeared behind him and asked him what they would do next, because she was screaming, but there was no answer. "We should go up to the 2nd floor," she suggested. But he replied that there was no need to worry about Kim. He sent Kim Yan to follow the bloody trail, and he came to the aid of Junho and Sang-ho. The girls were trying to understand how they could have missed the blow. One of the guys warned the commander to be careful because these girls were not just anyone. He knew that this girl had incredible agility and strength, and the girl was looking at the commander and telling her sister that he might need her. Only the commander wondered if the one with red hair was of the same level, or maybe even higher. There were many more strong opponents than the commander thought. He knew one thing for sure. These girls had to be finished. But he expected to get his hands dirty today. Meanwhile, the person in the temple with the funny hat was holding a tablet and could not see anything on the screen. The crystals on the screen were blurred due to the poor connection, and the image was not displayed. A miscreant appeared next to him and told him that he had broken the CCTV cameras on the 2nd floor. Now it was clear why the image was not displayed. A beautiful girl was sitting on the bed and asked if he wanted her to leave him. And then she asked why he didn't want her to leave him. The guy, who had lost his head, told her that he loved her. You could see all the cunning in her eyes as she looked him straight in the eye. She got up from the bed, came closer to him, and he was sitting on his knees, begging her not to leave. And she asked him if he did not leave her, would he love her no matter what she did? He answered, "Yes, Saint, I will do whatever you want," looking into her eyes. This man had blood all over his face, especially in the mouth area. He was holding a bug in his hands, which was intact, but in a moment, with a squeeze of 2 fingers, he broke it. He was standing right on this red carpet. He picked up the cross that was hanging around his neck. But it was not just a cross, it was a key. He went to the small room behind and began to open the lock. Under the glass, he could see a very beautiful thing. Realizing that nothing could be done, he pressed the button. The boy and the girl looked at the scattered people they had already finished with, and it seemed to them that everything was over. The guy said it was time to go back, and as soon as he said these words, everything around him began to shake. Nobody understood what it was. The whole building started shaking, but it seems that the commander realized where the sound was coming from. The girls were also very scared and did not understand what was happening. In the room where the boys were, they thought it was an earthquake. But when they turned their heads to the right, they saw something. They saw a giant circle on the floor start to move to the side. They heard the sound of heels clicking, and a woman appeared in front of them. She came closer to them and began to look at them without saying anything. The boys could not understand who the hell she was. Then 3 more people appeared behind her, looking horrible and very scary. One had his whole face sewn up, another looked like a million-level ninja, and the third was a giant with a bald head. The girl just laughed, and she would say words. "Maple is a black leaf," she would say. Maple and January were the only ones who were not originally part of Vaeguk. He himself gathered the remnants of the gang and infiltrated the lower levels of the clan. He vowed not to keep people he didn't know about with him. However, the trump card he was hiding from everyone has changed. These are the 3 apostles who died with the first Maple, but barely survived thanks to the second. There were 3 of them. Matthew, this big guy with earrings in his ears. Philip, who looked more like a ninja. And Yakov, who looked really scary because he had his whole face stitched up, which looked pretty creepy. "Who is this guy?" asked a girl standing behind me. She looked at this picture and could not understand. In front of her was a dark-haired girl with black lips, and behind her were these 3 ugly faces. The girl looked very dangerous and came closer. It was not in vain that she did so, because a very fast punch flew right into her chin. She was lucky that she managed to stop it with her hand. Only this girl realized that Maple had not called her here for them. She realized that there was something else upstairs. A swing of the leg, and this blow is sent straight to the head with a strong swing. She skillfully dodged, and their legs became tangled in each other. One of them fell to the ground as she was hit in the face in flight. "This is stupid," she said to Matthew, who was standing behind her. She explained that she had to hurry to meet Maple, and so she asked him. "Deal with these bastards yourself," she said. She didn't have to explain for long. He understood her goal. She rushed to the big man to make a triangle with her legs around his neck and began to strangle him. Her legs squeezed harder and harder. Then she spun around and broke his neck. This shocked even their allies, who were watching and were shocked. The girl noticed that she was not the only one who wanted to finish as soon as possible and get out of here. For her, it seemed like a challenge to fight. Although she didn't ask, she decided to just run away from here and run to her goals. She immediately rushed to catch up with her. Not letting go was a bad idea. Philip and the other freak ran towards her and stood in her way. Clenching her fist, she swung at them. At first, she dodged one of them, but she had to deal with him, so she used her left hand to punch him in the stomach. The second one was smarter, so it was harder to hit him. Nevertheless, she had to grab his shoulder with her hand and pull him hard. After that, she hit him with her head right in the forehead to shake his brain. Blood spurted from his nose and he started to fall backwards. To stop him from falling so fast, she grabbed the back of his head with one hand and his beard with the other. She spun his head 360 degrees and he lost consciousness. Holy shit, one might have thought, watching her friend, who was simply amazed. But her friend shouted at her to get on with it. Because they were not finished yet, she ran after her. He could sew up his face many times, but after this battle, it is not known whether he will be able to do it again. But he probably will, because he turned around and started running away. However, the electric current that began to pass through his body, penetrating every cell, did not allow him to do so. The electric pistol used by the girl did not allow him to take a single step, and his body just froze in place. He was trembling as much as the charge was passing through his body. The stun gun works wonders, and this case proves it. Meanwhile, in the corridor, she is trying to catch up, but the speed is too high. Let's pay attention to this girl. She's a little over 20 years old. She graduated from the police academy, and her original goal was to become a police chief. But then she fell in love with a man, and her heart belonged entirely to him. To be with him, she joined a special forces unit. She had to work very hard there, and thanks to her efforts, she started working with him. Her love grew bigger and bigger, so about 10 years of service next to this man passed. Years went by. She gradually grew old but continued to run after this girl, noticing how fast she was. The girl ran towards Maple, calling out his name. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. If this girl was 20 years younger, she would have caught her long ago. But it seems that this girl's love and desire to see him are stronger than her desire to catch up. She ran and thought that she was talking nonsense, as if she was completely intoxicated. Her mood was in a bad way because of this creature, and she decided to tell her something. She asked her afterwards if she was very fond of speed. Then, when she started to answer yes, she suggested that maybe it was because her husband was a speedster. Her shoes slid on the tiles like rubber on asphalt when a car brakes, and she started to stop. It seemed to change her mood. She knew exactly what it meant, but she asked again what it meant. She realized that she really didn't like it, so she stopped and turned red with anger. I was ready to kill for such words, leaving no chance for life. Now she had to withstand powerful blows and answer for having offended her boyfriend. She received blow after blow, asking him to take it back. She repeated this over and over again with each blow, but the girl skillfully put up a block. She struck again and screamed, "Take it back!" But this time she missed. Her opponent was able to defend herself and counterattack, hitting her in the stomach, shouting that she was not going to take it back. "I don't want to," she replied, and she threw more punches. She screamed again and again, "I don't want to!" and threw punches, and it seemed that their strengths were equal. But a left straight punch right to the chin turned the girl to the other side. It was a very strong punch, and she felt its full force on her face. "But what do you know about Thai fighting techniques?" She elbowed him right in the chin. She showed that she didn't want to take it back and sent the black-haired beauty lying on the floor. Then she called her names for wearing lipstick like a corpse, and she continued to insult her boyfriend, calling him a dork and saying that she had adjusted to him. But the girl found the strength to get up, stand on her feet, and say that they were both equal. Then she pulled out her weapon and continued, "I didn't want to touch your face, but now I have to." A very strange but interesting weapon. It looks like a yo-yo toy that hangs on your finger, but has sharp teeth all around it that can cause serious damage. It is impossible to understand which of them started first, but it is clear that they both consider each other scum. Among the 12 apostles of the moon, only a few were stronger, and the first clan created this group that could be proud of its strength. However, they were no match for the monk-led moons. After the war, they suffered losses and fled to the Philippines, where their leader was eliminated by Quan. They continued to suffer defeats no matter what. Because of these defeats, they broke down, but even after that, she continues to fight, not giving up, but she gets kicked in the stomach. It is a precise kick right under the heart, which stops her breathing for 2 minutes. Despite all the defeats, they were getting stronger and stronger. It was clear that there was almost no chance of success, and yet Chaeyeon entrusted Jacob to Cho Gong-hee for a reason. While she fought the parishioners in white, scattering one by one and dealing with each opponent, they turned to each other, giving their names. Gong-hee received an offer from her to do nothing. These words made her feel like she was useless, and she even thought that she should have listened to Kyung-soo. This girl knew who taught her how to move like an assassin, striking at vital organs. Although some of her movements were a bit clumsy, an ordinary person could die from one such blow from the parishioner in white. It's scary to think what she could do with a little training. And now she is on her knees, asking Kyung-soo for help. When she first saw his resilience in fighting injustice, she thought he was stupid. On the other hand, she thought he was brave. In the end, he managed to overcome all the difficulties. Looking at his resilience, she thought about how wonderful he was. She thought he was incredible and tried to stop her thoughts from going in that direction. But she couldn't stop so easily, and remembered again how he always beat her during training, but thought he had changed. Though it made sense to her when he praised her. Unlike Lee Sung and Hwang, who just made Cho Gun-hee learn his fighting style. She was smart enough to learn all of his techniques that he had given her. But physically she couldn't hold out for long. It was very hard for her. Every training session she forced herself to push herself beyond her limits. Kim helped her by telling her that wrestling is about strength of mind. He didn't say it gently, but forced her to stop whining and keep fighting. She knew she had a chance to change something, because he believed in her. Now she was up against a pretty strong opponent. She rushed at her with the remark that she should not give up in the fight against her. But at the first blow, it became clear how great the difference in their abilities was. Jacob dodged all her blows and was just waiting for the right moment to finish her off. All her blows were very clumsy. And then she remembered a phrase Kim had told her about fighting and fortitude. Jacob could not understand whether it was reality or illusion, but it seemed to him that Bi-kwan had appeared. Her movements resembled those that Jacob could not stand. They reminded Jacob of his mental disorder, and he felt as if Bi-kwan himself was standing over him. This was the last straw of his patience. He got up and ran in the other direction. The illusion had completely taken over his mind, and he couldn't understand what was happening. He just shouted that he didn't want anything. The girl looked at him and could not understand what was wrong with him. She definitely did not give up, but it seemed familiar to her. She saw a chance that she couldn't help but take, and she elbowed him several times in the spine. That's how she finished with Jacob, sending him to bed so he wouldn't be nervous. Then she saw something on the back of his head near his ear. Yes, it was his face, lying with his nose in the ground, unconscious. She could not contain her joy and started jumping and shouting that she had won. She shouted her name and screamed that she had won. It was very funny and cute. This girl is a master at twirling weapons in her hands, ready to show all her skills. Maybe you shouldn't have offended her boyfriend. She throws this dangerous toy that can kill, and I barely managed to dodge it. But the first attack was not the end of it, and she is ready to strike again, looking directly into the eyes of the enemy. She noticed that the enemy was good at dodging and even complimented her. Looking at this weapon, she could not understand what it was. It would have been great if she had a weapon. But she didn't have time to think about it now, because the yo-yo was flying right by her face again. It is very difficult to react to a flexible weapon. It is even worse when it is very sharp, and the first cut appears on her leg. She also manages to joke around, asking the dodging girl what she's thinking about. "You're thinking about going to the next world soon," she joked. But her opponent was not afraid of death. She replied that, on the contrary, she was very happy about it. She knew that if she died, the commander would lay down his life to avenge her, and it seemed very romantic to her. She started to tell her enemy about it, but he realized that it was all fiction. Then she smiled and offered her to die anyway. Still, she took a stance, her spirits rose, and she was ready to fight. Meanwhile, Gulak, the size of her head, struck a strong blow. The blow was so powerful that the girl is thrown back, her head thrown back, and can see the color of her hair. His hand is about to grab his weapon. He manages to grab the whip, not paying attention to the sharp spikes that dig into his hand. The spikes cut so deeply that blood appears between his fingers. He has to pull even harder on the whip so that the girl falls and gets her red hair and costume all over the floor. The cigarette in his teeth is quietly blowing smoke as he pulls on the whip. He has enough strength to pull so that the ground disappears from under the girl's feet, and she flies straight at him. Arriving right at the station, she gets a surprise in the form of his hard sea fist. The punch was so powerful that the girl did 6 flips in the air, and the cigarette didn't even fall out of his mouth. That's the level. Her sister rushed to her defense, but she ran into something much more interesting. The commander knocked her chin down with his knee. Even the boys were watching and saw how the commander threw his strength around during the fight. They thought that if he had a weapon, he would not have been hurt so badly. But, looking at his health and strength, we can assume that he did not need a weapon in this case, especially since he was fighting 2 girls who had weapons and could kill the most ruthless killer. He understood that these girls were very afraid, and that's why they didn't show their full potential. But the commander didn't think they were afraid of him. Although it was even better, because they resisted less, and he didn't have to kill them. He turned to his men and asked them to arrest the girls, tying their hands with a rope. Without hesitation, the boys put the bound girls under the wall. Even while performing this task, they were talking and could not decide who would do it. He really wanted to show off. They even asked the commander to scold them when they got back to the base, but he was gentler and asked them not to fight. Then he said that it was time to go to Chaeon, and the guys noted that she hadn't been seen for a long time, assuming that a very strong enemy had met in the basement. But the commander knew that he shouldn't worry about her, because nothing would happen to her, as she could defend herself. He had no doubt in her strength, and then he heard a voice from the side calling out to him. It was the girl's open mouth, held by fingers with black manicures. Maple was holding the girl's hair. She was covered in cuts and unconscious, looking terrible. Holding her head, she imitated her voice, saying, "It's me." All 3 of them shouted her name, "Chaeon-senpai!" and rushed in her direction to show her that this was not the way to do things. The first blow came from a big guy who flew past her and hit the floor. They say that the ringing from the blow could be heard even in the street. However, she just enjoyed it, dodging each blow. Then she jumped back, still holding the girl's hair. The commander was sure that 1 blow would be enough to send her to the next world, and asked to let the girl go immediately. The guys listened to her indignation, saying something like, "Why are you so angry? You should be thankful." They should thank her for pulling the girl off the step. Then she said something interesting, noting that no one understands what's going on here right now. She asked the big man to come closer, threatening that if he did, she would kill the girl immediately. Her next actions were very strange. She began to put her hand into the girl's mouth completely. She tried to take out her tongue, thinking that the girl was trying to swallow it to die. She did not want to let the girl die alone, because she wanted to kill her personally. Suddenly, her body was pierced by an electric shock that hit her right in the shoulder and did not let go. Another girl fired a stun gun from the side. She approached so quietly that she could not be heard, in a great hurry after defeating Jacob. She turned her head and saw the new girl, but she turned her head in vain. For one of the officers began to beat her, although each blow flew past. In a magical evasion, she bent low, and the sneaker was already near her face. Then he gave her a nice makeover and threw her back hard. She bounced back like a rubber ball from this blow. The commander even praised him for such a precise blow. The guys rushed to the girl to check if she was okay. The captain ordered to take her away and take care of her treatment. The girl was ordered to go upstairs to Kim, but it was not over yet. One kick could not take her life. She managed to climb up and even get closer. The commander told the guys that they shouldn't worry about him. He would quickly finish here and come to them. She looked into his eyes and did not believe a word he said because she was confident in her abilities. His time in the Special Forces taught Pyongyang a lot about strong fighters. He also learned that everyone has their own fighting style. Some try to parasitize on the enemy's weak movements. Others, like venomous snakes, bite unexpectedly, hiding their claws. There are those who wait for the right moment to attack, and their style can be observed endlessly. But it is impossible to understand it. Pyongyang's style was that he was not afraid of getting injured, always fighting to the last. She found his style of fighting very unpleasant, and so did he. It seemed that he didn't care about his own body at all. His thoughtless jumping into battle seemed to be a big flaw, but that was just her opinion. He himself did not think his fighting style was a flaw. She began to talk about his eye, suggesting that it was because of this style that he had lost it, probably by running into a strong fighter. Pyongyang's style was quite simple, and it was a mistake to think that he was weak without weapons. He was ready to lose even his hands, to give his bones to take flesh in return. She was surprised that the man she loved turned out to be such a psycho. He didn't want to talk for a long time because there was no point, but he told her one thing: she wouldn't live long. However, her weapon was quite insidious, and she started spinning the yo-yo on her finger. He told her one more thing: her boss Maple hadn't called her in because of him. He explained that there was someone stronger than him, and that someone was already on his way up. She could not believe that there was another strong fighter. She should have realized that the more strength, the more terrible the fighter. He also said that people like him train all their lives to gain strength. They train all their lives because they know that strength is all they have. After that, he threw himself at her with his fists, not letting the cigarette out of his mouth. She released the yo-yo with a clear motion right into his stomach, where it began to cut through his skin. But he didn't even pay attention to it, trying to hit her on the head with his fist from above. She put her hand up in time. The blow was so hard that her arm could barely stand it, trembling from the strain. At the same time, he continued to explain that people train all their lives to kill. The yo-yo flew by his cheek, cutting his skin, leaving wounds, and he asked what she would do. He asked how she would help her boss, because she had to get to him in one piece, and if she could do it. He again emphasized that he didn't consider his style a disadvantage, and he was going at her like a tank. This time, he was ready to give his ears for this fight, and he wondered what she would give up. Her fingers? Her nose? She stood there shivering. Whatever it was, she had to choose what would hinder her the least to keep fighting. After all, that guy is much stronger than the commander. But now he is fighting a lesser opponent who has samurai techniques. They both respected each other as opponents, but they also wanted to kill each other. Their hatred was much stronger than their respect, and with his katana in hand, he crouches down. Kim tries to assess the moment and figure out what to do next. He dove down, dodged the katana, and stabbed him in the body. Miss Kant's first meeting with Bi Kwan took place a long time ago. When he was still a hitman, he had seen many fighters with different abilities, but he had never met anyone with similar skills. Because of this, he felt dislike for Miss Kanthus, whose abilities were very similar, and now, in this battle, all his movements were very unpleasant for Kim. Miss Kanth also felt that they were very similar. Their skills were very similar. Now they are in a battle, and they have to decide who will win and who will not. Perhaps it will even be at the cost of life. One blade in Kim's hands against a powerful katana in the hands of his opponent. This battle will be decided after someone's weapon falls out of their hands, no matter what it is, whether it is a blade or a katana. Meanwhile, the girl was very scared and most of all shocked. She was looking at all those people in white and was even more amazed at how many Kim had defeated. Then she looked at the door that was on the other side of her. She realized that this was the door she needed to go through. She was sure that Kim was right behind it, so she opened it and shouted his name. But all she saw was smashed seats and an empty room. No one was inside. The sounds of the fight came from far away, and she thought it was over. The black sheet whispered some words to itself. After they had lost their strength in the battle with the police special forces, he had planned for Miss Kanth to do their job, but he couldn't understand whether they wanted to kill the police. Nothing was clear to him. He was just talking to himself about it. He held his face, squeezed the skin on it, and spoke. "What is going on here?" He was sitting on one of the sofas when he heard a weapon scraping against the carpet. He thought it was Miss Kanthus coming in, because only his cat could make such a sound. But it wasn't. Bi Kwan came in holding a katana and told him who he was, giving his name. He could not believe his eyes. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some sharp stars, which he threw right at Kim. Kim slashed each star with his katana, and not a single one reached him. To the last, he could not believe that Miss Canthus was dead, and asked Kim about it. Then he went back to his old ways and began to speak. "What's going on here? What's going on?" Kim asked him to stop racking his brain, and explained that nothing was certain. He pointed at him with a katana, and said that if he confessed his crimes, he would die right there. He asked again what that meant. When he looked closely, Kim recognized that he was the same man who hid when the first Maple was dying. He stood behind the door and watched in silence, and then ran away. He did not keep his word, his promise, and now Kim realized that he was the one. He was the second Maple. Kim realized this as soon as the truth was revealed to him. He continued to ask Kim what he was talking about. Kim explained that he was Bi Kwan and asked him, "Have you forgotten the promise you made to me that day?" Bi Kwan stood in front of her. She asked him if he was the second Bi Kwan, calling him young. She was very surprised that he was showing his face so openly. She thought that he shouldn't do that. It didn't matter to him, because he knew that no one would look at his face for long, hinting that he would kill everyone. She reached for her mask and said that then, there was no point in hiding her face either, and expressed her desire to compete. He said that he had heard about her people, among whom there were 12 apostles. A boy and a girl stood in front of them. He looked at them and asked if they were one of those apostles. She denied it and said that they were not apostles but her leaves. She explained that when she acquired the crimson blossom, they would also change. When she becomes a dry leaf, they will also fall off. And when she becomes green leaves again, they will be with her again, she explained, hugging them. Judging by the questions he asked her, she thought he liked her and said they would be good for each other. But he objected and said, "Not at all." Her behavior reminded him of a monk. Now she is just enduring so that she doesn't snap and kill these children. "What are you talking about? We are completely different," she insisted, emphasizing her great love for them. She looked at them both, turned to them and asked, "Guys, tell me the truth." They smiled, beaming with happiness, called her a saint and agreed. This was the first meeting of Bi Kwan, the second Maple, and the black letters. After killing many people, she stood with her shoe on the head of one of the dead. This picture was very funny for her, and she realized that there were still other masks left. Even then, Kim realized that this was no ordinary girl. He realized that she was very strong, which meant that the apostles were also very strong. And these guys, who seemed like small children, would grow up and gain strength someday. This girl could become one of the moons. She ran up to Kim and told him that he was as strong as she had heard about him. She even complimented him, saying that he was very young, and promised to love him if he stood by her side. He froze for a minute, and then simply said that he didn't want to. She continued to say that she didn't really understand love and all these feelings either. But Kim knew it wasn't love. He just had to look at these guys. Outwardly, they obey her, but you can see in their eyes how afraid they are of her. She definitely instilled these feelings in them. How can this be called love? But her answer was, fear is also love. Let's ask ourselves a question. What is love? It's when your heartbeat increases at the sight of your beloved, when you constantly think about him or her, and cannot live without him or her. Her heart was still beating, looking at him, looking at Kim's heartbeat. She leaned right up to his ear and asked him if he wanted to feel her heartbeat. His categorical answer was no. She turned her head away and said she would hear the answer to her confession next time, confident that Kim would love her even if he didn't like it. She took her boys, turned around and started to walk away. As she said goodbye, she said that something interesting would happen in a few years. 3 years have passed since that meeting. The first Maple, along with the apostles and other subordinates, attacked the Waygux clan when they had been gone for months. A glass in his strong hand smashed the skull of a big man, and in his other hand was the monk who had sent this big man to the next world. Around him were several other men who were fighting in earnest, and the 3 of them were flying at the monk. His fist, wrapped in beads, hit these fools one by one. He had noticed these signs long ago, and now he scattered everyone who attacked him. They lay on the ground without breathing. He saw these signs in the form of this girl. He told her that she was the one who pulled the knife on him. In response, she said that she did not want to be afraid of being abandoned again. There were about 30 thugs behind her, and she asked him to try to hold out until the moon came. But he had only a smile on his face, and he took it as a challenge. Maple and the 8 apostles brought with them 16 believers in red robes, and they all attacked the monk. But this girl realized one thing. The word impregnable characterized the monk, because he dealt with every enemy. She looked at the mountain of slaughtered people and thought that this could not be possible. The first Lespedeza and the second Peony looked down from the mountain at the scene unfolding before them, and discussed that it was complete chaos. They saw the monk scattering everyone, and the moons arriving one by one. Sakura and Miss Canth were the first to arrive and see that there was a riot. He asked Sakura if she had let those two go so easily, and he heard the answer. For her, that girl was strong, and she thought that the other moons would deal with her. He explained to her that the girl was claiming her place, and asked her if that was why she was reacting that way. He explained that he was used to her, but he liked the applicant for the second Sakura's place. She asked him to shut up, as she believed that the second Bikwang would soon sweep him off his place as the stronger one. But he replied that they hadn't fought him yet, and he wouldn't take away the moon's place. After the defeat, Maple fled to the Philippines with the rest of the gang.
She sat holding her head and couldn't understand why she lost.
She bit her fingers and asked herself what she had missed. Then she shouted to the apostles, "Move, I told you, move!" She asked them if they were taking her words as a joke, or what was going on. And they were standing in front of a ruthless, murderous monk who asked her if she could move herself. The fear that the monk inspired was much deeper than her own fear. It was then that she realized it in that moment. She screamed at the top of her lungs in the room that she realized, and the boys came up to her and asked, "What's wrong, Ms. Maple?" She called them apostles and asked them to come closer. She realized that her love was not enough. The first Maple to lose the battle with Fagux, she began to instill in the apostles and believers an even greater sense of fear. "Alistair, now you will all understand what has happened," she said. The first clergyman asked him to come closer. They realized what she was doing because she was holding a stick with a red-hot iron, and at the end of it was a seal in the form of a leaf. They were very scared to take this step because the metal was heated to 1000 degrees. She was obsessed with being loved no matter what, and ordered them to come quickly. After a while, the metal sheet cooled down, and it was already lying cold on the floor. She kept him on the bed after this difficult ritual for him. She wondered if he knew why she wanted to become a goddess, but he did not. She wanted to do this because she believed that God never leaves anyone behind. No matter what happened, she knew that the only thing she could rely on was God. She believed in only one thing, God. These explanations made him ask if she would ever leave him. She hugged him and asked him never to be afraid of that. They were lying in bed. He could barely feel his body after the complicated ritual, and heard only promises from her that she would never leave him. Never. She repeated this word over and over again. Meanwhile, Jacob can barely stand the pain that grips his body. He shakes, and he clenches his teeth as hard as he can. A man in a black tuxedo stands before him, holding his miserable fate in his hands. This can be called the arrival of Bikwang. They met in these ruins, and the first clan was glad to see him, especially to meet Bikwang, who was also very happy, especially when he confirmed that the corpses of the apostles had begun to decompose. He asked her if this was the love she had been talking about. She did not understand why he was asking if he knew everything. Then he asked her where the children who were with her had gone. She responded by asking him what he thought, whether they were dead or not. He expressed all his feelings for her, called her disgusting, and said that he would have to kill her with a knife in his hand. She had something in mind and turned to the letter that was standing next to her. She told him that he would only get in the way, asked him to hide behind her and just watch, and took a few steps forward. Alive after the battle with Bikwang, she swung her fist and ran forward to attack. However, instead of using her fist, she used her foot. Her foot swung 180°, and then she decided to deliver a direct kick. The kick landed right in his beard and she hit him. For him, this opponent is not as easy as they used to be, because this girl really knows how to fight. But there is also a problem for her. He has a knife in his hands. He is one of the strongest killers in this world. His intelligence is unsurpassed. She had heard that he had been tortured, but it didn't seem to be true. For her, it was just an excuse to make this fight less exciting. But she continued to kick beautifully. After another blow, he turned to her. He said that she had won. They were both tired from the fight, out of breath. After another attack, she bent down in front of him and said that he was a real monster. Then she asked his opinion of herself if she was strong enough, and promised to break all his joints so that it would not be easy to move after that. She began to recall the past, saying that if he had helped her then, perhaps the battle that day would have had a completely different outcome. She kept wondering how that was possible. She realized that he also had a lot of grievances against the freak. Bai explained to her that the monk had promised that if he completed the task, he would allow him to live the life of an ordinary person. She laughed and wondered how he could believe his words, and then decided to tell him the truth. He will never be able to live like a normal person, she said. By the way, she really couldn't understand one thing. In his best years, he could have totally handled this monster. This bastard had his girlfriend in his hands. What could possibly make him go against him? She asked further. She began to mock and say that this girl did not love him and hated him. In her opinion, he was stupider than she thought. It's not too late now, she added, and held out her hand to him and offered to join forces. But he was smarter than that, and realized that she was the same animal as before, a creature like him. like that ruthless monk. After that, Kim swung his knife and the blood from her body splashed into the air. Leaf immediately rushed to her body lying on the ground. He could not believe that she was now lying there and seemed to have left him. He believed that she would never leave him. She had promised him that she would never leave him when she made that stamp that he had on his face now. He saw all the pain in her eyes, saw how hard it was for her. She is an animal, just like him. Kim did what he thought was necessary with her. Leaf was in great pain. He could hear her breathing. She could barely breathe, letting air pass through her bleeding lips. She was apologizing to him, pressing her hand to his scarred face and touching the tears that were flowing from his eyes. Kim saw his pain, but not a single muscle in his face flinched at the sight. This made him angry. He got up and started running at Bi-Kwan with his fist clenched, trying to hit him. But he ran into the wrong person and was punched by Kim, even though he had a knife in his hand that he could have used. The letter flew to the door with one blow. After that, Kim decided to explain to him that no matter how many wounds he had, there was no way he could handle him. Kim wondered why he was crying so much and asked him about it. Kim explained that this girl was not giving him love. She was only instilling fear. And if fear is love, then you can love anyone you are afraid of, he told him, adding that he was still young and could forget everything. He watched and listened to Kim's every word, but tears did not stop flowing from his eyes. I could, Kim told the second clone, remembering everything that had happened. It was as if the whole picture flashed before his eyes. It was unexpected. He didn't understand what was happening and grabbed his head, but Kim realized that he was just setting the scene. Kim asked him to remove the hypnosis from the congregation and confess his crimes. He believed that God had sent him this test and thought that God wanted to test his faith. He did not know how to explain it and thought it was a sign. He raised his hands in the air and cried out, "Oh God, Lord, my faith is unchanged." But this conversation had to end, and Kim chose the best way to do it. After the katana struck him, he fell backward, the cross and chain around his neck making a slight rustling sound. He clearly had problems with his head. Kim saw this and made the right choice. And now she's holding the yo-yo and wondering if she can continue to fight or not. She hears a question from him. What are you doing here? He's just trying to test her. He is not sure that they have learned everything about each other. If she says that she can't beat him, she has to fight to the death. These words make her think. She can think of nothing else but to turn to the red and yellow sheets. And the girls, bound by affection, consider her their sister. She asks them why they are sitting and whether they will continue to sit like that, and asks them to get up. But they can't because their hands and feet are tied, explaining to her that her opponent is more of a man and that they are of no use to her. The man remarks that there is no greater burden than helpless allies. She starts spinning her yo-yo again and repeats the same thing to the girls. She repeats her words again to get them up. And they see the picture in her eyes. They were sitting tied up at a table, their hands tied to chairs, and there were many weapons on the table. It was as if they were transported back to the suffering they had experienced then. The taste of those tears resembled the tears in their eyes now, and they cried out for their sister's forgiveness and promised her that they would try harder. "Let's go," she said. They jumped up, gripped by fear, and despite the bindings on their bodies, ran forward. They attacked the big man, seemingly not caring about anything else. But one well-aimed blow from him made them realize that they had run at him in vain. The cigarette continued to smoke in his mouth. He turned his head back and noticed her running away, leaving her so-called sisters to fight him. She had nothing smarter to do than run away. Meanwhile, the clone receives new blows to the scar on his face from Kim. Kim decided not to finish with him quickly, although he could have already stabbed him with a katana. He chose a much more interesting option, to torment him. One blow after another made this idiot endure pain. Finally, the katana was right next to his neck and struck with the blunt side. Such a blow could also cause significant damage to his body, breaking several vertebrae in his neck. He could not be killed, because Kim had to force him to remove the hypnosis from the apostles. But he refused, disagreed, and did not want to do it. The katana flashed once more, but he managed to get a shuriken out of his jacket and throw it at Kim. The shuriken sliced through his shirt, leaving a cut on his arm. But Kim continued to force him to break the hypnosis with blows to his face that were so hard that blood flew out of his mouth. With each cough of blood, he said, "No, I refuse," choking on it. It seemed to him that he had been subjected to the most severe torture. But he did not want to play for long and offered to see how long he would last. He said that he had just realized something, even though it sounded incredible. He only now realized that he was Bi-Kwan. He explained that he had felt something wrong in the battle with Lespedeza, but only a madman could believe that he was Bi-Kwan. He began to remember Kim that day. He called him a bastard and compared him to others like him. All he wanted to say was that he looked like a monk. The monk understood what he was saying and responded with 2 words: violence and fear. He said these 2 words because the monk solved things by using only violence and instilling fear. After that, he compared Kim to the monk, believing that he had learned to solve problems in the same way. He then said that Kim was trying to act in the same way, but Kim pointed out that he had a well-trained tongue and that he was the leader of a pseudo-religion. After that, he started talking about the life of an ordinary person and asked Kim if he had ever lived such a life. Kim replied, no. The clone wondered how Kim could tell him to live an ordinary life if he had never lived one. The clone knew only what he had been taught. He was told that this was the only way he could achieve her love. He said this without holding back his tears. Let's ask a question. What is the life of ordinary people? Even the first Biquan did not know this. The younger man asked him this question, and he was surprised to hear him ask why he was asking this question. The kid explained that Biquan had always told him to live an ordinary life, but he didn't even know what that was. There is no right answer, the first BK answered the kid. He explained that everyone imagines life differently as they see it. After that, he told the kid that for him, life is a story that he wrote himself. Everyone has a different story, he continued, but the end is certain. We will all die in the end, he added, telling the boy the cruel but true truth. And yet, before you die, when you look at the years you have lived, you should have no regrets. You must strive for a happy ending. And with these words, the boy had a question. Does this mean I can live as I please? You can, if it makes you happy, he explained. But there are things you must never do, and that meant not harming other people. The first one said a very clever thing. How can you demand respect for yourself if you don't know how to respect others? The young man looked down and thought that this all meant that he would never be able to live like a normal person. Recently he has been studying with a monk, and he noticed that he was becoming very much like him, just like the monk. First Biquan patted the kid's head and told him not to worry. He continued to stroke him, touching his hair. He told him that he had thick hair and would never go bald. This phrase seemed very strange to the boy, because he had just had a very serious conversation, and now he was talking about his hair. He realized that he was just trying to make a joke and told him so. But the man replied that he shouldn't be too serious either, and that he needed to work on his sense of humor. He explained that there was nothing wrong with that, because it would only make him stronger. After that, the boy asked what would happen if he hurt someone. He replied, yes, you'll kill someone too. He explained that you can never escape your fate, and that the boy had to overcome it in order to survive. He told the boy that when he kills others, he will eventually get used to it, and his feelings will become dull. Only then would he remember their conversation. He explained to the boy that he would use his fear not only for his own benefit, but also for the sake of his loved ones. After that, he said that the kid was fully capable of understanding this, giving him this realization. Now that Kim was older, he realized that he had been taught to use fear for just such things. Maple asked him if that was why he lived the way he did. Kim knew one thing for sure. He had tried. It became clear to Maple that Kim was talking about the scoundrel that no one could touch because everyone was afraid of Kim. And what was the result? Kim was curious, and Maple answered, you died, and so did the monk. He considered God to be the height of fear, because one could not resist him. Kim admitted that he also tried to resist God and died. But he did not consider that life to be shameful, and was not ashamed of it. Kim then asked Maple if he could consider himself honest and worthy. Maple did not understand the difference, because he had been taught that this was the only way to win love. This answer seemed extremely pathetic to Kim. Looking at Kim, he couldn't believe that a normal person would believe that Biquan had come back alive. After that, he cried again, and exclaimed that he had not been abandoned, but that there was just an incomprehensible situation. He only wanted to survive and return to his father. But until he broke the hypnosis, Kim would not let him go anywhere, swinging a katana at him. Behind him he heard the words, don't move. These words made Kim stop his katana and not let it reach Maple's body. Because that fool was holding a girl in her arms, and she had a sharp blade near her face, threatening that if Kim did anything, she would kill the girl. Maple was very happy to see the black leaf, and the girl in her arms endured, feeling the blade near her face ready to cut her skin. Kim looked at this girl and remembered that she was the same one who was with him then. She turned to Kim, calling him Reed, and asked what he had done to Maple. She realized that he was the one the big guy with the eye was talking about when he said that Kim was stronger than he was. Maple raised his hands and started screaming, Blackleaf, save me! Kim had one problem. If he moved, this girl might stab her. Kim repeated himself and said he wasn't going to move. But then, like lightning, he rushed in with his katana so fast that red appeared right next to her shoulder, the red of blood. He made it clear that he would not repeat himself twice.
It was in vain that she was holding the girl with that hand. because the jokes with Kim got to the point where she lost her hand, and the girl ran away.
After that, he looked at her, waiting for her next steps. It seems that their team is not in the best condition right now. Maple can barely feel his body from the blows, and the girl has no arm at all. Kim wasn't going to let this bastard get away so easily. He was walking away and yelling at Blackleaf to stop him. She obeyed and rushed after Kim, trying to grab him with her hand. And now the katana was already near her face, and Kim could only swipe it quickly. And that's what he did. He wasn't going to spare anyone, he could only show them what their stubbornness could bring them to. Using the girl I was friends with as a child as a shield and trying to escape himself was a very courageous act on Maple's part. He climbed the stairs and kept shouting her name. Blackleaf! She was already on the verge of death. Blood was pouring out of her face, but she kept shouting his name, signaling that she could hear him. He told her that even if she had to die, she had to stall until he escaped. After that, he asked her if she understood, and she replied, "Yes, Maple." It was incomprehensible for Kim to look at this picture. It seemed that they had both gone mad. Maple believed to the last that he could get out of here. To get out and then return to him in the hope that he would accept his faith. One by one, the katana swings, and the blood flies in all directions. Blackleaf feels the sharpness of this blade, and the last thing she sees her friend, who asked her to stall for time, climbing the stairs and running away. And then she calls out his name, and he turns his head to look at her. And he hears her say how much she loves him. Let's talk about the second clan, about how he was still a little boy, and this girl was standing in front of him. This girl, the Blackleaf, was confessing her love to him back then, telling him how much she loved him. And let's ask ourselves again, what is love? What is this interesting feeling? Let's consider the moment when the first Maple brought children from the orphanage and raised her own army. She called it training. That's what she meant. This kid who is kneeling now is very tired from the training. In the future, he will become the second Maple. He was abandoned by his parents when he was a baby and never received love, like all the other children who were abandoned by their parents when they were babies and did not know love. The first Maple taught them that fear was love, and they believed her. However, this boy heard something from a girl with whom they trained together. He heard her say how much she loved him. They all believed Maple, except for one. The future Blackleaf was the only one who understood about the love that was given in the family. This girl followed the second Maple everywhere, who reminded her of her dead older brother. She would walk around and shout his name right behind his back. He always explained to her that he was not her brother. However, she did not stop running and shouting his name. They were friends for a very long time and became close because of this. The second Maple, who knew nothing about love, thought that he did not love the first Maple. The Blackleaf, who knew about love, was afraid of the first Maple. She understood more than the others. Sitting on a stone, she explained to the boy that Maple was always scolding them. She told him that she was scared, and asked him how he could possibly like her. But he answered that it was all out of love for them. What kind of love? She did not understand. And he asked her, "What is love?" This question surprised the girl, and she began to answer that it was just love. And as soon as she wanted to continue her thought, she appeared behind them and called them postcards. She asked them what they were doing here. Then she told them that now was not the time to sit and talk, and asked them to follow her. When asked where to go, she said it was time for a battle. The first Cherry was holding a dagger. Looking at her opponent, she remarked that this mop had raised some good boys. The only bad thing was that they were too young, and she rushed at him with her katana. He could do nothing but watch her fly at him. However, the clang of blades rang out right next to him as Blackleaf jumped up and fended off Cherry's attack. "Run!" she yelled at him, trying to save him. He tried to tell her about the mission, but she interrupted him, telling him to ignore it, because if he stayed here, he would die like the last dog. Cherry agreed with these words, saying that they would all die here. After that, she made a jerk and put her blade right in front of the girl's face. Their blades clashed against each other, and their eyes looked into each other. Their blows were so strong that the ringing could be heard far away. When they stopped, Cherry praised her, saying that she was very good. After that, she ran past her and decided to switch to the boy. Blood splashed in the air. Vishnia managed to run, but she stood right in front of the boy, and she deflected the entire attack with her body, taking a blow right in the stomach. Even at that moment, she turned to Kim and told him how much she loved him, that her love was stronger than anything else. All that was left for Vishnia to do was to push for her to die. Cherry was explaining to the girl that she too had once been just as young and blooming. Her hand with the katana flinched, not inward, but in the other direction to pull the blade out. She liked these guys. Although she could finish them both off now, she decided to let them live. She asked them to get out of here before she changed her mind. Both of them suffered a lot at that moment. They sat there for some time. He even took off his shirt to bandage her stomach wound. He asked her why she did that. She explained that she had a brother whom he looked very much like. The brother tried to protect her from her father's beatings and died, saying in the end that he loved her very much. He said this as he was dying, and she remembered these words for the rest of her life. They were the most important to her. Maple told him to die in her place, but she could die in his place, and that's what she said at that moment. But he wasn't even her own brother, and she didn't understand why. Tears came to her eyes again. She started to cry and answered, "Why? Because I love you," she said. "What is love?" That day the guy realized it. She held the hot seal in the form of a leaf in front of the girl, forcing her to take it off. The girl was in no hurry to do so, but she asked her if she was refusing her love. If you combine these two examples, you can understand what love is. He turned to Miss Maple and said that he wanted to be punished in her place. He asked to be punished because love is not fear at all. One thing is for sure, having concluded that love is a sacrifice. The first Maple hid the black leaf deep in the basement so that she could not meet the second Maple. She asked me to look at this leaf. She also used it to hypnotize the second Maple. She hypnotized him so that he forgot the black leaf and looked only at her. She looked him in the eyes and said only the word, "Fear, fear, fear," thus suggesting that fear is love. Then she told him everything she knew. Watching him, she noticed that his abilities gradually increased. At one point, he wondered why it was necessary to instill a trigger that could awaken from hypnosis. He wondered whether he could do without it or not. She came up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and explained that no one knows how circumstances can turn out. So she simply said, "Let it be. It doesn't matter for now." The trigger that the first Maple planted in the second to break the hypnosis was just one word she said to him. That word was "I'm sorry," and it was the key. Some time passed after the death of the first Maple, and the second Maple woke up from hypnosis and realized that he had to find the black leaf. He went straight to the cage where she was sitting in the dungeon, but he couldn't even hug her, because he realized one very terrible thing. He realized that he had become very much like the first Maple. He had become just like the one he was so afraid of. The second Maple decided to run away from this reality. The black leaf told him that wherever he went, it would follow him. Thus, the second Maple put himself under hypnosis. He decided to forget everything and live as he had been taught, to serve the one he feared so much, the one who embodied his fear. But, just as the first Maple had taught him, he laid down a trigger that could bring him out of hypnosis. This trigger was the word "I love you, Maple," and he began to recall every moment, everything he had experienced in his life. That battle with Cherry, those conversations with Black Leaf. At that moment it hit him. He froze and just stood there in silence. He watched her fall, and the blood covered her body. Kim did not stop striking with his katana one after another. During the next blow, he turned his head to the left. He noticed Maple approaching him with loud screams, about to grab him. Maple managed to grab his arm with his teeth, but he couldn't do anything further as Kim hit him, and he flew backwards. Kim added humor to the situation and asked him why he changed his mind about attacking. But he did not change his mind, got up again and started running at Kim for the second time. This time, Kim kicked him right in the head, not with his hand but with his foot, trying to knock all the stupidity out of him. However, he continued to cry and did not stop. Hypnosis no longer controlled his body. And again he rushed at Kim, but this time he ran past him and ran behind him, because it was behind him that she was. He ran to her, sat on his knees, and hugged her. As he hugged her tightly, he could not understand how he could have done such a disaster. He realized that here she was, true love. She was crying, tears and blood streaming down her face, and she was saying his name. "It's over," he told her, hugging her. He began to shout loudly at the whole temple, and told her that he remembered everything. Maple seemed beautiful. All the consuming fear and blood, similar to the color of the maple. Everything seemed beautiful to him, but in reality it was not. He just had to think it was beautiful. That's what he realized now. And all that was beautiful to him was not fear and blood. It was this moment when he was sitting under the tree. This girl who was always by his side, who came up and looked at him with kind eyes. And from her beautiful mouth came the words, "I love you." Her sweet face would turn red when she said it, and he remembered how much she blushed at those moments when he hugged her. And so when the hypnosis was removed from him, he was able to tell her that he also loved her very much. He was ready to break the hypnosis and confess everything. He only asked him for one thing, that he save her, just to keep her alive. Operation Leaf Cleaner was over. The mission was successful. The commander stood and listened to the version of why the leaves were not killed. Kim explained that he had forced them to confess their guilt. The commander was compelled to praise him and asked him how he had done it, emphasizing that Kim was not only a good fighter, but also had a great intellect. He also noticed a scratch on Kim's face and asked if it was caused by the pseudo-head of religion. "No," Kim replied. The commander then wondered who had done it. Kim explained that there was one very strong kid who did it. When asked by the commander if he had killed him, Kim could not answer in the affirmative. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who asked them to listen and explained that she had already given first aid to the girl. Only the case was not yet complete, and Kim turned to Klen. He asked him to remove the hypnosis, as he had promised. He did not hesitate, sitting silently with his head down, and could not answer anything but, okay, and did not want to. As soon as Klen broke the hypnosis, the parishioners began to express their dissatisfaction. Each one of them was indignant, calling him a bastard and asking how the bastard could do this. Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf, who were also brought out of hypnosis, were not happy and called him a bastard, saying how disgusting it was. They realized that he was simply manipulating them. However, he asked them to take it back and not to speak like that. He came closer to them and made them stop making noise, saying that the noise was unnecessary now. The captain also added his word and warned them. Then he decided to just hit them both in the head with his fists, realizing that this would shut them up. He noticed that they were hot because of how much they were indignant. Kim looked at this man and remembered how he used to not like going on missions with someone else. But now he could confidently say that he trusted this man, and realized that it would be safe to go on missions with him in the future. In this battle, 3 soldiers were wounded. He suffered the least, but he continued to smoke a cigarette. He was very happy that there were no casualties under the circumstances, and told them so on the radio. The commander asked his superior if everything was okay on his side, and he replied, "Yes, everything is fine." Since the task was completed, he promised to send people to restore order. There were already 2 guys in his office ready to do it, and the monk already had a person who told him that it seemed that Maple had lost. He asked what happened to the others, namely Lespediza and Miscanthus. He was told that they had not heard from them, and that nothing was known yet. He suggested that perhaps Sosna had crushed them. This news enraged the monk, and he lost his temper. Sitting and thinking in his office, he could not understand why the balance of power was upset, because the scales were tipped to one side. How could this be possible? He couldn't believe that Pyong's squad was stronger than he thought, or that it was Kim after all. The entire 3 months of training had been involved in this mission. In addition, Sosna had participated in the mission. How was that possible? He couldn't believe they had lost to the cops. Anyway, it was to his advantage, because he could control the police, but not Vaguksa. So their defeat might even be to their advantage. Although he was a little nervous, his hand reached for his phone and he picked it up. Because of what had happened, he needed to speed up the deadline for the task. When the phone was picked up, he said on the phone, or rather ordered the Black Crane, that they had to get ready to leave. The team couldn't wait for the reinforcements he sent. Shin So-hee, a senior police officer and assistant commander of the Black Crane squad, showed up with her group and greeted the commander. She used to be in the big guy's special squad. That is why he least expected to see her here, and was very surprised when he did. When he asked her, "What are you doing here?" she explained that they had been sent by their boss. She said that they were not the type to clean up after others. The others were curious about what she was talking about and what difference it made. The commander then asked the girl why she was alone in the group and where her commander had gone. She replied that he had gone to another place to perform another task. And then Choi Hong, a senior officer and commander of the Black Crane squad, appeared in front of the boys and ordered them to go with him because the police chief was looking for them. He was the former deputy commander of Pyong's special forces. The girl said that the police chief wanted to meet with Chief Hung Chujun and asked him to bring him. The man listened attentively while smoking a cigarette. She asked Kim if he wanted to leave the sect leader in their custody, and asked him to go with them because he had a boat. Kim immediately objected, saying that they had already detained everyone, and she just wanted to take credit. He offered to go along, raising his hand and saying, "We're coming with you." The people sitting in the doorway also expressed a desire to join the trip. The girl just laughed. She asked if they really thought they could decide everything on their own, and added that it was an order from the boss. Kim replied that he didn't care about that, but Jang interrupted him by calling Kim's name. Jang said that he had to follow the order first. Kim saw the serious expression on Jang's face. Jang took puff after puff and exhaled the smoke into the air. There was no point in arguing with him. After a while, they were already sailing in the boat. Jang turned to Kyung and said that she could not find anything. She explained that she had followed the traces of blood that led her into a dense forest. But then the trail suddenly disappeared, and in the end she found nothing. Kim called her a helpless rag, and others wondered if there was even a corpse there. Kyung just kept explaining what she was looking for, but she found nothing. Kim kept the image of that girl and her suspicious behavior in his mind, wondering what they could be hiding. Meanwhile, the other man, bleeding, was pressing his lips together, trying to endure the pain. Lespedeka held onto the wood, and this was the only way he managed to hide from the chase. He held on with all his might, despite the pain, repeating to himself over and over again, "I will survive." Maple Leaf tried to protect the 4 leaves by standing over the 2 bodies of the girls. San watched them, but only laughed. Maple Leaf didn't understand why this happened if they had made a sincere confession. The girl explained that the confession was meant for the boss, not her. She added that they were more used to hearing other things. After that, she told the Maple Leaf that the pine tree did not need useless changes. He did not expect to hear that. The girl also said that they would escape during the transportation and then be shot. At this point, Maple realized that he was just playing by the rules that had been set for him. He approached the girl, telling her that she was innocent and begging her not to be killed. The girl remained true to the Maple Leaf and said she would follow him anywhere. Waving the weapon she was holding in her hands, she said goodbye to them. Their lives fell apart like a house of cards. Sozna pretended to be happy to meet his boss, Hong. He then praised Hong for completing the mission without a single body and asked him how he felt after avenging his wife. Hong asked him if he had summoned him and was told that he had been summoned for a new assignment, adding that they are one family and should share tasks. He explained that he had all the information about the months except February, May, and August. He asked them to use this data, which he then called, to destroy the months one by one. First to undermine the forces of the Hwaguksa clan, and then to deal with the monk. He told Hong all of this. However, Hong pointed out that these moons were hidden killers, and even if they could be eliminated, he asked how to deal with the monk. Hong shared the following plan, noting that he would not be able to reveal it unless he had support. He added that he would provide backup. He explained that his team consists of Kim Kensu, who, although he does not always listen to him, obeys Pangjang's special forces. He added that he has his own unit, the Black Crane. He then suggested that they join forces, believing that this would help them cope with the coming months. He noted that the struggle between the Hibiscus police and the Hwaguksa temple was fierce, Sozna emphasized. He held out his hand with red cards. He explained that this struggle is compared to a war between flowers. Meanwhile, the monk gathered all his followers. He looked carefully into their eyes, which were hidden by masks. Then he said, "Let us begin our service." The moons bowed their heads down after these words. Meanwhile, Pine suggested to Hong that they join forces. Peony expressed that she thought they had been meeting often lately and asked why so few people had come. They also noticed that this was the first time that no brothers were present. She then decided to ask the monk why they were gathered here. He said that Maple had been defeated. They asked him if Pine, Lespedeka, and Miscanthus were involved in this task. Then they heard that January turned out to be a traitor and had never been seen. The girl realized that Lespedeka and Miscant were also dead, but noted that maybe Lespedeka, but Another participant suggested that the goal was to lure Hong's team into Maple's lair to disperse their forces. Then Pine was supposed to deal with Hong. However, at some point, the connection with Pine was cut off. When Miscanth returned, he said that it was true, but the girl interrupted him and said that he could not have died. The participant said that Sozna was a traitor, but the monk told everyone that Sozna was actually Police Chief Kim Nak. They were surprised by what they heard and asked the monk what he had said. They did not hide their shock, eventually realizing that it was true. The monk added that compared to the restoration of the first Maple, something much more serious would happen. He told them all that he would soon gather them again, but in the meantime, he told them to get ready because the operation was about to begin. Peony, when the friar had already turned to leave, stopped him. She asked if Lespedek was dead. The monk answered her in silence. Meanwhile, Lespedeka endured pain that pierced his body. His brother did not leave him, staying by his side all the time. A doctor appeared behind him and said that Lespedeka was very badly injured. The doctor began to tell him that it was a miracle that Lespedeka had survived, and called him as tenacious as a cockroach. Lespedeka's brother could not understand what had happened and asked him about it. Lespedeka replied that it was the man carrying the stoned mop who did it. He added that the man, Kim, was very strong. The doctor continued, explaining that Lespedeka had many injuries and would have difficulty walking normally. The doctor then suggested that a new April might have to be chosen. Lespedeka immediately grabbed the doctor's shirt and asked him not to say that. The doctor explained that he shouldn't take it out on him, because he had done everything he could to get him back to normal. "It's okay, brother," the bloodied man said. He had survived and never lost his spirit. He said that if you try hard, you will definitely stay alive. After that, the ward had to be left, as the operation was about to begin in a moment. Lespedeki's brother was ready to take revenge for what had happened and was already planning to kill Kim. Meanwhile, Kim was sitting in the police station picking his nose. He and Hong discussed Pine's proposal to join forces. They also discussed whether the members of the Black Crane were strong. Given that most of them were from Pangjang's special forces, they were probably strong. Kim realized that this was a significant force. He asked Hong what he planned to do next, and whether he agreed to unite. Hong had not yet given an answer, but he realized that any choice would be a chance for them because of the internal disagreements. He planned to observe their conflicts and then seize the moment by pretending to be on Sosna's side. Despite this, they still belonged to the same organization. After a moment, Kim got up from the couch and said that he needed to push his guys, but Hong didn't understand, because he thought that Kim was more comfortable doing tasks on his own. But Kim changed his mind when he remembered a conversation with Peng by the river, where they praised each other for a job well done. After that, Peng had something important to say, although he knew Kim might not like it. He told Kim about his desire to work independently and added that Kim had had unreliable colleagues in the past, so he understood. But now he asked him to trust his colleagues because they are very reliable. He added that they work hard and will surely come in handy. This made Kim change his mind. After Operation Leaf Cleanup was completed, Kim Nak-ho called a press conference and announced the brilliant results of the operation. He did so in front of journalists. He promised that in his last term, he would find all the thieves. He also sent a warning to Hwaguksa Temple. After a while, a girl came to see the police chief, Kim Nak-ho. She turned to him and said that it was time for him to leave. Kim jumped up and happily noted that it had been so long. He unofficially gathered the Black Crane team and went with them. After a while, a monk stood in front of the team. Kim gathered an unofficial team and went to Hwaguksa Temple. He told the monk that he came with good news. While at the temple, Sosna was indignant that he was not even offered a cup of tea when he entered. The monk tried to quickly calm him down by lunging at him with his fist, but this time the police rat managed to grab his fist. Sosna said that they were both no longer at the age to settle things with their fists, and suggested that they settle things with words. He didn't want to waste time and suggested getting to the point. Sosna offered the monk to leave everything and start working for him, promising to keep his reputation as a monk. He added that they were connected in many ways. However, the monk replied that Sosna was just one of those pieces that would be thrown away when they were no longer needed, and asked how a pawn could tell his master what to do. Sosna admitted that he did not expect the monk to listen to him. He turned it all to his own interest. Sosna wondered what the monk's face would look like when he realized he had lost 5 months at once. But the monk replied that they could be replaced at any time. In Sosna's eyes, the monk looked very relaxed, and he said so. Then he added that he wanted to see the monk's face after the battle was over. The monk opened his eyes and said that if Sosna had waited a little longer, his dream would have come true. But he made a different choice. Sosna replied that he was not a pawn, but someone who likes to lead with paws. After that, he got up and said that we'll see what happens, warning the monk to better stock up on his pawns, and threatened that he would soon officially declare war. Rising, he walked to the door and expressed his hope that this battle would be interesting. Meanwhile, Hee's face was suffering from more blows that landed directly on her cheeks. After that, she was left behind, and Kim moved on to his next student. He kneed him right in the chin, causing his head to snap back. But that wasn't the only student. Another suddenly lunged at Kim with his fist, hoping to strike. Not this time, however, as Kim easily deflected the attack and hit him in the neck with the palm of his hand. A moment later, the girl and the 2 boys were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Kim was lost in memories, thinking about an incident when he had fought Miscanthus with swords, barely able to bear the weight of his attacks. He remembered the battle that ensued between them, and how Miscanthus didn't give his best. Then Kim told him that he was not showing his true capabilities, and that he was sure Miscanth was underestimating him. After these words, Miscanth held out his sword with his fingers on the end of the blade, and the hilt pointed toward Kim, agreeing with the words. He invited Kim to try using his sword. How could Kim contain his anger, feeling underestimated? Grabbing the sword, he immediately began to attack. After swinging his sword, he opened his eyes and saw that there was no one in front of him. A voice came from the side and said, "I can say the same." The voice belonged to Miscanthus, who pointed out that Kim also doesn't show his true abilities when facing the exit. He added that it seemed the time for their battle had not yet come. After that, Kim was left standing alone, with a sense of unease. This feeling of unpleasantness permeated him from head to toe, even as he coached his team. Suddenly he heard a sound like a ghost crying. Then a voice spoke. "I am here, watching you." He saw a pumped-up leg, with veins bulging from exertion with a tattoo on it. He watched the training and said to Kim, "Your movements are very similar to his. It even gives me goosebumps when I see it," he added. He was shocked to see this mountain of muscle. Kim asked if he came here to get the same thing as his brother, but he jumped off the roof where he was sitting. After that, he said that September, Chrysanthemum, looked at his brother's wounds and remarked that it looked very much like Biquan's handwriting, like a willow branch. He noted that Lespedeka was alive. Then he asked Kim, "Who are you?" He assumed that Kim was Biquan's student, but Kim answered the truth. "I am Biquan." Kim's team listened to the conversation and was confused and wondered what he was talking about. He wasn't going to believe what Kim said, thinking it was complete nonsense, but Kim offered to check. Without hesitation, he stated that he was going to do it anyway, and swung his leg to kick Kim in the head. However, thanks to his reaction, Kim easily dodged. The results of the analysis of the wound on the Lespedeza obtained from the chrysanthemum showed that the wound was very similar to the one that the second Bikwan brought to the first. The monk immediately realized the situation and confessed that it was him. The monk thought intently about all the clues he had gathered during this time, trying to understand what had happened. One of the main questions in his mind was, who is this Kim Kyung-soo? After that, the monk called the miscanthus over. He asked what Kim seemed like to the miscanthus, and the latter immediately replied that Kim was very strong, like the ones you can count on your fingers. Then he asked Chrysanthemum how the Lespedeza surgery went. Chrysanthemum didn't answer right away. He paused in silence. Lespedeza's brother held his breath, unable to wait for an answer. This silence seemed very strange to him, and he was already afraid of hearing the worst answer. However, Chrysanthemum replied that everything went well and that Lespedeza would soon recover. The monk said that there was no need to choose a replacement for the April Fool's Day. After that, Chrysanthemum spoke with the Lespedeza's brother, explaining that it would take about 3 months to recover. He emphasized that during this time, Lespedeza's brother could return to his seat and noted that he also had a debt. That's exactly how it happened, so let's move on to real time. Kim is fighting with an opponent, trying to dodge a powerful blow that is flying at him at full speed. The opponent throws various types of blows, trying to break Kim. Kim only has time to put up his hands to defend himself against aggressive attacks. The opponent is acting as aggressively as possible, giving it his all. Kim flies back and says a few words, noting that this opponent is like his brother. After that, Kim said that the opponent's punches were lighter than the last time. He also noted that the opponent had definitely been training and was now much stronger. "Are you underestimating me?" Kim asked, smiling. But the opponent replied that he had talked to a miscanthus before the fight. At that moment, he turned around and started walking away, ending the conversation. Miscanthus asked if he was going to see Kim and received an answer. Yes. Miscant asked him not to kill Kim, as he wanted to do it himself. He threatened that if Kim was killed, not only the enemy would die, but also his brother. The enemy told the miscreant that he was being overrated, but the miscreant realized that he, unlike his brother, was capable of more. Lespedeza told Kim about this conversation, and Kim asked if this was the reason for the fight. He also agreed that the miscanthus was right. His brother had no abilities. He's certainly a tough guy that he managed to get a place without any special skills just by working hard, Kim added. Am I wrong? Kim asked again. But the opponent lowered his head and said that his brother had skills. He named his brother's skill as diligence. Kim asked if the opponent had that skill too, but he heard that he had only achieved it through diligence. Kim did not believe him, and said that he should not lie. Ira said he had fought both of them and knew their abilities. Kim emphasized that the opponent must have felt the difference between himself and his brother when they were doing the task together. He added that he had come to kill Kim personally, because his brother could not win even if he woke up. However, the enemy objected and said that Kim would not be killed by him or the miscanthus, but by his brother. Kim replied that this was an overestimation of the possibilities. The enemy believed in his brother to the last, even if everyone around him said that nothing would work out, because his brother was his only family. Then why are you here? Kim asked. The opponent waved his leg and replied that he had come to release his anger. Kim put his hands under the kick, deflecting the attack. He then defended himself against the haikiku, but fell to the ground, rubbing his back. Kim's team wanted to help because they were very worried about him, but he asked them not to interfere, believing that they would only get in the way. The opponent came closer and said that he could not stand by while his brother was being beaten. Kim thought it was too boring to take out his anger on him and leave. He told his opponent that he would regret it because this was his only chance to kill Kim here. Kim explained that when he returned to his old form, it would be impossible. But the enemy believed that his brother would do it anyway. The ground trembled where Kim stood, and in a moment everything was covered in dust. Kim approached the enemy's mask with red eyes and a raised elbow. The enemy skillfully dodged this attack. Then he kicked Kim in the back and said that he was the one who kept him alive. The blow was quite strong, and Kim felt pain in his back. However, he did not lose his spirit and remarked that men should have strong legs. At this time, the orchid was standing behind the monk who had summoned him. The monk asked the orchid to bring the boys to select the new members to take their places. Kim rushed at his opponent again. He dodged a direct kick, ending up with his head under his opponent's foot. Kim ducked and executed a sweep. He hit the leg that kept the opponent on the ground. However, with each punch, Kim felt as if the opponent was made of stone. A huge foot began to approach Kim, seeming in his eyes like a giant's foot. Kim barely had time to put his hands up, feeling the full weight of his opponent's muscles. He even praised his opponent, dodging his knee, and constantly tried to tease him. Despite Kim's words, the opponent felt that his movements were getting better. The battle reached its climax, and Kim was doing his best to dodge the blows. And then there was a window to strike. But Kim's kick missed, and he received a powerful kick right in the cheek. Kim's team held their breath, watching him and following his orders not to interfere. It seemed that even Kim got more than he expected, because it was the strongest kick he had ever taken from an opponent. In response to this blow, Kim only said that it was a great blow because there is nothing better for improving skills than fighting a strong opponent. Kim changed, as if something else had awakened in him. The opponent had made him angry. Kim told him that if he didn't use all his skills, he would die. In a very short time, Kim began to move much better and decided to teach his opponent a lesson. However, something went wrong after a punch to the spleen. Unlike his brother, his upper body was much better trained. Kim constantly compared him to his brother, which began to irritate his opponent. These comparisons made the opponent so angry that he decided to kill Kim right there. Every time he struck, he remembered his brother's words. His brother said that if he tried hard, he could come back alive and cope with any task. But at some point, he remembered that his brother wanted to kill Kim himself. He stopped the fight and said he had to leave, not even responding to Kim's words about fighting to the end. Turning around, he started running in the other direction, and Kim tried to catch up. However, the enemy's speed was very high. After running a certain distance, Kim stopped. There was a long road in front of him with no sign of the enemy. And yet the man's main concern was what was in his heart. Running on, the Lespedeza began to doubt. He almost doubted whether he had the right to be called an older brother. However, when he looked up, he told himself that he did not have that right yet, and he hoped with all his heart that his brother would make it. He considered his brother to be someone who never gave up. Lespedeza believed that his brother would certainly overcome all difficulties, despite any pain. At this time, Hongjun was in shock. The documents that Komnik Ho gave him contained information about Martha, June, and September. Martha, or Sakura, had a talent that had been written about extensively. She could play the guitar in front of an audience and sing. Sakura is a singer and songwriter. Her real name is Sihua. June is characterized by the peony flower. She is very fond of dogs and different animals and works at the zoo. Her name is Hyun Ranhwa, and she is a zoo worker. September is characterized by a chrysanthemum flower. We are already more or less familiar with this person. He is a doctor. Dr. Yang Baekhwa read the files. Hong understood some things, but he did not understand what they were up to. He realized that they all held high positions. At this time, the monk gathered new people. He told them that from now on they would be the new cards. The second pine will be a young guy with an idiotic haircut. The third phoenix is a girl with very beautiful red eyes. The third Bikwan, a monk, named them all and explained what roles they would play. He expressed his hope that they would be useful, and they all answered as one. We listen to you, monk. At this time, Kim Kyung-soo's comrades caught up with him. They couldn't figure out if he was really Kim Kyung-soo since they had heard him talking about the Bai Kwang during the battle. Kim did not know what to say to them, and they waited with bated breath. He hesitated whether to tell them the truth or to hide it. Kim asked them why they were suddenly interested in this question, but it was obvious to them, so they asked the question. They emphasized that Kim had named the enemy as Bi Kwan, and acted as if he had known him for a long time. They also noted that after returning from the hospital, Kim seemed like a different person. One of them asked if something had happened to him. Kim replied that instead of asking such questions, they would have been better off training in August. He advised them to follow the example of Lee Seong-hyun and Hwang Jun, who had been silent, but at that moment exclaimed that they were also very curious. They expressed their suspicions that he was not the real Kim Kyung-soo. Later, Hong sat in his office and told them that he had been informed of Maple's death. He said this to Kim, who was sitting across from him, and noted that he was acting on it. Hong asked Kim how he was feeling because she had killed his wife. Kim replied that he was not in a good mood. The criminal had created the victim, and the victim had become the criminal. In the end, Maple had become one of the victims. Hong wanted to make the monk answer to the law and stop this chain of tragedies with all his might. Hong also noted that it was said that he had voluntarily surrendered, considering this death miserable. Pine had cut off all chances of paying what he deserved. He handed Kim a folder of information that Pine had given him and explained that it was all the information about them. Hong asked Kim if he had met any of the twins other than February and May. Kim replied that he had not met February, but he had seen May many times. He always stays close to the monk, like his shadow, and often met him at the temple. Hong added that they had decided to work together with the pine tree for the time being. Although he didn't like it, Hong said that the pine tree was also a policeman, in quotation marks. He explained that they planned to work together only as colleagues, but nothing more. After that, Hong asked if there was any other news besides the meeting with Lespedeza. Kim answered honestly that the guys were asking who he really was. Hong suggested telling them the truth, since they wouldn't believe him anyway. Kim asked why he should tell them, but Hong said it didn't matter because they would like the story even if they didn't believe it. That's how human beings connect, he added. And that was the end of their conversation. After Hong Jun's words, Bi Kwang told his friends about himself and Hwa Guk's. When they heard his story, they didn't believe him, thinking that he hadn't recovered from the surgery yet. Naturally, they didn't believe him and thought he had hit his head hard, so they suggested that he get checked again at the hospital. Kim listened to them while they muttered about the hospital and then replied, "Well, think what you want." At that moment, the boys looked around and saw someone. They asked Kim what they were doing here because it was Peng Jang-wook and his team. Kim explained to the boys that they would now be training with Peng Jungwook's team until they were given real-world assignments. The girl was sweating, and the boys' faces showed that they weren't sure if this was real. Park Junho immediately started talking rudely to Lee Seung-hyun, calling him stupid. Choi Sang-ho and Hwang Hee-jun also had a misunderstanding when the latter said he wouldn't want to train with a man. Cha Yeon and Kim Ah-yeon will confront Cho Gyun-hee, who asked why there are two girls and she is alone. The answer was that she was very resilient. Kim Kyung-soo will be training against Jang, and both of them, as the main ones, expressed their hope that they will get along. Jang asked if everything would be fine, and Kim replied that everything was fine for him. Kim also realized that practice was very important, especially after the last fight. However, Jang was not interested in Kim, but in whether he would be okay because he did not want to go blind. Kim said he would attack, but would try not to aim for his eyes. Now the two teams are training together, and there will be no leniency for anyone. Meanwhile, the commander's secretary came in and said that Chief Hong Jun had sent a message that he was ready to cooperate. The commander thought this was good news and asked her to tell Hong that a meeting would be held soon. The secretary asked if he would reveal the plan involving the monk, but Pine replied that it was not important. He explained that Hong Jun was quite limited and would definitely back off when the task was completed. Pine was sure that the changes would happen anyway and asked if it wasn't better that he control those changes. He added that once the task was completed, no one would be able to touch him. Meanwhile, in the Congress, a man sitting in a chair looked at a tablet and asked if it was the deputy. He could not believe that she really thought so. It was a journalist, and the Congresswoman confirmed that this was how the article should be written. She asked that it be written that police officer Kim Nak-ho was raising gangsters out of police officers, and Hong Hwa-young wanted it to be stated. The next day in Pine's office, Pine was thanking Hong for agreeing to cooperate, and Hong asked about his plans. Pine asked to take their time, as they were now together, and needed to get to know each other better. However, Hong replied that he had no great desire to do so. Sosna said that everyone has a dream and asked what Hong's dream was. Hong refused to talk about it, calling the conversation nonsense. However, Sosna shared his dream of becoming president. He said that although he had chosen a difficult path, he had thought about what would have happened if he had continued to be in the same boat as the monk. He believed that the consequences would have brought him to the presidency without any problems. He began to talk about a certain thirst for justice that he allegedly had, and that this was why he acted the way he did. He explained to Hong that he had simply used this scoundrel and was not going to continue his relationship with him. Sosna promised to change the country and make it safe. To Hong, it looked like the president was colluding with the criminal. Hong said sarcastically that there would only be chaos, not security. But Pine began to explain that he had conspired with them only to expose the mask under which this criminal organization was hiding its past. He was getting information through the monk, which helped to eliminate other groups. All that was left was that damn monk. Pine then asked Hong again if they were not similar, because they were willing to collude with lesser evils to catch the big fish. Hong asked if the pine tree recognized himself as evil, to which he could not object, because he could not call himself good. Sosna said the task would begin the day he ran for president. He promised that he would then tell about all the crimes committed for months. Sosna offered Hong to deal with the crimes together. Hong agreed to cooperate, but said that he was not going to follow everything he said, and that they would try not to kill the months. Hong said that they would capture everyone alive so that they would voluntarily surrender. And in particular, that damn monk, Hong emphasized. Hong hinted that everyone would be judged, even the pine tree. He said that they would be judged solely by the law, which made Pine laugh. The pine tree noted that Hong had become very brave after the last task, and asked if he was taking too much liberties in his presence. Hong replied that it didn't matter because he had a trump card that neither the pine nor the monk had. Pine assumed that Hong was referring to Kim and said so out loud. Hong did not object, but he realized that the pine tree was not going to give in either, because he held all the cards. Pine laughed, saying that things were getting more and more interesting. He then suggested that Hong deal with the consequences himself, starting with the capture of the devilish monk, and announced that the task would begin on the day of his presidential campaign. Sosna expressed hope for a good game on Hong's part. Hong turned around and started to leave, but at the end he said something else. He asked the commander if he knew the difference between them. "For the sake of your own dream, you got on the same boat as evil, but I didn't," Hong said. The presidential election was a year and a half away. During this time, everyone trained as hard as they could. Everyone gave it their all, keeping their heads down for a minute, practicing their punches. They trained their speed by running. The strongest practiced hand-to-hand combat, repeating the exercises in a circle. Jan kept a cigarette in his mouth even during the training. Meanwhile, the Miscanthus and another moon watched the recruits standing in front of them. These were new moons who had just joined their circle. Miscanthus immediately offered to test them as their credibility was at 0. Meanwhile, one of the twins brought the 2 men to his brother and said he would add a few more. The brother's face was bloody. His body had not yet healed from the wounds and surgery, and he was grateful for his brother's support. 6 whole months passed like that. Sosna announced that the time had come. He asked for a press conference to be prepared. The secretary said that Sosna's rating as a future presidential candidate was growing, and warned that if he started campaigning too soon, he might be attacked. But Pine did not see this as a problem. He explained that once he captured the group, the presidency would be his, as it would attract the attention of the entire society. He decided that there was no point in delaying, because there was no telling what Vahuksa might say, and they would go ahead with the plan. The secretary also said that Repure Hong Ho's rating had also risen significantly. Whenever he spoke out about politics, his words always had the opposite effect. She said that splitting is the most effective way because each side gets its share of support. But Pine believed that this would not change the fact of his victory and told her it was time to act. At a press conference, Kim Nak-ho spoke to journalists who were hanging on his every word. He began his speech. "It's been 5.5 years since I became police chief. This has never happened in my practice, but my last term is coming to an end. During this time, I have managed to catch many criminals, but there are still those in our country who have not been found. In my last term, I'm going to find the big undercover gangs. I am Police Chief Kim Nak-ho." Hong watched the live broadcast on his phone, as did the monk, listening intently to his words. At the end of his speech, Kim announced that he would run for president. Hong and the monk immediately realized that this was a declaration of war. The monk called Iris to him. He asked him to tell all the moons to get ready. Pine asked everyone to follow his actions as everything was about to begin. Pine gathered everyone in front of him and began to explain how the roles would be distributed among them, and which moons they would take on. The next participant will be responsible for Martha Sakura. It was Hong, and Pine explained to him that she was not very strong. Responsibility for Yun Pion was assigned to Seo Hee. She suggested that Hong exchange tasks because she saw the fear in his eyes. September Chrysanthemum will be the responsibility of Meng Huan, who found Chrysanthemum's profession very strange, because a killer who kills people works as a doctor. Sosna continued to tell his plan, emphasizing that when they destroy all the moons, a press conference will be immediately organized to expose the monk. They will mobilize all forces to capture Havaguks. That will be the end of his relationship with the monk. Hong asked the captain if Zhang would also participate in the operation. The captain replied that yes, Zhang would be with them, and warned that as long as they were on the same side, they shouldn't cause any conflicts. Everyone said they understood, but at that moment the door to the room opened. She came in and told her boss that she had something to tell him. A call came in from Deputy Hong Hua. He realized that she had probably watched his speech and asked the girl to tell him that he would call her back later. However, the girl insisted that it was better to talk to her right now. When asked why, she replied that she was wondering if his latest assignment was related to Huaguksa Temple. Hearing this, the pine tree's face was petrified. After a while, the captain was sitting in front of a screen where her face was visible. They started a conversation, and she first thanked him for taking the time despite his busy schedule. However, he asked her to get right to the point. She reiterated her words that it was about what she had asked him to convey. She said there were rumors that his latest assignment was related to a man from Kwaguks. She said that she was interested in this, so she called. The captain realized that there was a person of hers in the police station, because that was the only explanation. He wondered who it could be. Maybe it was Hong Jun, but it seemed like he couldn't. The captain began to pretend not to understand and said he didn't know what she was talking about. Hong Hua, a former lawyer and third-term lawmaker, is known for getting on the nerves of her rivals. She is accustomed to identifying and exploiting the weaknesses of her opponents, as well as to fighting dirty. If you say an unnecessary word, she will immediately start picking on you. So Kim decided to get rid of her as soon as possible. He told her, "I don't think that's true. I don't know where you heard it, but it's false information." But she replied that it was strange because she had heard this information from a person directly involved in the case. She said that the monk himself had told her these words, saying that the pine tree was hunting him. "Wow," the captain said, not knowing what to say. Then he laughed. The captain realized that she was the plum. She addressed him, calling him by his nickname Pine, and said that this was a message from the monk. Do not try to take the place of the master. She asked him to return to his seat and waited for an answer, but he offered her a choice. He invited her to join his team. Sosna said that if she was really plum, then all the suspicions around her were true, referring to the rumors about her connections to the gang. The captain started talking about what would happen if he joined her, but she interrupted him. She said that all people are subject to rules. There are school rules, medical law, legal law, etc. It depends on what role we get. She considered her role to be to obey the monk's orders. His word was law for her. She warned him once again that the monk was giving him one last chance to return or not. The captain refused, saying, "I refuse." The girl straightened her tie and started talking about those who break the law. She unbuttoned a few buttons on her shirt, revealing tattoos that confirmed she was indeed plum. She continued, "Whoever breaks the law must be punished." The captain kept laughing and said that he didn't even feel afraid through the screen. thanking her for revealing herself, as he had no information about Lyuti Sliva. He told her that she was also on the list for elimination. Who's eliminating who? Asked Sliva, raising her eyebrows. The whole team of ruthless killers was standing behind her, and she was one of the members of the elite squad. She explained once again that he was not the one who dictated the rules to the killers. Vagox announced a full attack. Sosna thought she had completely lost her mind, and their thoughts were mutual. In her opinion, this situation was reminiscent of how a pawn decided to confront its master. He turned to her and asked her if she was sure she would survive if she got rid of him with this task. After all, if he died, an investigation would begin. And that scoundrel will want to get rid of the evidence, and even you, said Captain Plum. Only a madman would agree to this plan and hide behind you. She said again that his role was to be a pawn, and she was fulfilling hers. She was ready to end the conversation and said goodbye to the pine tree, saying, "See you later." The screen went off, and her last words were, "I will come to you soon." At that moment, the door opened and a loud shout was heard. "Boss!" The girl opened the door and said that at the entrance. It turned out that some people had broken through the entrance, and the enemy had indeed begun to invade late at night. Kim Nak-ho was holding on, but he barely had time to react. He couldn't help but smile and burst out laughing, thinking, "This is amazing." It was an involuntary laugh, because he simply had no words. Perhaps it was a reaction to the fear that was driving him crazy. Whatever the case, he liked this situation. He thought it was even better, because now he had a reason to get rid of that rascal monk. Moreover, he still had to destroy all the moons. He realized that his victory in this game would depend on his survival. He was ready to challenge them and see if they would kill him. The opponents were very serious. At this point, Sliva already knew that the enemies had broken through the entrance. She asked to send people there. Moon Yong-chan, the deputy leader of the Dohwa gang, listened to her and said that he would order it to be done right away. He gave everyone else permission to enter. They were holding sharp knives and were ready to use them. The deputy asked if they had to wear masks. She explained that their role would not take long. The deputy laughed and said that if you think about it, our role won't be that long either, because we are the police. He added that the outcome of the battle would not matter much because he realized that they would have to die. But Sliva asked him if he was frozen in fear. He told her that he would be honored to die beside her. But before he went to the next world, he would like to capture someone important. At that moment they moved forward. She didn't even need a mask. The moons began their work, sparing no one on their way. That doctor was always interested in cutting the carotid artery. Suddenly a giant dog appeared behind him. It crashed into him, or rather, into his elbow, which he had put up in time. The dog could only bark a few times. Then, making squeals, it turned around and ran away. It was not a police dog, but a dog of one of the moons who worked at the zoo. She asked Chrysanthemum why he hit her dog. The answer was that she should watch her price. She assured him that she was watching her, as well as others who were biting the police officers' throats, leaving them breathless. Several more police officers appeared with stun guns, but Miscanthus held his weapon more confidently than they did. He rushed past them like lightning, leaving only one policeman standing directly in front of him. The policeman was aiming at the enemy, but he suddenly disappeared from his sights. A moment later, a masked man appeared right above the policeman's head. That was the end of the policeman's activity. He was neutralized. Other participants of the Havagox praised the Miscanthus, and a girl especially admired his work. She noted that the Miscanthus performed the task flawlessly. The newcomers among the moons also did a good job, leaving the police officers lying on the ground. They quickly cleared the first floor. Meanwhile, Kim Nak-ho was in his office. He was explaining to the police that at the moment, unknown people had broken into the police station. All of them are Hwaguksa temple killers. He ordered them all to be eliminated without exception. One of the police officers raised her hand, addressing the captain with a question. She asked if they could open fire. In response, she heard, "Without a doubt, it is necessary to do so." However, there was one condition. They had to use silencers. He ordered them to quickly deal with the enemies and then go straight to Hwaguk's. Kim asked them to show whose foot soldiers were stronger. At that moment, the Black Crane went out to fulfill the task ordered by the captain. The sounds of silenced shots could be heard throughout the police department. They were being fired by the moons who had chosen firearms. The use of weapons seemed to spread their wings. Of course, Kim could not have been unaware of this. However, shooting a gun compared to melee combat has a lot of unpredictable moments. So before the moons met the Black Crane, Kim Nak-ho allowed them to use weapons to create those unpredictable moments. However, there was one card that Kim didn't take into account, and that disrupted his plans. Let's see what that card is. The police were hiding behind walls to protect themselves from enemy fire. She was rushing at them with her weapon, outrunning the bullets that were flying at her behind. At that moment, the police realized that the enemy was approaching. In front of one of the policemen, his comrade died because the bullets hit him. She only completed this work. It was a coordinated effort of months. Sosna was not happy to see this teamwork. It would be more accurate to say that he was very surprised. In the Black Crane, he explained that each of the months was a monster, but he believed that they had a reason why they could defeat them. Everyone but the brothers and the 38 newcomers were doing the same thing. He explained that they were all doing their own thing and didn't trust each other. A house that has discord will not be able to stand. There was only one reason why these moons could act so harmoniously. Plum was entrusted with the plan to eliminate Police Chief Nakho. In preparation for the task, they were forced to follow her instructions and practice teamwork. The word team was unfamiliar to them and not particularly appealing to each participant. One of them even said that she and the miscanthus were not participating in the game. But she was not allowed to do so, because all the moons that were present had to unite. No one knew how the task would go, Sliva explained to them. She said that everyone here did not even know each other properly and offered them a bet. Who would be the first to cut the throat of the pine tree? Chrysanthemum was immediately interested in this task because he liked it best. Teamwork did not bother him so much. Miscanthus approached Plum and asked if she was the strongest. He said that he needed to check if she was qualified to train them. After that, she addressed everyone. Her words were, "Everyone shut up," she said, taking off her mask. Everyone was shocked to see who was hiding under the mask. Deputy Manhwa. She said, "Listen to me carefully, this will be my last assignment as a team member." She explained that she had been entrusted with this role by the monk and she had to fulfill it perfectly. She said that she was involved in politics and at the same time ran a criminal organization. She knew how to manage people like no other. She added that on the day of the operation, she would participate without a mask. She addressed everyone again. "You will follow my instructions and practice teamwork." While waiting for the others to respond, Miscant was the first to say, "Fine." He agreed and now holds a gun with a silencer at the police station. He pointed it directly at the camera that Pine was watching. After the shot, the picture on the pine tree's screen disappeared, and he saw only noise. It was a real headache for him because these stubborn people were so hard to get together, and they had recruited newcomers. The captain realized that this was no time to sit back and turn to Sergeant Lee. He ordered her to tell them not to use real bullets, as they could not provide them for everyone, and that only the soldiers from the Black Crane squad should use real bullets. He also ordered her to contact Hongjun immediately. Hongjun, relaxing on his couch at home, picked up the phone and said that he had received a call asking for help. He noted that it was not very unexpected. A question came out of the phone. "Did you call them because the pine tree can't cope on its own?" And another question. "Is Hong just going to leave him to die?" Hong replied that he could not leave him like that, because he was the key to taking over the temple. They also asked him to try to take the moon alive, although it was a difficult task. Hong offered to call Zhang, but Kim replied that it was not necessary, because on the other side of the phone was Kim, who was holding the phone and talking to Hong, saying that Zhang was there now. Kim then said that they would act as quickly as possible, and together with Zhang's team, they left. The sergeant reported to the commander that Chief Hong said he had sent reinforcements. He got up from the couch, grabbed his back, and added that his old age was making him sore. But then he said that he was going to take part too. Who will win this fight? This is the end of the first season. Thank you for watching and subscribe to the channel.